Greetings. I hope all is well. Hope your afternoon is going well. Hope your morning, wherever you're at, hoping you're I'm hoping you're having a great day. Guys, do me a favor, hit that like button again. Please hit the like button. Also, make sure you share. Also, subscribe to the content. If you are new to the platform, do me a favor. Please subscribe. Please subscribe and welcome to the Search for Hoover family and hit that notification bell as well. Also visit dynastymir.com and then visit ileamir.com and grab all of your gear. Again, all of your gear. I am wearing the Africa is my everything shirt in green. So they are available at ileamir.com. Again, they are available at ileamir.com. Also, tours are coming up. We're rolling to Nigeria in a couple weeks. We're gonna have a great time. Oh, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. We're rolling to Nigeria next week. Well, in a couple weeks. I'm sorry, August 8th. August 8th. So in about 3 weeks, we will be rolling to Nigeria. Would love for you to join. If you're last minute and spontaneous like me, go to Danfo.Africa. Again, Danfo.Africa, DANFO.Africa, and you can join us. We'll be more than happy to have you. Also, and that is for the Oshun Festival. So August 8th through the 17th, August 8th through the 17th, Nigeria for the Oshun Festival. We will love to have you. And then we are rolling to Sierra Leone, November 20th through December 3rd, November 20th through December 3rd. We are rolling to Sierra Leone, and citizenship is available to those who qualify. Again, citizenship is available to those who qualify. Please visit Danfo, 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 DANFO .Africa. We will love to have you guys. I'm going to put the link in the chat room here in about 28 to 30 minutes. So you could call in and add to the conversation. And once again, hit that like button. If you're in the chat, do me a favor, hit the like button. It helps with the algorithm so more people can see and find. It'll make it easier for them to find the content. I want to start off with this, whether it be the Republic, I think it's called the Republic of Africa, the Republic of New Africa, the Nuwapian Nation, Nation of Islam, Black Hammer Organization with Gazi Kodzo, I think his name is, which we're going to get into. You've had Nature Boy. I don't understand the obsession. Again, I don't understand the obsession with wanting to start or build a sovereign or Black ethnostate here in America. It's like you say you hate the white man. You claim you want to separate from the white man, but you want to build a nation state or a Black ethno nation here with the white man. It doesn't make any sense. It's a pipe dream. And I'm just shocked that people are still buying into this when you have a whole continent called Africa, where you are the majority. Again, where you are the majority, where you could go and live and be free and do whatever you want. Well, within the law, but again, you have a whole continent called Africa that's technically, because it's Africa, it's already a Black ethno continent. So I'm just shocked that people are still buying into this. We gonna build a nation right here in America. Listen, nobody's gonna give you nothing. Okay? Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, whoever. All right, they're not going to carve out a portion of the country for you. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not. And people are still pushing this garbage. It's garbage. It's garbage. And again, what makes it garbage and what makes it, it's like you talk, what makes it idiotic is, again, you say you hate the white man. You say you can't stand him. You say you want to separate from him. That's what you claim. That's what you claim. But you want to build a nation here next to him. It doesn't make any sense. And then I could tell that people really don't think this stuff through. All right, what are you going to do? How are you going to handle utilities? Running water, plumbing, being on the power grid, the electric grid, gas, food, transportation, your own roads. How are you going to handle that and manage that here in America? Infrastructure. You're going to have to build, you're still going to have to depend on the man that you say you hate to provide and facilitate all this for you. Or you're hoping, which is a pipe dream, it's never going to happen, that he's just going to say, hey, you know what? Black man, we are so sorry. So therefore, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, we're just going to give it to you. We're just going to give it to you. It's yours. Sorry. So here goes your own nation. The nation that, we spent hundreds of years establishing and taking over and going to war over, and, our ancestors fought and bled and died for. We're now just going to give it to Black people. This portion of the United States of America is yours. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Fighting as Union troops. Okay, hold on. The white supremacists tried that already. And like I said before, 3 Union and ADOS ancestors fighting as Union troops sent them to hell for it. Carlos, but what happened? Man, here we go. But what does ADOS have to show for it? Yeah, you fought for the Union. But what happened when you came home? So when you took off your Union uniforms and your Union boots, what happened? You had Reconstruction, segregation. You weren't even considered human. It's just this. There you go. This fantasy world we live in. You talk about fighting in all these wars. Then the minute you stop fighting, you don't have access to America like everybody else. So you died and bled for America, and you're bragging about it, but you still didn't have access to the country that you died and bled for. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. No, that's an ADOS talking point, because Tariq is always bringing up how Black people have fought in every war. We fought in the Revolutionary War in 1776, and guess what? After the war, our asses got sent to plantations. Like, it's not a win. like crying, saying you can't stand the white man, but then bragging about how you've served in the white man's military. That is not, it's not a win. It's just, it's not a win. It's not a win. Oh, let me read this super chat. Shout out to D1 Beats for the super chat. At best, I see we can only build small cities, but we need to build our industrial capacity to provide material needs for our people. We could build communities. All right. We could build communities. That's what we could build here in America. You can have a black community. But this so-called nation state is a pipe dream. And it's a fantasy. You can't have a sovereign nation within a nation. You can't. It's not going to happen. And I don't understand why people are still pushing this nonsense. But I would say this, when it comes to the Nation of Islam, the Nation of Islam at least is starting to backpedal a little bit. Again, the Nation of Islam is starting to backpedal a little bit. So it went from a nation, a separate nation, to now they're want to build communities and call them a nation. That's pretty much what the Nation of Islam is doing now. Because when they come on here, we bring up the what's up with the nation, what's going on with the nation, and separating from America and having their own nation. The way they explain it is a community, but they're trying to call it a nation. That's not going to happen. I mean, yeah, you can build a community, but that's not a nation. That's a community. So no one is trying to separate and have their own nation here in America. And if they are trying to do it, it's a pipe dream and it's a fantasy. That's what it is. That's what it is. Dynast, why are you not in Africa, Dynast? Because I'm here in America. I'm here in America. I'm not complaining. I ain't talking about forming a nation here in America. I ain't talking about I'm going to build a nation here in America. I'm here in America. I mean, Louis Farrakhan, he even said himself, pay your taxes here in America. So again, how are you going to separate from America but still pay taxes here in America? It doesn't make any sense. So you want to separate from America but still pay your taxes here in America. But have your nation within a nation here in America, but still pay taxes in America. I mean, y'all gotta pick a struggle. I sound like a slave catcher. No, I'm just making sense. I'm just being irrational. I don't know what America is. Oh, here we go. Here we go with the babble. Here we go with the babble. Listen, you're not gonna. I'm a Moorish Moor, Native American, Indian. You're not gonna do that in order to get your own nation here in America. That's not gonna work. All this pseudo stuff is not gonna work. You're not gonna pseudo your way into so-called building a sovereign nation within a nation. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. And that's the problem. Y'all want a pseudo science, I'm a Moorish Moor, Choctaw, Cherokee, Native American Moor, I'm gonna change my nationality status, change my status correction. You're not gonna do that and build a sovereign nation. It's not gonna happen. You get laughed at. It's pseudo because Africans don't have Black Americans back on the subject. No, it's pseudo because y'all not serious. It's pseudo because you guys aren't serious and no one's taking you serious. That's why it's pseudo. Yeah, I'm a create a new nationality in that. That would make me sovereign here in America. I have my own sovereign nation here in America by claiming that I'm a Olmec, Hebrew, Moorish, Olmec, Moor, and I'm gonna get my status correction. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna beat. That's how I'm gonna beat the white man. Yeah, that's how I got him beat now. I didn't trick the white man now because he didn't know that the slave trade happened in reverse. See, he didn't know that I ain't no African. I'm a Moorish, Moor, Olmec, Cherokee, Indian. See, he didn't know. See, I got the white man now. I didn't pinned him in the corner. I got him now. He gonna give me this nation now. Yeah, and my name is Raw L. I'm gonna add L to the end of my name. I'm gonna change my last name to L, Moorish L, status correction, Hebrew Israelite Olmec. Yeah, I didn't trick the white man now. See, all I'm gonna do is go to this white man's court. All I'm gonna do is go to this white man's court and I'm gonna file my paperwork in this white man's court. And yeah, I'm sovereign now. Yeah, I got him. I got my own nation now. I got him. I tricked him. Yeah, I got my documents now. I didn't trick them. I didn't trick this white man. Yeah. And we gonna go off the grid. We're gonna go off the grid and build our own nation. Yeah, we didn't got him now. Yeah, the paperwork. Yeah, the paperwork. The paperwork, man. I didn't got the paperwork now. See, I'm gonna beat the white man and be sovereign and have my own nation with the paperwork. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Mustafa 22 XL Bay. Yeah. See, I'm gonna trick him. Yeah, I'm gonna trick him. I didn't got him now. I pinned him in the corner. Yeah. See, the white man is dying. See, because the white man can't reproduce. See, the white man can't reproduce. So the white man is going to be the minority here in America. And so therefore, that's when we go bum rush the White House and the Pentagon and reclaim America for ours when the white man becomes a minority. Yeah. Yeah, see, we ain't really black. We ain't black because, in the Black Law Dictionary, and what was it, the Black Law Dictionary, see, we ain't black. See, we human. We human beings, not black. And see, technically, we not identified as black. So we gonna use the Black Laws Dictionary to get this land back, brother. We gonna we gonna bum rush the land using the Black Laws Dictionary because we ain't black. See, black is a status, brother. It's a status. See, we the original copper tone, human, not human, Human, but human, Hueman. We the original copper tone humans, And see, that's how we gonna beat this white man, because we see he the white man, but we the humans, and we gonna rise up and see when the white man becomes the minority, we gonna bum rush. We gonna bum rush the Pentagon. See, in 2000, year 2050, I think when he become the minority, see, we gonna bum rush the Pentagon then. And see, that's when we gonna take over and reclaim America. Yeah, see, the white man, when he become the minority, he gonna give us all the nuclear keys. See, the key to the nuclear bombs, we're gonna control the military, the infrastructure, the city, municipalities, the electric grid. See, when you become the minority, see, that's when we gonna take over, brother. Yeah. Because we the copper tone. We ain't black. We the human original copper tone. See, they lied, brother. They lied. They told you was a slave. See, you was already here because you the copper tone. And that's what it says in the Black Law Dictionary, because we ain't really black. We ain't really black. We human. I'm serious. This is the plan. This is the plan. This is the master plan. Yeah, we're gonna rise up. Because see, brother, 400, the white man was supposed to rule for just 500 years. And see, those years are 1,000, I'm sorry, was it 2,000 years? Guys, is it 2,000 years the white man was supposed to rule? That what the Nation of Islam said? It's 2,000 years, or is it 1,000 years? Is it 1,000 years or is it 2,000 years? Somebody from the Nation of Islam. Guys, do me a favor, hit that like button. Hit the like button. The Nation of Islam exists in America, doesn't it? Yeah, the Nation of Dynasts exists in America too. What's your point? The Nation of Dynasts exists in America too. Thank you for super chat. Oh, 6,000 years. Yeah, brother. See, the white man's rule is gonna be up after 6,000 years, brother. We in year 6,100. Well, see, brother, it's a delay. It's been a delay, brother. It's been a delay. It's been a delay. Oh, is it 2,000 years or is it 6,000 years? Is it 6,000 years or 2,000 years? Yeah, brother. See, the white man's rule is up. And see, the white man rule is up. See, he's just gonna disappear. The sun, because the sun's gonna activate. It's gonna make the white man disappear, and he's gonna go back to the caves. And see, when that happens, brother, we gonna bum rush the Pentagon and the White House, and we gonna take it over. And we gonna take it over. Okay? Because see, when 2,000 years is up, the white man's gonna go back to the caves in Europe. And see, we're gonna bum rush. We're gonna bum rush the Pentagon. That would be the cue. The cue is when the sun, the sun is gonna get brighter. It's gonna get brighter. It's gonna be a solar eclipse. Because 360 degrees, brother, 360 degrees. 360 degrees solar eclipse. And see, when that happened, we go bum rush the Pentagon and the White House. Because the white man's gonna crawl back into the caves, brother. He's gonna crawl back into the caves of Europe. The sun was supposed to finish him off in 95. Hold on. The sun was supposed to finish him off in 95. Listen, y'all ain't building no nation in America, man. Let it go. Oh, my bad. We Asiatic. Okay, so the Asiatic black man is gonna bum rush the Pentagon. We got listen. Links in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. Hey, Donnie's spitting. I'm finna go stand in the sun now. Yeah, man. The white man, the sun was supposed to make the white man melt by now and go into the caves of Europe. I thought that was what happened. What happened? See, Dynasty, what we meant by nation, brother, we wasn't really talking about separating, having our own separate nation. We just talk about, we can have our own farms and restaurants. See, that's like a nation. See, brother, you don't understand the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, brother. Well, it says right here in the final call that y'all would have separated, have your own nation. But no. See, you didn't listen to the teachings, Dynasty. You didn't listen to the teachings. See, how we define nation, brother. You see, Dynasty using a white man's definition of nation. See, you're using a white man's definition of nation, brother. That's not a nation. See, our nation, this is what we really meant. No, hey, listen. Per some of the brothers that called in not too long ago speaking on so-called the nation, they didn't say that. They said they ain't separating. Hold on. Guys, listen, links in the chat room. If you want to call in. Links in the chat room. They're saying now it's not okay. Here we go. Now it's saying okay, the most honored Elijah Muhammad's teaching separate state territory of our own. Nah, we have some brothers on the Nation of Islam saying, nah, that's not what he was teaching. That's not what he meant. That you guys changed it. You changed it now. That's not what he meant. Zoe Morris, go ahead.
What's going on? No, I just wanted to kind of clarify the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I think that like sometimes, with his teachings, things kind of get put out of context because the nation was disbanded by his son, Warif Muhammad, and then Louis Farrakhan picked it back up in the early 80s. So I think that when you look at the Nation of Islam and what he taught is, as far as like black people in America, if you want to stay in America and continue your lifestyle, I think that as far as Elijah Muhammad, he brung the best plan and pretty much to me had the best cultural forms for Black America as an ethnic group and as a culture. Now, when you talk about having something separate in the land, I just don't think that you had the right cultivation for it to happen, because you got to think about that. That left off with the boomers and the greatest generation. So you can't say that couldn't happen because by the time.
But from my understanding, that's what the objective was, to have a separate territory and land for Black people.
Exactly, but I'm saying, but you got to think about it like this. Now us as millennials in the next generation, if that charge would have been picked up, see, we were looking at it like, okay, at that time. But I'm saying, if the Nation of Islam, if Warif Deen Muhammad and his son and that next generation picked it up, carried the torch, continued to build, continued to establish international relations, because you got to understand, Elijah Muhammad and them, they dealt with the heads of state from African countries. Like if you look at their Savior's Day, they had heads of nations. Elijah Muhammad went to Nigeria, he went to Egypt, he went to Lebanon, he went to these different places and met with heads of state. So I'm saying that you don't really see it now in 2021, because to me the nation under Farrakhan is kind of like a little bit different, and the charge of it wasn't picked up. Like it wasn't picked up by the next generation, and like by this time we probably could have something like in that way. If you think about something being picked up and carried to a next generation and cultivated and made better and evolving, you know what I mean?
Right. So then just change the objective. Stop putting, we want a separate nation of our own on the final call and say, hey, the 2022 nation by definition is point A, point B, bullet point C.
Well, let me ask you this. Dynasty. Okay, say for instance, the affluent, astute, business-minded Black America that has resources, that has a vision, that are family-oriented and conservative. Say they came together and they put their resources together, and the ones of us that were engineers and had there were contractors and stuff like that. Say we were able to build on the infrastructure for Mississippi. This for the sake of argument. We came together. We said, well, we want the infrastructure in Mississippi or one of the poorest states in the South is in a collapsed state. So, we're going to come together and bid, on the contracts for the infrastructure of the state of Mississippi or the state of Louisiana or Alabama. You don't think that we could eventually have the controlling hand in that state?
Bro, we had that in 1970s with Project
Well,
Soul City.
Kyle, let me respond. Kyle, hold on. I mean, why hasn't the Nation of Islam done it? Ozo?
Well, see, the thing about, like I said, with the Nation of Islam is that you have to look at that history in its totality. So from where the Nation of Islam left off.
Not to cut you off, And the reason why is because the average successful Black American isn't focused on separating from America. That's something the Nation of Islam wants to do. So we're stopping the Nation of Islam from putting that bid out. And listen, this show wasn't solely based on the Nation of Islam. It was more based on Gazi Kodzo, who was just been arrested, who was wanting to start a nation of his own, but was recently arrested for. And it's just even mentioning or repeating what he was arrested for is so disturbing. It's just you have a lot of these weirdos who are pushing this revolution, communist, socialist. I mean, Black Lives Matter, Gazi Kodzo. I mean, all of these so-called we are communist, socialist, revolutionary, separate from the white man. I'm starting to notice it's being led by a bunch of weirdos. I mean, look at Black Lives Matter, Gazi Kodzo, Nature Boy. I mean, I used to be a N.O.I, Dr. York. I mean, you could say the same somewhat about Elijah Muhammad or W.D. Farad Muhammad, whoever that is. It's just we have a lot of grifters who are pushing this stuff. But go ahead, Boris.
No, well, I was asking you. I was saying that as far as us, let me slow down. I'm saying that as far as the evolution of the Nation of Islam, that was something that pretty much stopped in 1975. And then Farrakhan came in there. You had different people. You had 3 people that built their own branches of Nation of Islam, Farrakhan being the most popular. But I'm saying that after he came, he was more so about, is this a different thing? He took his movement in a different direction.
I understand what you're saying, but so are you saying that the objective of the Nation of Islam is to no longer separate from the white man and have a separate territory and nation for Black people? Are you saying, is that what you're saying?
No, no longer in the physical, just more so in the cultural and the spiritual. Yeah,
got you. So cultural, spiritual, but not physical. Got you. Okay, no, I agree with you. I pretty much figured that out. Now, and I agree with you. I mean, I've been saying the same thing. I agree with you. Go ahead, Kala.
But can you answer what I was trying to? I was saying you don't see that as being possible though. You don't see that as being something that could have happened.
The majority of successful Black Americans aren't worrying about separating. I mean, the Nation of Islam is or was more concerned about that, and that was their objective. But from what you said and from what I've observed, it's more of just a cultural and spiritual separation. Which if that works, that works.
Yeah, you have your higher vibration. Higher vibration.
Yeah, higher vibration. There we go. Yeah, Kala, higher vibration. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's a problem, right? Here's a problem. In 1970s, Richard Nixon actually approved Floyd McKinsick's Soul City project, right? It was based on Black people returning back to the South, right, and building smart cities back then. Now, who came at this, right? Funny thing is, the Soul City project would have land and everything. Soul City's theirs. It died. There's still markers on the ground that says Soul City, east of North Carolina, and they was going to build a city, build an industrial park and everything like that. And that was going to provide relief to a lot of Black people who were still migrating to the northern cities and everything and living in public housing and everything. And that was going to be like a separate thing. And also, just a decade before that, we had the Green Book. So we always had Black separatism in Black America. We've never. Also here in the South, we have Black communities here in Virginia. All Black communities, nice and everything. Stuff like this. I think the Nation of Islam is more like a political statement. Okay, for example, in upstate New York, if you live in upstate New York, you have Amish communities, right? People, Hasidic communities, right? These were separatist communities, and they're white. They don't have anything to do. They make their own food. They live on their own communes and everything like that. They have the Jewish community in Monroe, New York, are even building condominiums for all Hasidic people. All Hasidic people using Section 8 and everything. I don't know how they did it, right? And they're building whole communities of nothing but Jews in there and everything. That's separatism. The Nation of Islam was never really serious about separatism. The Nation of Islam was just an organization where people meet and greet and they listen to a speaker and everything. And they may have a restaurant here and there, and they may have some people that are talented, may have a business and everything that everybody put their label on, but it's never been a separatist movement because they could have easily built the same sort of communities like the Amish people and the Hasidic people. You know, the Amish people got communities in Pennsylvania and everything. They live in their own little towns and everything like that. The separatists, why do they do that? Because they don't agree. You go to the Hasidic community. The Hasidic Jews are so separatist, right? A lot of them own property and everything, but they don't even follow sports. They got the Hasidic Jews read the Torah every day. They don't. They can't tell you what baseball team is in the city. They can't tell you anything. They don't know anything about the outside world. They just study on their religion. They're separatists. They don't care anything about the worldly stuff. And that's something I've always known. Real separatist movement don't involve us. And also they don't get really involved in politics. Whereas the Nation of Islam is a black nationalist reactionary movement, right? So they react to the thing with police shooting. Oh, we got to do a new one. Police shooting. Let me get ready for the press conference. You know, it's all reactionary. It's not nothing building anything like that, because we would have communities like the Amish and the thing. Even in the West, you had the Warren Jeffs community. You know, they built a whole community of marriage and everything like that separate. You know, this separatist movements in America, the Mormons, you know, and stuff like this. The Nation of Islam has never risen to that level in all its years. You know, they never built one solid community. Now in upstate New York, there was this Muslim community that I know. This girl and her sisters that were Muslims and everything. They had like a farm and they had a few houses on there in upstate New York, you know, and stuff like. But they were, you know, involved. They weren't like living like a lifestyle where they completely separated. They were going to the club. They were going to roller skating rink and everything like that. The Nation of Islam is too attached to Black America. You know, a separatist movement means, hey, okay, I'm gonna separate right here. I'm gonna show you how we're doing this. This is how we're self-sufficient and everything. And if people want to join, say, I want to be part of that. For what it's worth is, the Black people just they never presented anything that Black people could buy into as far as separatism. You know, as far as separatism, no one's gonna knock anybody for saying, you know, something that I can't be American, but I'm inside the United States. We're gonna build our own community and separate. The law provides for that. You know, but it never happened.
All right, let's pass it to King Justice. Go ahead, King Justice. Unmute yourself. Yo, King, we can't hear you. King Justice, we can't hear you. Guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. Hit the like button if you come to the chat room. King Justice, we can't hear you. Hey, King, log out and log back in, because we can't hear you. Rashawn. No, Rashawn disappeared. Okay. Let's see here. Art Nut Style TV. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Hey, how's it going, people?
Good.
Yeah, I haven't. This I guess my first time coming up, as you can see. I've been supporting you for a while. But this is something I felt that I had to come up and talk about. Some people that know me in some of these spaces, I do have a background in Nation of Islam. I'm not probably a good representative per se as far as being active, but I do know enough of the history. And sometimes people get kind of overboard based on their views of it and stuff like that. And hey, that's their thing. But you know, as far as how it came out, I'm not just going to sit there and have it narrowed down as just a club and stuff like that. This was a lifestyle. This is a whole belief system. This was something that was pretty much taken away from, you know, Sufism and Islam and things like that. That kind of took it away from even mainstream Islam to try to have it adapt to what was going on here in North America, the hells and the wilderness of North America. And so, like the brother was talking about, before 75, we're talking about businesses all over the country that they built over the years. This was their money, and the aim was to separate yourself from your slave, you know, your former slave master, and have you create your own laws, your own government, and things like that, and give you land. So it's almost sort of like the reparations talk that we hear today. That's in the back of Muhammad Speaks, in the back of Final Call newspaper. all these things that you keep hearing about what we want to do and what we own and things like that. That's back at Muhammad speaks. So they tried to do things as far as not depending on the government and try to do things on their own. But you already know, you saw what Malcolm faced, you saw what Elijah Muhammad faced, Muhammad Ali faced. There was always some kind of infiltration to try to keep you from getting those things. And so
So
it
you let
wasn't
me ask you a
popular.
question, brother. You think
Well, let me
the
finish.
Nation of
Let me
Islam
finish.
bears no responsibility for their failure? This is always the government. The white man is that powerful
I
and
would like to
everything.
answer your question when I finish what I have to say, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I think that we're missing out on is that these things were happening when it wasn't popular to not be a Christian. These things were happening when, it was damn near, it was pretty dangerous to even look a white man in the eye or even buck up to him. So it's the 70s was probably the time, late 60s, early 70s was pretty much the time to really when you really have to express yourself in a way to where you dare anybody to do anything back to what I'm going to do or respond to what you're doing to me. So those are the things that we took for granted. And yes, like the brother was saying, when Imam Warithuddin took the nation on, which was a lot of things going on as far as questionable things, because they had millions at that time. It was millions of things that were invested in. They had Blue Seas Fish and H.C. Whiting. He had fish being imported from Japan. He was doing a lot of things with people in Egypt, like he said in Cairo. He had like paper plants, all kinds of different things going on, and people were making money within the Nation of Islam. So they were growing, even though the goal was to separate themselves. But the problem was that it was hard for people to separate themselves because of the things that they were still attached to. And so now and then you have all these different people that were infiltrating. So when Imam Warithuddin took over, he was trying to make a statement about how we're going into a new direction. We're bringing in new members. We're cutting down on, finding out, their backgrounds and stuff like that. We're changing names. We're bringing white people in. It was a lot of changes. A lot of people that really done the work all the way from the 40s and so on, because they were still living, they just left. Okay. So a lot of people were really leaving, and all of a sudden it was so weak to where we consider the nation fall. And so based on, like the brother was saying earlier, you had Farrakhan, you had Solace, you had Solomon, you had all these different people trying to start their own. And Farrakhan was the main one that pretty much, took the mantle on much stronger and had more support, because basically he had more of the blueprint from the beginning. And so people followed that. So you had all these celebrities, all these different dignitaries that if you paid attention, I think it's the Theology of Time. I think the fifth one, that kind of makes sense of how Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan built the nation back up to where the way it is now is not the same as Product 75. You get a lot of people like Shahar Azad Ali and a lot of people that's just not, they're just not feeling it because it's different, you know. But go ahead with your question, brother, because I didn't mean to take up all the
No,
time.
the point I'm trying to make is this, right? And like I said, I knew about the Nation of Islam. I had relatives in the nation and all stuff like this. And you got to know something before you talk about the Nation of Islam. You got to know Black America.
Kyle, do me. I want to hear the brother's answer to the question. Can you ask him the question? Because he didn't hear your question.
No, what I was saying. No, I was saying was he said about the question I was going to ask was the thing about separation, right? Now
Mhm.
we've always had these type of groups like Daddy Grace, Father Divine, and we had all types of black churches and everything like
No,
that.
Kyle, you had asked him a question, something about accountability and a white man or something. That's the question you had originally
Oh yeah,
asked.
yeah. The problem is
Can you
the
answer the
problem
question?
is the Nation of Islam was like the security was really really good. Elijah Muhammad, they worked like the Secret Service, right? And people say, well, we couldn't do it against a white man, but the way they threatened Malcolm X, the way they came at Malcolm X and beat the senators in their own organization that tried to leave and stuff like that. And on one hand, they say you better not leave, or you mess with the Nation of Islam, we'll kill you. There was a Nation of Islam group in Philadelphia that killed some people that disagree, that moderate Muslims that disagree with them, they killed him, but they never in their history ever laid a gun or pointed a gun at a white man who was supposed to be the enemy.
Okay, so the big
That's
thing that I
interesting.
can now answer is that unless somebody else wants to answer.
Is Kyler familiar with the zebra killings?
Yeah, I think that was the case, you know. And so, but then people say, "Oh, that was the FBI," and no kind of accountability, no account of anything, you know. And I'm saying to myself like this, you know, Nation Business had a lot of good ideas. I'll be honest with you, right? It was Minister Farrakhan's the reason why I'm here today. You know, it was '94. I was just about to go down that road, right? I listened to the words of Minister Farrakhan, you know, and I always respect him to this day, you know. And I said, this man touched my heart. And he said, brother, if you think about doing the wrong thing, God has a plan for your life and whatnot. And I listened to that, you know, and I stayed on the straight and narrow. So I always give respect to the Nation of Islam like that. There's no question about that. But I'm trying to say is this: it's not about Farrakhan, it's not about Elijah Muhammad. It's the people around them that basically say, if like, well, let me give you an example. When I first got on Block Talk Radio, I had the most popular Block Talk Radio out of any of the black radio stations, you know, on Block Talk Radio. I had a Nation of Islam guy, right? Then they had Minister Dawood. I introduced Minister Dawood, whatever. This is before Minister Dawood. I introduced him. They were on Nation of Islam, right? The show, right? Nobody was listening. And I was like, bro, why do you have an audience, right? Because all the guy was doing was repeating Elijah Muhammad's talking points. And I said, well, what do you have to say? You're 40 years old. What do you have to say? What's in your heart?
I want to pass it to some other people. But you had a question. Like, did he ask Zoe? Did you answer his question, or did
I didn't want to, because I didn't want to take it up because I wanted to get the understanding because he was saying something about guns, and I believe he was talking about.
You read the question about the white man. We couldn't look a white man in the eye and all stuff like this. But when it came down to other black people, the Nation of Islam took care of business. That's the problem. That's the thing I had.
But the thing is, there's history about them dealing with the mafia and other kind of things as well. So you can't just say that they haven't had.
I mean, I seen the Godfather of Harlem Hulu.
No, that's a movie, but there's real findings.
And
of that
and there's a lot of mafia people who with the nation that joined the Nation of Islam that was tied to mafia that was doing drugs and heroin. My grandfather told me the whole story.
But the thing is, like I'm saying, brother, because to your point, like for example, there's a lot of people. Oh God, who's calling me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, really fine. And after that, I'm back to the King Justice. We'll go ahead.
Okay, there's a lot of people that are in and out of the nation that we don't know much about. We don't have like a huge intelligence type thing to where we can find out their backgrounds. You got people in the nation that's either college professors, such as myself. You got people that came from the streets. You got people that all kinds of different walks of life, but trying to try to reach one goal, as you know. Okay, some people try to coin the nation as some kind of like you said, Secret Service, J. Edgar Hoover thing, to where you sending all kinds of things. Man, you got so many mosques around that have different ideologies. I came from the Compton Mosque. We call that the Crack Squad. One of our captains.
It's not to cut you off. It's no longer there, is it?
No, it's still there. Mosque 54 in Compton. It's 54 and 27.
Okay, but there's not a mosque in LA. But I guess Compton is close to LA. So.
Yes, Compton and LA. LA is 27. Compton is 54, and there's other. Yes, there's other mosque over in Inland Park or whatever. I'm not active, but my ex-wife was. Is. But the point is that I'm saying is that there's so many people doing things in and out of the nation. You can't just put it all the way to the head and just because even some people get C time or F time if they get caught. Which is you get put out or whatever. So the thing is that we have a lot of people, and sometimes I was guilty of it as well, to where we say, hey, why is he doing this and how come nobody's doing nothing about it? And the thing is, I'm not sitting there making too many excuses, but I can honestly say that it's not as how can I say lockstep as you think it is. Some people just come in and do whatever, but some people are sitting there trying to stick with the restrictive laws as well. So you have a mixed bag of things. That's probably why you're not seeing all these results that we keep, talking about as far as, being separated and being on top of things. Because you
Hey,
still
Let me
got
ask you
people
a
still
question,
working
brother.
for you.
Maybe you
can
can
I
answer this
respond to him?
question.
Well, hold on.
Let me ask you this question.
Let me pass it. Hold on. Let me pass it to King Justice. Then pass it to Deshaun. Go ahead, King Justice. King Justice, we still can't hear you, brother. We still can't hear you. Yeah, King Justice, we can't hear you. Deshaun, go
And,
ahead, Deshaun.
and I probably got 5 more minutes,
Yeah.
but I'll stick around.
Yeah, I have to
Yeah, go
ask you a
ahead, Deshaun.
question.
No, I wanted to respond to what Art was just said just now. I kind of disagree with what he was saying about how you kind of blame it on the leadership. You do have to blame it on the leadership, because when you understand the structure of the Nation of Islam, it's the leaders such as people like Farrakhan or Elijah Muhammad who sets the tone or set rules and stuff like that for the rest of the membership thing. So you can't say that they absolve from what members do, because like Kala was saying, what is correct, because they seem to attack more of their own or former members or other black people than the white man himself. So you can't. I just wanted to push back on that a little bit before I make my response. But go ahead.
Oh, that was addressed to me. Well, like I said before, because if you flip it, people got mad at Elijah Muhammad for sitting Malcolm X down for not following a law. So you got to make up your mind. If you got an order that's put out, and basically you haven't been what do you call it, disciplined or what have you, then basically that should be on the leadership, correct? So you can't just pick and choose on that. I don't know if that's your position, but again,
No, what I'm
when
talking
people get
about is
caught,
the violence against other black people. That's the issue. What Kala was saying earlier.
right? As far as violence against black people, whatever, when they get caught, I mean, it's very rare. I haven't heard about someone from the mosque that actually shot at somebody or beat up somebody unjustly or whatever, and all of a sudden they steal a
It happened
lieutenant
a
or
lot. It
something
Well,
like
happened a
that.
lot.
well,
It
if
happened
you
a
if
lot.
you if you read
In
if
under Farrakhan's
if
leadership, I haven't
if you
heard of it.
read if you read a book from Carl Evans called
What you call a guy,
Carl
Khalid
Evans.
Muhammad was shot by a minister in Seattle,
Yeah,
Washington.
No,
yeah.
but
Before
wait a minute.
Khaled, if you read the work from Carl Evans on Elijah Muhammad's work, they were violence against members of the organization who either left or whatnot. So, and then also continue under Farrakhan also too. So you can't say that that's not that is a thing that goes on. They attack their own or other black people
I'm
versus
not
the
saying
white
I'm
man.
not saying it doesn't happen. Excuse me. I'm curious. Did you hear me say that doesn't go on?
Now, let me ask you a question. This is a way maybe you can answer this for us today, right? If you have an organization that says the white man is the devil, right?
Hmm.
And the people that you're attacking is not necessarily collaborating with the white man. You can't say Khalid Muhammad was a white man, right? So in 1994, Khalid and Farrakhan was going there with Khalid was a rising star and everything. I remember those days, right? And one of the members of the Nation of Islam infiltrated Khalid's rally. And if it wasn't for like two men who had saw him with the gun, Khalid got hit and was almost killed, right? Had the guys had not standing there, Khalid would have been dead, And Khalid afterwards, right? His old school self, man. He's a soldier, old school. He refused. Even though he knew he did not put that on Farrakhan. He said it was some crazy Negro, delusional Negro shot me. He did not say it's time to go to war, because people like, yo, let's go to war with Farrakhan's people. He said, no, let's not do that. We're gonna give the enemy a victory, right? That right there to me is leadership, right?
But didn't
But when
that
it
answer
came
your
to
question?
no, hold on. Right. That's Khalid Muhammad. You know, I'm talking about historically, right? Khalid was different. Historically, if you said something about Elijah Muhammad, people would come and try to kill you. Farrakhan even said in his speech, he said, "If you love something, we'll kill you." He said that in a speech in 1993. He said, "We love Elijah Muhammad. We
That
love him."
No, brother.
And
That's
that right there is a pathology in Black America, where
yeah.
we
That
forget the message, we forget everything the people stand for, and we deify people.
that right
And
there,
that's the
brother.
problem.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you done?
But
After y'all done, I want to
do
make
you
a
remember
comment.
that speech? Do you want me to pull it up? We play it.
No, I'm not. I'm not even going to talk about what is and what isn't.
No, but he
But
said
you know,
you said the Honorable Mr. Farrakhan, and you're not addressing that thing. He said we'll kill you.
yeah.
He's talking to black
Hold
people.
on. Let me. Okay. So
He didn't say
basically,
white
a lot.
people. He said
Okay.
black
I
people will
wait.
kill you.
Okay. So pretty much most of your ministers, captains, or what have you, and you know, even the believers, we call them believers. You know, we do fight for our leader, right? And the thing is, even you know, the only thing that you heard was it heard it in black spaces, but it's been told to the ADL and any other person. So I don't know why you keep coining this thing about why the nation is only attacking black people and doing whatever kind of thing.
Because
You
they
know,
never attacked any white people. If they were attacking white people, I wouldn't be saying
okay.
nothing. They never attacked
If
white
if
people.
you're in
They just
front of a
attacked the
computer
Jew.
right now, sir, if you're in front of a computer right now, look up the Nation of Islam and ADL,
I
and
know
then get
all
back to
about the
me.
history of ADL and the nation. Nation of Islam never retaliated against
ADL
ADL with physical
ADLs
violence.
are not black people.
I know, but did they ever attack the ADL with
But
physical
nobody,
violence,
as
sir?
far as attacking, what do you mean by attacking? I mean, could you explain what the
No,
Nation of Islam
We
like I
is?
talking
said, this
about
one
Big
we can
Bro.
go in
We
a
I
talking
don't
circle.
know
about
what
Big Bro.
Nation of
Big
Islam
Bro
is.
Can I
right
That's a
tap
now.
in?
narrative,
Can I
fam.
tap in?
That's a
Yeah, go
that's a
ahead,
narrative.
Lumumba speaks. Go ahead, Lumumba. Go ahead.
Hey, I appreciate it. Appreciate being part of the conversation once again. Respect to all the panelists and of course Brother Dynast for letting me be on. So I think there's a couple of issues. Uh, one of the when we talk about dealing with looking at the history, right? Malcolm X even discussed this in several speeches after he left the Nation of Islam, where he argued that the Nation of Islam was a cult, where he argued that Elijah Muhammad didn't love black people, that he was attacking his own followers. One of the reasons why the Nation of Islam is quietly revered in the African American community is not because of what they stand for, their principles, but because of the quiet fear that they know that they will kill you if you get out of pocket, if you get out of line, if you
Dynast,
speak in a manner
people are lying,
publicly,
Dynast. This is not right, brother.
if,
This is
if,
not
if you
right.
speak out publicly, right? These are
No,
things
he's
that even
correct.
Malcolm X
He's correct.
stated. Malcolm X even stated this, right? Publicly, that this is what the Nation of Islam would do to you. Historically, even to this day, I mean, the Nation of Islam is a cult. Cults do not cultivate, right? They actually promote blind leadership, a pathological sheep like mentality, right? If you look at the Nation of Islam, I remember I had a phone conversation with a brother in the Nation of Islam where they talked about their program to end economic want. And the brother talked about, well, what we're supposed to do is donate money to the Nation of Islam's businesses. And I said, okay, great. You're providing the capital for these businesses. So I'm quite sure if this is a program to end economic want, that as a result, you all will receive a quarterly or semi-annual or annual dividend in which you receive some percentage of the profits of those businesses. The brother said to me, no, that's not how it works. The way it works is we give the money to Farrakhan and we believe that he's going to do the right thing with it. So I said, well, if it's not benefiting you all economic, financially, and you all are in the organization, how the hell will it benefit the masses of Black America? And so what we find here is that there is a pathology of blind obedience. We find this in a number of unfortunate organizations that have taken on the role of stating that they are for the freedom and liberation and empowerment of the Black community. I could think of Malachi York and his organization, just to name a few, or just to name one. So historically,
Tariq
the Nation is
Nasheed.
so historically, what we find is the Nation of Islam, yes, do they say some things that are good? Do they promote some ideas that are good? Yes. Do they have one of the best drug rehabilitation programs in the world? Absolutely. Do they have one of the best programs in teaching people to at least in a performative manner, behave and act in a manner that is worthy of self-respect? Absolutely. But do they have some nefarious teachings that are rooted in anti-Blackness? Absolutely. They have teachings that we originally were light-skinned. We became dark-skinned with kinky hair because we disobeyed God. Some absolutely tales from the Twilight Zone type teachings,
Light
right?
skin, that's a lie too,
Right.
sir. Go ahead.
Right. No, it's not a
No,
lie. I
that's
read
very
the
true.
book, so
That's in
no,
one
I'm
of
not
the
lying to
Muhammad
Muhammad.
speech
Definitely
thing.
said
I
that.
read it.
This is
They said
something
our
that
kinky
you
hair
didn't
was a
find
curse.
in the teachings of Elijah
No, it's not
Muhammad.
light skin. He didn't say light
This is
skin. He's
not
lying.
this is not a lie. I have no reason to do that. I would even bring myself on camera. I have no reason to lie. I'm not into doing that. If I was in my home, I would actually pour the literature, right, and read it on air and show you the cover of the book where I'm getting this from. I have no reason to do that. But what I
You
will
don't even
say,
need that. There's a speech of him saying that.
right, on YouTube. I mean, you can actually see it verbatim, him saying it from his own mouth. I mean, Farrakhan has even made statements online. You can see this on YouTube where he said that the reason why black men are molesting their daughters is because their wives aren't feminine enough. Just absolutely ridiculous shit. Right. So I'm not making this up. I'm taking his words I'm not putting words in his mouth. These are things he said himself. Right. So, I mean, just keep it a buck here. Right. I don't have a reason to lie. I don't get nothing out of speaking ill of
No,
Louis
because if
Farrakhan
you're
or the
going to
teaching
tell
of
the
Elijah
story, you got to
Muhammad.
tell it right, because basically you have a personal invested interest to speak on something
But yo,
that you're not
Dynast,
a part of.
I
But the
don't have
thing
a
is
personal,
that you know,
I have a
brother,
personal vested
I've
interest
been
in terms
listening
of
to stuff
speaking
since
the
the
truth.
'90s, fam. I'm not
Let's do this. Hold on, Art New Star. What did he say? Like, so we can hear the entire context. What did he say?
because basically he
I
was,
can make a
you know,
comment after.
he was referring to the whole thing about the tribe of Shabazz and how things were kind of adjusted based on um, try to survive in certain poor climates and poor areas to prove.
But there
So
was
I
no
mean, it's
tribe of Shabazz. That's
brother.
something
Let
that
me finish,
they just
fam.
completely made up.
Okay. I mean, this
There
is
was never no tribe of Shabazz in
Let
Africa.
okay. We're gonna cut off.
Let him finish. Let him finish, please. Let him finish. Go ahead.
My
Art.
bad.
Okay.
My bad.
I'm not gonna sit here and talk about what's real and what's not. I'm just like, you got to tell the story right. You know,
Okay.
if you're gonna say it's a lie, you got to tell the how the you know the accuracy of the lie or what you say, right, or whatever was not true, right? So it talked about the kinky hair and the broad nose and stuff like that. So they were going into that. It doesn't, you know, I'm not really sitting there talking about what you believe and what you shouldn't believe in that, but that's the story there. But my whole thing is that if you got to keep using things to sell something to try to prove that something is bad and not credible, then you know you got to ask yourself where you get your information from besides YouTube videos.
I don't get my information from YouTube videos. As I said, my
Or
position
disgruntled
is rooted in
friend that left the
scholarship.
nation too.
But
That's another one
no,
too. A
I'm not even talking
disgruntled
about
friend
people
that left the
that
nation.
have left the nation. What I also know, because I have great relationships with people who are currently in the nation. But what I will say is that overall, the Nation of Islam is a pyramid scheme, right?
Okay,
There are a litany of
hey,
Farrakhan's relatives who live in the
that's
Nation
your
of Islam
prerogative,
own
Sam.
properties,
That's your
and the Nation of
prerogative.
Islam are the ones paying the mortgages and the utilities on those places and providing for their lifestyle. So
Yeah,
this isn't a situation where I'm talking to people. I've read literature only from people who are in the Nation of Islam. People who are in the know that these things are taking place.
Well,
and
since people are
I
into
wanted
this,
to make
oh, go
I
ahead.
wanted to make a comment because to add on
Well,
to what
let's do
Ramon.
this. We got some other people who are on. Dollar Will, go ahead and mute yourself. Dollar Will.
All right. What's happening, everybody? I came in from just just on the whole. I guess what I'm thinking at the beginning of the concept is like I grew up in D.C. back in the '80s. Okay, I'm from the '80s Afrocentric movement when Farrakhan came on the scene. All right, I regard them then at that time because as a separatist group. Right now, they are more nationalistic, but they are important to our understanding of what's possible in this country. We got two things that push the limit of Black independence in America, and that was the various Black Wall Streets and the Nation of Islam. I am not a member of the Nation of Islam. I was never a member, never seriously contemplated it, but I wasn't. There are things I admire about them. I was pretty much raised in leftist radio, WPFW in DC. And not just listen, but I was working there as a teenager. So I was around, and the N.O.I used to make a lot of their tapes and stuff there. So I had much interaction with them. But we have to respect the fact that they had the courage to say, we're going to educate our own young people. And whatever it is, whatsoever we going to do, we're going to have to take control of the minds of our children and put what we want in their minds and bias our youth to our worldview so that we don't continue arguing with 40, 50, and 60-year-old grown Black folks who got that white man view of the world where everything you say got to be proven, but the white man say something he ain't never got
go.
to
You
prove
get the
nothing.
youth who don't know any better.
Oh, the white man
They,
say
they
something
keep
that they have to
recycling
prove
you.
it.
I'm
The white man
almost
say
done.
anybody say
I'm
anything,
almost
they
done.
got to prove it with me.
I'm almost done. So we have to respect that they tried that. The education approach, that's important if you want to build. I'm not even going to deal with this nation thing. How about just independence and separateness from?
Yeah, the whole thing is like the Amish. Dollar Will, let me ask you a question.
No. I want to finish my whole point. I want to finish my whole point. I want it to be. I want everybody to keep it together. What I'm saying. So what I'm saying is the elements are there, and they tried it to a greater extent than anybody else. They tried the cooperative economic thing, and this is where the separatism of the Nation of Islam proved to me in real time that it really can't work, because all of their economics were sustained by those of us who were not Nation of Islam. Okay, we bought the final call. We supported all of their restaurants, just like, now I didn't know it at the time as a teenager that I was practicing Pan-Africanism. We do the same thing with the various restaurants from all the various cultures from around the world. They're in DC, okay, and we deliberately support those businesses. And
there's nothing wrong with that.
I know. I'm just saying that's beautiful. That's the strength that we need to keep doing that. And the Nation of Islam was showing, they had the economic component, they had the educational component, but they also showed that they're just too small of a group. And you need the political component, because the Nation of Islam back under Elijah Muhammad forbade them from joining the armed service and participating in the political process. And you can't survive in America if you don't have the political footing.
What about the Amish? What about the Amish?
So the Nation of Islam,
I want to pass it after Dollar Will. I want to pass it to King Justice, because I want to hear from King Justice. But Dollar Will, go ahead.
Their leg, the Nation of Islam. Now they did have a few journalists that worked in major media around. I knew the guy who was like the editor of the Final Call. Okay, I knew him from worked around
James Muhammad, Kevin Muhammad, Kevin.
Johnson Publishing.
Askia, the brother
Yeah,
Askia.
he was in Ghana for a while as well.
Right,
I know.
Yeah. So brother Askia. So anyways, you gotta have a political component. So if we look at objectively at the Nation of Islam, we'll learn a lot of what they did right, and then we'll also learn the limitations of what's really possible for us in America. And I like to tell people, when you really look at it objectively, it'll lead you straight to Pan-Africanism, because you cannot have a nation within this nation. We can't have a nation within this nation. So when you bring out the Amish and all those other groups, they're considered less antagonistic or less hostile to the dominant culture. So this white culture has a totally different feeling about us.
They had David Koresh. Remember David Koresh? Ruby Ridge, and they have these white separatist groups and Mormons.
Let's pass it to King. Go ahead, King Justice. We'll try one more time, King Justice. We'll try one more time.
Peace, bro. Can you hear me?
I hear you fine, loud. Go ahead.
All right, good. It's an interview from the 60s that Elijah Muhammad did with the Newsweek. And they specifically asked him in this interview about separation. And they asked him where would he want his nation if he had his first choice. And he clearly said, if I had my first choice, it would be in Africa. And it's something I never hear nobody in the Nation of Islam speak about. So I clearly see it's a change of the teachings. But I also see that Khalid had this down. That was my statement. But my question is, if we organized here in America, I'm talking about Black Americans, for us to have a nation in Africa, would you be down with that? And could you see yourself a part of that?
Yep. That's what the BAO's all about.
And I want Lumumba to touch on this too.
Join the BAO, brother.
Let Lumumba go ahead, Lumumba. You can touch on that. Then we'll pass it to Chocolate Thunder. Go ahead.
Yes. I appreciate the question, brother. And I apologize for cutting off. I got a little excited, but I apologize for cutting Brother Dollar Will off from the heart. Charges to my head, not my heart. So I'm going to get to the question, but I do want to say I agree with what the brother said about the nation. Objectively, the things you see that you can learn from, the things they did well. I will say that the Final Call newspaper, even though I don't agree with many of the teachings of the Nation of Islam, is a great newspaper. I mean, it's actually a great Black newspaper. So I tell people, if you read it, you actually will learn a lot about what's going on in the Black world. But I will push back.
And we always need our own newspaper.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. If you're talking about the Chicago Defender, the North Star with Martin Delaney and Frederick Douglass, the whole nine, the Pittsburgh Courier, the Baltimore African American, wherever you at, if you can support a black newspaper, make sure you do that. I know I do that in my hometown.
Absolutely.
But I will say, I would disagree in terms of Nation of Islam practicing cooperative economics. If you actually look at the structure of Nation of Islam, or even what Malcolm X talked about in his autobiography and what he's even spoke about publicly, the Nation of Islam actually operates like a pyramid scheme. And so oftentimes you had individuals, and Carl Evans talks about this in his book, The Rise and Fall of the Messenger, The Rise and Fall of Elijah Muhammad, that they were just giving large amounts of money to Elijah Muhammad. And Malcolm X said when he saw that, when he had the ability, the wealth to actually do some of the things he said he wanted to do for the African-American community, he wasn't doing it. He was actually hoarding the money. And then putting his family members into petty little roles and paying them extremely handsome wages. The other thing I would agree in terms of independent education, we know when we look at the work of Dr. Carter G. Woodson and his seminal text, Miseducation of the Negro, he really laid the groundwork in terms of how we're being miseducated as a people and actually socialized to work against our own best interests. What I will argue is that I've spoke to a litany of individuals who went to the Muhammad University in Nation of Islam. These are all young black people, men and women, young boys, young girls, not young, but they would be young to us because they're in their early 20s now. But they also said that the curriculum at these institutions were rooted in learning European and Arab history and very little African and black history. So even in that education, even though it was independent, there was some miseducation going on. Now to the brother's question about wanting to repatriate.
I'd like to address that when you're done.
Yes, sir. Wanting to repatriate to the continent. I would argue, absolutely. We know if anyone who believes in the gospel Garveyism, one of the things he taught us is that
not just repatriation, though. I'm talking about a new nation in Africa, not just us going to Liberia or Ghana or Nigeria. Us,
okay.
Yeah, that's what the Muhammad speak was about.
Government here, lobbying to the governments over there, and them giving us uncultivated land to build on.
Yeah, I mean that's what I agree with.
If I can answer the question, I would say no, simply because in the charter of the African Union, they are vehemently opposed to creating a new nation state on the continent. So I don't think that is something that would be a reality.
But the African Union, brother, is controlled by the European Union. It's basically the original OAU coined that.
I know. However, even when Gaddafi was financing the African Union, and he was financing them and not the European Union, that still was the position that the African Union took.
Yeah, but the African Union doesn't define. Hold on, let me say this is very important. I got to get off. The African Union doesn't define African by race. They define it by geography. In other words, basically, an Afrikaner or Indian or Chinese born on the continent is part of the African diaspora if they were born on the continent. Haiti is considered not an African nation according to the African Union. The OAU was trying to bring all the African states, Grenada and all these places under the OAU umbrella. That was destroyed, right? Now you got an African Union, which is a watered down version of the original OAU. You know, after the 1980 coup in Liberia.
I am aware of this.
So I can't go by this. So who's there? Who is there? Who is defining what is an African? You know, who is them to say?
Like I said, that's not the case. All I'm saying is, based on the charter,
brother. Yeah, I know that charter, but who?
Reality. That's all I'm
saying. But who did these charters? Right? Who did these charters? Right? You got Chinese are building cities in South Africa and with the police force. Is that in the OAU charter?
All I'm dealing with is what is. I'm not talking about who wrote the charter. I'm talking about what is the charter. And the charter says that this is not a reality.
Bottom line is that has to be. I don't regard the AU as any credible. They have no military and they can't enforce any bandits.
I gotta get a phone charger. I'll be back.
With Azawad, you got Ambazonia and Cameroon, so it's people already.
Yeah, Ambazonia and South Sudan, right? South Sudan declared independent. They have 99% illiteracy rate and declared the independence. The AU wasn't behind that. So you don't say about the AU like there's some big thing we got to talk about and ask for. Get the hell out of here with that shit, you know? If Amazonia wants to succeed and give us like half that territory, we should take it. You know? Amazonia, English-speaking Cameroon and whatnot. If Amazonia succeeds and get a nation state, whatever like that, we want to help them. That's what we should be looking at. You know, and so
let's pass it to Chocolate Thunder. Go ahead.
Dennis, I gotta go, brother.
Okay, all right, brother. Appreciate you coming on. Go ahead, Chocolate Thunder. Unmute yourself. Chocolate Thunder.
What's good? I have a question for you. why do you appropriate like Guinea-Bissau Africans and you're claiming to be Nigerian?
Excuse me?
How does appropriating Nigerians and Sierra Leoneans when you're supposedly a Guinea-Bissau African?
I'm Black American.
How does that work, Black American?
I'm Black American, and my roots are in Guinea-Bissau, Sierra Leone, and Nigeria.
What kind of Black American? Because that's not an ethnicity.
Bro, we ain't got time, bro. I don't have time today, man. All right, go ahead, Larry.
That's like an FBA dude, man.
I like to address
the
part about studying land in Africa.
Go to Larry.
Sorry,
go ahead, Larry.
This thanks. This question is actually for you, Dynast. In regards to the question, I wanted to ask you if you are aware of the Oyotunji village in
South Carolina. Yeah, in South Carolina. Yeah, I haven't been, but I'm aware of it.
So in your opinion, would you say that that village, because it's been around since 1970, in your opinion, is that village close to being like an ethnostate?
It's not, but it's not an ethnostate.
Because it's purely, last time I checked, it's purely black.
Yeah, I mean, Larry, so in America, if I wanted to, I could buy 20 acres of land. I could call it a Yoruba village, Oshun West. We could embrace our culture, honor our culture. But at the end of the day, I still got to pay taxes. I still got to depend on the county or the city or the state for utilities. So, but they'll let you can do that anywhere you want to. I mean, it's not illegal. As long as you're doing it within the law, as long as you're doing it within the law, yeah, it's fine. So, I mean, it's a Yoruba community here in America, but they're still under the guise of America. It's just
got it. So you're talking about total, complete independence,
right? Because the thing is, even at Oyotunji village, they're not talking about complete separation, from the white man. It's just they have their own community. And they follow the rules, they follow the law. People leave them alone. That's how it works.
And the other final thing I was going to ask was because people.
It'll be like Larry, and not to cut you. I'm sorry. It's like if you have your own, like Chinatown in San Francisco. You got, you have like Hispanic communities here in Atlanta. In San Francisco, you got Chinatown. Hey, in Lagos, when you're on the when you're headed to the island, you got your little Chinatown right there.
Nobody can hear me, right?
So it's just. Yeah, you have your own communities in America. As long as you pay your taxes, as long as you pay your taxes, stay out of trouble, you're good to go.
And the final thing I was going to ask you, what's your opinion on N.O.I. in the past? Because Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali mentioned that they had secret meetings with the KKK.
Yeah, they did.
Which are white supremacists. And because they both had the similarities in separation, racial separation, is that, in your opinion, like a good thing or a bad thing? Because I've always been confused about that.
I think it's a great thing.
Okay.
I think no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. They don't want you. You don't want to be around them. Sounds like that's a good basis for some type of agreement. They help you achieve your objective, which is to get away from them, which you want to do. What's wrong with that? Sounds logical and rational to me.
Were they helping N.O.I. to get separate land, though? Were they helping the Nation of Islam? Are you saying that the KKK were helping the Nation of Islam to get separate land to the end?
I'm saying, from my understanding, that's what Elijah Muhammad, that's what they were thinking would happen. Now, I'm not a member of the group. From my reading and understanding of it, that was, we are 13% of the population here in this participatory democracy. Black folks got to understand, we can't come with things just because it's a good idea. We got to have the numbers that support it. So we've always been, here comes that word, intersectional. From a pragmatic standpoint, we must be intersectional, or we can't get nothing done.
The problem with why I disagree with what Dollar was saying is that during the context of what the N.O.I. was negotiating with the KKK is that part of the deal of getting access to those lands was asking for information about Martin Luther King. That was part of the negotiation, which is what Malcolm cut off from that type of thing. So that's why I said I disagree with that type of thing, because when your enemy is negotiating with you, they also want something in return. So that's why I disagree with what Dollar was saying. That's not always a good idea.
But you said he cut it off at that point. So were they wrong to even go talk? They left when they saw it wasn't that it caused a compromise in their values. But up
yeah, it
until
is
that,
wrong, because
but was it wrong for them to go talk?
No, yeah, it is wrong, because at that time they were not only lynching black people, but they were literally, like, I think I have the book right over here. They were literally trying to find Martin Luther King's address to kill him, literally, which Malcolm rejected completely.
You didn't answer. You're not really responding to the question.
The dead is arising. I got it over here, right here. It just came out last year.
But no, you're not responding to the statement. I'm not saying that they should have continued to talk with them and sell out Martin Luther King. Nobody's saying that. I'm saying, but you're by your story, your representation you just made, when Malcolm saw what they wanted, what the cost was going to be, he pulled out. But prior to knowing the cost and what the negative or downside was going to be, were they wrong to even go talk and see if what was possible?
I'll tell you why. Because at that time period, they were actively lynching black people. So as part of that negotiation, let's say if you do go part of them and talk with them and pursue it, part of that agreement is that, tacitly speaking, when you see other violence going against other black people, you have to be quiet. Part of that. That's part of the agreement.
Well, your logic is off, because they've already defined themselves as a separatist group, not just separate from white people, but in part separate from other black people who don't want to join them.
When the nation, I don't
if
agree
they
with that.
want to go off in their own land and we're not there, then they separate from us too.
The nation explicitly at that time period were talking about representation for all black people. Not particularly just the nation. When they were attracting people or people who was in the nation, they were explicitly talking to a majority of black people. So you can't say that just because they're separatists, they can't care about what's happening to other people. Like,
so you're saying they should not have talked to the Klan
and let's do this real quick. Hold on 1 second. Let's pass it to Mr. Sandman, because he's been waiting. Mr. Sandman, go ahead.
Oh, how you doing? Thank you for letting me on your show. I was born and raised in Philadelphia, that had and still does have a large Black Muslim population. And as a child growing up in the late 80s and early 90s, I attended a Nation of Islam private school. I didn't come from a Muslim family, but what I do remember is Philly in the late 80s and the early 90s was going through a bad crack epidemic. In the public schools that I attended prior to joining the N.O.I. private school called Sister Clara Muhammad was very violent. We had to fight every day. Kids were bringing, weapons to school. It was just very violent. We didn't learn anything. The books were just trash. It was just, a miserable upbringing. But, when that's all you know, that's all you know. But what I recall, when my parents enrolled me into Sister Clara Muhammad, the private school, was that school was sort of a sanctuary for, young kids from the city to get away from the violence in the city. And then growing up in the school, the curriculum was all about mathematics, the Quran, and Black history. They didn't teach us anything about violence or hate speech. So I'm not sure where the rhetoric is coming from in regards to the Nation of Islam about teaching about, kinky hair and white skin. I don't recall being taught all of that. That could have been a possibility, but I don't recall any of that. And being inside of the actual organization in and of itself, and they accepted people who weren't Muslim or part of the N.O.I., as long as you were, African American, and you were willing to abide by their rules. I do know that a lot of things have happened, that people associated with the N.O.I. have gotten involved with a lot of things violence wise, and I don't think they represent the Nation of Islam in its totality. So that's all I had to say about that.
All right, go ahead, Golden Child. Unmute yourself, Golden Child. Golden Child. Unmute yourself.
Hey, wasn't Marcus Garvey like a black supremacist? Wasn't he like a Klan operative?
Nah.
Did
No, he
he
wasn't.
not say that the white supremacists were the greater friends to the race than anyone else?
That's not true.
Wasn't he married to a white woman?
What?
What did Marcus Garvey marry a white
Marcus
woman?
Garvey?
He was married to a white woman before he met Amy.
All right, bro.
No, that's not
so,
true.
okay,
Man.
let's say he was.
But-
What does that
but
He
mean?
in
wrote a
regards-
letter towards
These niggas crazy.
European woman that was of Irish and Spanish descent.
How does that help us in 2020?
Is that not true?
That's not true
Exactly.
at all.
None, all that's
How does Pan-Africanism help us in 2022?
Because we come from
Pan-Africanism
Africa, so we need to connect with our
Pan-Africanism
continent.
had white women.
How
You sound
does
like a troll,
retreating
man.
to
Come on.
Africa help American Negroes? This is not trolling.
Pan-Africanism doesn't require retreating to
Brother,
Africa.
majority of our people gonna stay
Yes,
right
it
here.
does. It requires the Negro to go appropriate a random country within Africa
Pan-Africanism
and to
does not
appropriate
require
random
that
tribes.
any person live any
Didn't
country, live
Dynast
in the
just
country they're
run
in
to Nigeria and Liberia and appropriated random tribes?
I'm sure he flew on
Didn't
a
he
plane.
scam a
didn't
whole
run.
bunch of black Americans to go over there and pay them thousands of dollars to do nothing but a glorified tourist
Yo,
trip?
Dynast. Yo,
That's
Dynast,
not-
he's trolling.
that's-
Come on, man.
This guy's a troll.
Sound like you got a white
And a
woman.
bad troll like that. Come on, man. You got to get your
You
troll
sound like a
game
country
back.
dude, man. Come on.
I mean, update your
Oh,
troll
man.
file. You know, come on
All
with
right,
some
hold on.
better
Let
stuff.
me bring out somebody else. Wise man, go ahead, Wise man. Unmute yourself. Wise man, unmute yourself.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me
fine.
well?
Go ahead. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm in the Nation of Islam as we speak. I'm an active member in the Nation. I just wanted to answer a question that I heard one of the brothers say, or I think he posed it. And one of the questions was, or I heard him make a statement. Let me put it like that. But we are, a lot of what we want and what we put in the Final Call newspaper, in the back of the Final Call newspaper, is what we want and what we believe. And one of the things that it says that we want is freedom, justice, and equality for all. So it's not limited only to us in the nation. We want it for all 22, now 40 or more million Black people here in the hills of North America. So I was just wanting to respond to I think it was a question the brother had about, do we want a separate state of our own for only just a nation? So I kind of came in late. So if I'm wrong, please correct me.
But historically speaking, from the days of Elijah Muhammad or Farrakhan, the nation specifically spoken to African Americans, not all people, stuff like that.
No, that is correct. That is correct, brother. But I mean, not just African Americans in America. We also want it for our Caribbean brothers and sisters as well. But primarily, yes, brother. But we want freedom, justice, and equality for all now 40 or more million Black people here in the hills of North America. It's still the same. Like nothing's different as far as what we believe from when the most honorable Elijah Muhammad was amongst us. It's still the same.
I'm sure it is.
But I wanted to make a comment I wanted to make for a while though. But to me, the nation has squandered a lot of its potential to even accomplish a lot of the things that they said that they were able to do, whether it's from building a separate nation or building communities and whatnot. Because when you look at all of the revenue and the donations and all of the things that they've been able to raise for, I would say, decades, since at least the 60s, they've mostly squandered it. Where so for example, like when Elijah Muhammad passed away, most of all of the nation's assets transferred to his family. So literally when he passed away, all the businesses, all the assets that was generated, all the revenue that members helped contribute to, I think Lumumba was referring to earlier, it's kind of like a Ponzi scheme where it all trickled up to Elijah Muhammad's family. So once he passed away, it transferred over to his family, and then Farrakhan had to go did the same thing afterwards, repeating the same cycle, raising more money, and then acquiring all the assets, and then contribute to the thing. And to me, with all that momentum and resources that the nation had acquired, it kind of squandered its opportunity to be able to finance any type of development, even specifically for the nation itself or members of the organization. That was the point I wanted to make earlier, bro.
I mean, that's an interesting point of view. The Nation of Islam, as well as many other Black organizations, during the 50s, 60s, and even the 70s, there was always a plot to destroy the Nation of Islam by FBI, CIA, the government of America. So we had a lot of infiltration. One of the things that the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's son did was try to take us to Orthodox Islam and take us away from the, for more or less doing for our Black selves and the teaching and the theology from the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So, and I hear you. I mean, that's an interesting point of view. I don't see it as squandered. I see it as kind of like you must destroy in order to rebuild. So that's the perspective that I have. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't disagree with the infiltration part, but what I'm saying is even after that period, the same pattern of exploitation, of exploiting members, where members are trickling up money up to the top to Elijah Muhammad,
but that's not
or to Farrakhan.
How you gonna call it exploitation? That's up for the members to say it wasn't your money.
Right.
So
what I wanted to say to that. No, but hear me out, bro. Let me address that. For instance, we give to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan on our own behalf, as the brother was saying. We don't look at it as exploitation. If I give you some money to help you do whatever you have to do, and I look at you as my leader, my teacher, or my guide, and I want to financially gives my money and my hard-earned money to you, it's not exploiting me. It's me giving it to you because of my love for you and the love of the mission. However, when it current in 2022, we currently have a separate or justice or else movement that we've been having since Sister Dr. Ava Muhammad, who is our national spokeswoman. She's been going around asking. We've been holding town hall meetings about whether our people want to separate from this country or not. We do have a platform, but we don't always televise that to the public as far as our actual plan of what we're doing, because again, infiltration has happened. So we're not every move that we make, we're not always telegraphing and letting everybody know, because then you'll have some kind of infiltration where that can not happen. Does this make sense?
So let me explain the exploitation part. When
let me do this. We have some other callers on here. Let me pass it to go ahead, Rashawn Shakur. Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing? Y'all can hear me?
Hear you just fine. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, man. Yeah, I would like to get back to the original topic, if that's possible.
Thanks.
That's fine. Go ahead.
The nation, as far as the Nation of Islam, it's a failed state. It did some good. It did some bad. I think the point is whether or not it's relevant to the direction we want to go as Pan-Africans now. And I think it's clear that it is not. We don't see Nation of Islam grocery stores. We don't see.
But we do have grocery
Nation of
stores.
Islam farms. I'm in Buffalo, New York. I don't know how long where the grocery stores are, but it's ridiculous. You need way more for this to even be a conversation. I'm not even about to talk about with you.
Yeah.
This is understood, brother. But like throughout the country, I mean, every city does their own thing. I mean, I know in Atlanta.
Let me give you the other side of it, because I've been waiting to get on for a while. And at the same time, I'm not mad at what the one brother is trying to call exploitation, because that's what the Nation of Islam is supposed to do. I don't consider exploitation when Nation of Islam members donate to Nation of Islam leaders, or whatever the case may be. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what they're supposed to do.
That's what the pastors in the church say as well.
Amen.
Yeah, but let me make the point about
I don't have no problem with that.
If
I had a
go
problem
out to the public,
with that, go ahead.
I mean, but see, here's the thing, though, brothers. Like, here's the thing. We believe in. No, that's fine, brother. I mean, everybody has their opinion about what a group is doing. We have a saying, there's no compulsion in Islam. We're not forcing nobody to do anything. If in fact that our people do not want to support the Nation of Islam, the Nation of Islam is going to support the Nation of Islam. So it's immaterial to us now.
But that's if our people, you upside down with it, brother. Brother. I let y'all talk, man. I've been trying to get on for a minute. Let me like, it's not about whether or not the people support the Nation of Islam. Y'all either support us or y'all irrelevant. and that's it.
Well,
We don't
brother,
need
we
to
do
go back
support
and
it. But
forth.
hear me out, brother. For instance,
But
brother,
let it
we
show
do.
in your action. Let it show in your rhetoric. You get
But
what I'm
brother,
saying? You can't come out here and say you support us.
but brother, you going from a
Yeah, I'm
limited
Pan-African,
perspective.
100%.
No, that's fine, brother. We don't have a problem with Pan
And
African. Look, we want to
and that's
unite.
my
Hear me
limiting
out.
perspective. So if you here on a Pan-African platform, like this is supposed to be about my people now,
I don't have
Black
a problem.
Americans.
I was just
Pan-African
addressing
is an
things.
ethno-state. And
Brother,
we
I
wasting
got you.
time talking about the Nation of Islam, which is a
That's
failed
your
nation at this point.
Yeah, but whoa, stop the
that's
show.
your
Stop
point
the
of
show.
view,
Hold
though,
on, stop
brother.
the show. Let's just stop the show. This is an open platform. Yeah, it's Pan-African platform, but it's an open platform. I allow everybody to call in from any denomination, faith, and then also too, if we're bringing up a specific organization, it's only fair to have individuals from that organization to call in and give us firsthand what's really going on. So Wise Man is more than welcome to call in. Anybody from the Nation of Islam is more than welcome to call in and have the floor. And I want that. And I won't want some people who are against Pan-Africanism or against going after to do the same thing. All right, go ahead.
I'm just saying, man.
The point I was trying to make about about the exploitation part is that if you're going to the public and you're telling people about community building and stuff like that, and then you've spent 30 years, 40 years, 50 years doing these things, raising money from the community, recruiting them and stuff like that, and then you do not deliver on it, that is exploitation. That's what I'm trying to.
Well, let me address that. Let me address that, brother. For instance, I think people have a misconception about what the Nation is Islam's objective and goal is. The objective and goal is to tell our people or give our people a blueprint by which they can build for themselves. We're not like a welfare state to where we're gonna do everything for you and then you come to us. No, brother, we're gonna teach you how to do it for yourself. And then we arm our people with the knowledge on how to build for ourselves. So we support platforms that are dealing with, like for instance, this Pan-African platform. We support that platform as long as it's doing for our people. So we support that. We support every situation. We support every situation where if a brother, like for instance, a UNIA wants to do, we support that. If somebody else wants to do something for themselves, we support that. We'll give you the blueprint and the materials and the ideas that you need to go ahead and do what you got to do. That's our position. Not we're going to do it for you and you get with us, but then you become under us. We want you to
already
be free
out, bro.
to do it for yourselves. That's all.
You either with us or you somebody on the side that we might use later on. It's none of this. You either with us, and if you like us, we gonna help you, and we giving y'all a blueprint. No, y'all in the same situation we in. I don't know what y'all thinking about, but you in the same situation every other black person on this earth is in. So you either use your platform as Nation of Islam, just like the Israelites got to do theirs, the Moors and whoever else. You got to.
But see, now you're trying to tell us what to do.
I'm not telling you. But see, now you're trying to tell us what to do. Nation of Islam person. I want you to understand that whatever Elijah Muhammad Farrakhan got for y'all to do, that's cool. But when you come, so to speak, to us as far as with blueprints and stuff, your best interest has to be to support and help us first, not give us this dialogue as if, well, we don't do it this way or don't want y'all. You in the same situation. You just chose Nation of Islam. You're not any better than nobody that got a platform as a Hebrew Israelite or anybody else. It's your job
brother,
to
can you
just try
define
to
help?
together.
Can you define help? You said
ain't
somebody
even there
coming
yet,
to you.
bro. We not even there yet. You said blueprints.
No, I'm saying, but can you define help? Because you said if somebody's coming to you with a platform of trying to empower your mind and empower your morals and spirit, you said that they need to help you to do so. So how do you define help?
No, what you need what I said was that you need to understand that you in this with us. You with us in this situation. You ain't Nation of Islam and y'all doing better off. This is the reason why people saying y'all getting exploited now. And I'm in Buffalo, New York. I work with the Nation of Islam on Marcus Garvey Day. So I see y'all here. I have nothing against the brothers, but to act like in 2012 it ain't outdated and we need something more, especially in context of the conversation of a black ethno state, then what is we really on here talking about?
The reason why I say that is because again,
it have to be economic, since we economically, we non-Muslims and black folks support the economic efforts of Nation of Islam. So the reciprocity would be economic support for ours, and I'm assuming that does.
So happen. Judging off of this time, the Nation of Islam existed how long? Judging off this time, what would you say
92
about the
years.
economic program? 92 years.
Nation of
So,
Islam has been around for 92 years.
so what are we talking about as far as economic progress and economic? Y'all
You
not
said
doing
you
nothing
live.
else.
Don't the N.O.I have businesses in Buffalo?
No, they got mom and pop stores that the Arabs.
That's a business.
What I'm saying is an Arab don't need 92 years to open up a business. On
I ain't
a
talking about no
store,
Arab.
bro.
We talking about N.O.I. You said business.
I get what
you
you're saying.
answer.
What I'm saying is if it take you 92 years to open mom and pop stores in Buffalo, New York, what is y'all doing?
Who takes 92 years? What are you talking about?
Oh no, this is the thing about it though.
The point I'm making is we not talking about a state, but we keep getting into what is the nation. I'm not here to critique the Nation of Islam, bro. What I'm here to say is that in the conversation regarding an ethno-black state, we so far beyond the Nation of Islam and what they have to offer to this conversation in 2012 or 2022, excuse me.
So, and I'm,
Mike, let's pass it. Professor Lumumba, go ahead.
Right. So, and I want to bring this up because we know anything that we're doing, if it isn't rooted in industry and controlling industry, we're going to be pawns in the global economic order. That's just the reality. The late great Dr. Amos Wilson taught us that if you want to gain power, you have to control industry. We have to be producers and sellers of products rather than consumers. So I just want to put that out there. Yes, the Nation of Islam has been around 92 years. One of the primary talking points or tenets of the Nation of Islam was that they would create their own nation within a nation. This is why they were entitled the Nation of Islam. What I will say is, and I even critique the Nation of Islam about this, is that this is something I believe that could have been done many years ago. For example, in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons, they outlawed polygamy. There were many members in the church who took umbrage with that decision of the church leadership. They left the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and moved to northern Arizona and southern Utah and created autonomous communities in which they were the mayors, the city council women, the police officers, so on and so forth. So there's a template there, but it hasn't actually been practiced by the Nation of Islam. When I had a conversation with a member of the Nation of Islam about this in the summer of 2020, his response was, well, we're taught that by Minister Louis Farrakhan, that we're supposed to wait on God or Allah to make that decision for us when we will actually do that. So for me, I think a lot of what takes place is a lot of performative rhetoric, because these things can take place. I've had a lot of people say to me, well, that's not a reality. You can't just go create your own municipality. So yes, it is. How you think suburbs were created? White folks said, we don't want to live around these Negroes. We're going to move to an unincorporated part of a county and develop it and create our own municipality. So it's a reality. It can take place, but I think actually doing the work is where we find our people lacking or wanting, right? A lot of us could talk a good game, but when it actually comes down to doing the actual work, right, I think that's where we find the problem.
And the problem is that we expect 15-minute answers to things. You have to create a generation of educated and skilled people, and that takes a long time. So no, you don't just up one day, go move out in the middle of the damn woods and tell them we're gonna set up our own community. It's gonna take you several generations to change the value system, especially when Nation of Islam is bringing in. I don't
think it takes several generations to move and create a municipality.
This is an important point. That there are a lot of their people they recruit in the prisons. Okay, so you're talking about people who are undereducated when they went in there. So it's going to take them a little longer. So I don't know what our standard of expectation is.
Let me start. I want to offer a retort to that. Let me offer a rebuttal. It doesn't take generations to go and move out of a city and create your own municipality. All you need is an attorney. You need 500 signatures, and you file that with the county clerk of courts, and you pay the tax. It don't take generations to do that.
It takes generations to make it work.
Hold on. The funds that the nation, the funds that the nation has raised over the last 30, 40 years, whether it's the Million Man March or when they were rebuilding the nation during the 80s, those resources could have done what Dollar was just saying, to train engineers, to train the labor potential of the nation, to do those things that Lumumba was talking about. But over the last 40, 50 years, you have not seen that. All of the money has been trickled.
There's a lack of financial transparency because what happens is the people at the top just take the cream. This is something Malcolm X talked about. That one of the reasons why he was willing to leave the Nation of Islam was that the people at the top was simply what? Going after the money.
But you're not talking. But are we talking about a municipality, a community, or an ethnostate?
I'm talking about a municipality. I'm talking about a municipality.
Because the title of the show is for an ethnostate.
I know, but I was just trying to give an example of something that could take place in which Black people are able to live in an independent, legal community in which they were able to govern themselves. I understand it's about an ethnostate, and I apologize for kind of deviating from that, but I'm talking about an actual independent legal municipality in the United States in which Black people could govern themselves, to be the police, the judge, the prosecutors, everything. We can't say, and we don't have to worry about saying it's the white person locking us up, it's the white person police officer. These things can actually take place.
Well, I grew up in that in D.C. Okay, we got Prince George's County right now. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Prince George's County. But the reason I'm saying this is because the best thing that we can ever do is practice what? Self-determination, govern ourselves. That's the best you got. You can just govern yourself.
And you can't govern yourself without having your own nation.
Yeah, but also without having the industrial capacity, like I said earlier, to produce those goods that the material need that the people need. Even if you have a municipality, like what Lumumba was saying,
not a municipality, you still need to have the industrial to produce capacity. The goods, you gotta own the land. You can't own the land without having a nation, bro.
Even if you have the land, you need to still have industry to provide.
But I think we witnessing the failure of the Nation of Islam here. This is the failure I'm talking about right here. That we don't have answers to these questions already. That we don't know which comes first. The failure of the Nation of Islam was doomed to fail. And relate to the state. It was doomed to fail right at inception. They are a Muslim organization in a predominantly Christian country.
Pseudo-Muslim.
I think so. Anything that we do, that if it's going to be a we thing, they got to move religion off the center of it.
I agree.
It cannot be religious based because everybody wants us as a condition. Everybody wants us as a condition to convert to their version of God. And as long as if we can't move that out the way, we'll never be able to fix anything.
Put it in the closet.
Amos Wilson said the same thing. You need to get that crap out of there, because what will happen is when individuals in leadership are trying to pull a fast one on you, they will always argue and make the statement of what? I was moved by God to do this. And this is the same thing Elijah Muhammad tried to pull on Malcolm X when he was sleeping with those little girls. We talking about R. Kelly before R. Kelly. I'm surprised that hasn't been documentary. I'm talking about surviving Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X knew that was a bunch of bullshit.
And every criticism of the Nation of Islam applies to these black mega churches, but we don't say, why ain't they set up a school system? Why don't they have their own economy? Why we kind of have to put the Nation of Islam. They've done a lot with the
do not serve. I'm critical of all black institutions that do not serve the needs of our people and only look to fill their coffers. So I'm consistent with that across the board. You could go on my YouTube channel
and I have religion stuff taken care of. Y'all smoke. It ain't no liberation. It ain't no we building economics. It ain't none of that. So you got to figure out what's going on with the religion. You have.
What do you suggest, Jacob?
I suggest we sit around and we start talking about this and having councils like white people was having, where they decided
the same religion.
What was that?
I think in conversations like this, I think we need to make a distinction between critiquing the nation.
We need an orthodoxy. We need a universality to African religions.
We need to make
freedom of religion like the United States got.
We need to make a distinction between criticizing the Nation of Islam and criticizing the realism of separatism in America. That's the issue. And we can use the Nation of Islam experience to give us some insight to what's possible.
But that's not living religion at home then.
One mic. Mad Money Mike, go ahead and answer your question, man, or add to it. Go ahead, man.
Thank you, Dinah. I like the brother's last statement because my question to the panel is, due to us not forming our own nation, would you attribute that more to a lack of organization or a fear of the white man? I just want your opinions on that. Thank you.
Both.
I think it's a lack of organization.
I think it's a third option you got to put out there. It's a lack of independence of thought from him. Our identity is so woven into that white man, and we're gonna have to take a step to psychologically detach. So I like to practice selective separation. Okay, so there's a time when you need that good government job. Go get it. Go get it. There's a time when your early years you need some good, black centered education in a black city, or be around black professionals. Because I had that in DC. Okay, I had black media, black teachers would pause and to explain something that happened on the news, so that we didn't get the white version. I had black folks on the news telling it right. We have black radio, but everybody doesn't have that in America. It depends on, there's so many different American experiences, and so we don't have a unified black experience, because not everybody grew up in a DC or in Atlanta where you had more control, where you could be isolated and protected. If I was king of Black America, I would not allow nobody to be educated around mostly white folks until you got to at least 18 years old, because you have to know who you are before you start learning and interacting with other people, because we lose ourselves in these other identities in this, complex world.
Absolutely.
So
I agree.
To add on to what he just said,
the question
also a lack of organization, number one, and also a lack of development or pathway to development is not something that we have not had for decades. What we do to provide the material defendant, or how to do it, to me, yeah.
You have to have some independence of yourself before you can organize and do those things you're talking about.
Well,
it has to be rooted in your worldview before you start.
Yeah, but for the last century,
in regards to the ethnostate, what are your views on the idea of the importance of having a militia or an army? Because if you don't have that, how can you defend your ethnostate?
You can't have a nation without an army.
And
you're
that's
assuming
what
we're
I'm trying
talking
to
about a
get at.
territorial nation state. There's different type of
Well, we need a territorial.
Yeah, but you can't have that without.
You might as well let that go.
Comparative.
We talking about y'all people who don't even want to address religion. So how y'all think y'all getting a territorial state?
Bro,
I'm against the separate territory in America.
Religion. You don't have to base it on religion.
It's not about basing it on religion. It's about understanding the function of religion. There's no colonization without the missionaries going into Africa.
We too diverse of a people. Our lineage is too diverse. We're gonna have people that practice Ephod.
That's the game. That's the game.
Voodoo.
Welcome to Pan-Africanism. Make it fit together. Welcome to Ethiopianism. Make it fit. Make it fit. This is how we build a nation.
Boom.
All right, hey,
I'm against building a nation.
Hold on. Let's pass it to Alan. Alan, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, I wanted to address the original question, which was basically I wanted to say that the Nation of Islam was always a crock, and they were never ever going to leave or go anywhere from day one. And the reason being that, as with everything else with the Nation of Islam, the problem is their crackpot religion. When you have a crackpot religion that cannot be accepted anyplace else, you can't really go anyplace else. So you become dependent upon staying in the same condition that you're at here in America in order to get people. You can't have a light-skinned ethno-state with a false religion in Africa, because just by being in Africa, this idea of elevating light-skinned people with wavy hair wouldn't hold up. Also, as soon as they get to Africa, and as soon as they get to the Middle East or Africa, or they could have gone to Libya with Gaddafi, because Farrakhan was really close with him. But the second you guys landed there, you guys started preaching that nonsense, they would have gone ahead and charged you all with shirk and would have killed you for setting up partners with Allah. So it's not. This religion was never going anywhere. It was always a crock. And even if they did move and go someplace else, you'd literally be taking your members and putting them in mortal danger.
It's no more of a crock than any other religion.
Okay,
it's an equal crock to any religion.
Exactly. Some just make more money and take it. White people shit work.
So the great irony to what you just said is, now if we conclude that rationally African people, Africans throughout the diaspora and on the continent, we just love religion and we just can't do nothing unless we have one.
You already trapped, bro.
Then we need to make one. Okay,
bro. Since every religion comes from Africa, bro. They're all man-made. This been our stuff.
They're all man-made anyway. So why not we just manifest it ourselves?
Again, you're taking what I'm saying and you're moving it You're moving
We
the
ain't got time
goalposts.
for that, bro.
You're moving the goalposts.
You better make time.
The bottom line is that religion, the group we are talking about, could not move any place in the world with that ridiculous religion. And if they moved to any place in the Muslim world, they would get executed and killed. That's the truth. That's the reason why they can't
No,
move
that's
anywhere.
not.
Yes, it is. And that's the reason why they can't move anywhere, because
Now with
again,
sovereignty and
they would
borders,
be
bro,
charged.
that's why you have a
They would
They
be
go
charged
to
the same
pilgrimage
partners.
all the time.
And I
wait.
moved the
I'll wait.
goalposts to stop the critique of
They
the
go
Nation of
to
Islam to show
no, the
you that
Nation of
they
Islam
Well,
literally go to Hajj, right? They go to Mecca where Orthodox Muslims pray, right? That's where they
Yeah,
go,
right,
right?
and
You think they can do that?
but they're not there. They're not there in any number, and they're not advertising and letting people know that they
Can you
have a
come
separate
closer to the
belief.
mic?
If you read the Message to the Black Man, Elijah Muhammad himself is telling people that all those Muslims would have to convert to his religion. His way
Yeah,
of
you're
thinking.
gonna have to update to Farrakhan, because Farrakhan done made some relationships over there, and now we got some special passage for Nation of Islam Muslims to go Hajj in peace, and nobody leave them alone.
And
Just
it's
like the
dangerous what you
Shias.
just said. What you're saying is that we can't be different from nobody in the world.
What I'm saying is, when you enslaved and oppressed,
no,
you don't
not
have
you.
time.
I wasn't talking to you, brother.
I'm sorry.
Shakur, I wasn't talking to you. That was my comment was directed at Alan H.
Let's just take it back, y'all. It belong to us. Take it back. That's all I'm saying.
Because if you're saying that they can't take that religion nowhere in the world, well then, hell, so we have to be something that white people and Arabs are.
No, but you can't have a religion where you're talking about.
There's Nation of Islam's all over.
Can I finish? You can't have a religion where you're talking about people being grafted on the island of Patmos and motherships and other stuff like that, and then thinking that you're going to have something that's real.
I agree with that. No, I agree with that. We got to update.
But all religions got spookiness in it. It don't make no sense.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you another question, though.
That ain't true, and they got a whole nation based on that.
Let me ask you a question.
If you got enough money and you politically powerful enough, they'll accept you. If they want to do business with you, they'll accept
heart to do it?
I don't think we have enough intelligence.
I think we have enough intelligence. We got enough intelligence.
We would have stopped arguing about Jesus 400 years ago if we were smart enough. We would have been able to use. We would have made them black and moved on. You can say it's emotional.
Those things are emotional.
Well, Mike, let's do this because we're about to close out soon. We got Chrissy. Go ahead, Chrissy, and then we're going to close out. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Okay. Hi, everyone. You know, when I saw the title for this conversation, I thought it was going to be more productive than this, to be honest with you. It's one thing to go back and banter and say, you know, this religion did wrong, this religion, the flaws. But I think being that when you look at, okay, I'll just put it out there. My children go to I'm not N.O.I. My children do go to Nation of Islam school. They're learning chess, they're learning advanced mathematics. Both of my children are learning how to speak Arabic. Granted, as I said, I'm not Muslim, but they are learning from my state, exceptional education, exceptional structure. Talked about entrepreneurship for my daughter and my son to see these structured, disciplined, aligned, strong Black men and women. And for their self-esteem, it's amazing. In my city, what I see the nation in my city, I don't know what nowhere else, what they're doing, they're buying up, they have a school, they have a daycare, they're buying up abandoned buildings in the poor area, they're rehabbing those areas, they're working with the drug addicts in the community, they're doing a lot, and there are not many of them who we're talking about.
What city are you in?
I don't want to say that because I just told you my children go to the school. If I say it, it's kind of zero in on me. This is the internet, so I don't like to get too specific. But I'm on the East Coast, and that's the most that I will say. So in this conversation, what I think would have been more productive, yeah, you can talk about the flaws, but what we can do also is talk about what are the positives, because there are positives. When you look at, regardless of, I don't know, some of the allegations made and all that kind of stuff, but when you look at today, if we were to take the Nation of Islam and put them aside, and take the rest of Black America and put them aside, who's in a better position? Their families are whole. Their families are whole. They have their children go to schools run by them, right? They have businesses, rather it's mom or papa, they're not working for someone else, right? Run by them. Even if it's a small economy, they have something. So yes, should they be further? Absolutely. Is their cup as full as it should be? No. But do they got some water in that cup? Yes. Now the rest of the Black America got an empty cup. Now what would make sense to me is to look at their cup and see, okay, what's the meat? Let's leave the bones. How can we take at least the framework of what was developed and make it better? But just to sit down and then just tear down and you have nothing better in store. I don't see how that, I don't understand why that's being done. I don't see how that's solution oriented. Can someone explain that to me, please?
Yeah, I can explain that to you.
I agree, Queen. I agree.
It's solution oriented because we are a poor people who are susceptible to crackpot religions. Okay, and whether it be nation of Yahweh and all these other things that we come up with, we're coming up with a whole bunch of nonsense, and then when it's put under scrutiny, and we're talking about moving abroad, it's not something that we can actually take with us anyplace else. So that's my criticism. My criticism is the Nation of Islam is not something that you can take with you abroad, yet they, in their charter, they're talking about taking people abroad.
What can you not take abroad?
Literally, if you move the people en masse over to the Arab world or to Africa with that kind of religion, you know what I mean? The Muslims would be, when they figure out what's about, will be offended. And those people would get killed, literally. And I know there are going to be people saying, shot me down, say that's not true. I'm telling you, they would be charged with shirk and they'd be killed.
I don't know about that because I have seen video of Minister Farrakhan in West Africa with Muslim leaders in the Sahelian region. I don't know. I can't say about that. But what I do know, as I said, you don't have to convert to the religion, but they have very foundational principles that as a people we have lost. We have no discipline. We have no organization whatsoever as a group. We don't have structured families as a group. We don't have, even when I do hear the nation, I always hear them say, do for self, allow us to do something for ourselves. We don't have that sense of doing something for ourselves as a collective, loving Black people beyond all the flaws that we got. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can tell you, I grew up in the church, and when we talk about the fruit of the Spirit, look, maybe it's just my church, but I have never seen women carry the fruit of the Spirit the way I have seen women in the nation. And men, they're just so patient. They're as I said, every part of their life is about discipline, from prayer, from work, from the way they wake up in the morning, from the foods they eat to what they don't eat, to how they move, everything. We could definitely benefit as a people from those elements. You don't have to convert, but we come in, we tear down the little good they got, and we have nothing going back to. I don't see how that's productive. I thought Pan-Africanism was about taking what the good is and how we can build what has already been done that we can work with and make it go further. You don't have to convert. But
you can't
I mean,
be Pan-African,
you know what I'm saying? I don't.
You can't be Pan-African with a group of people who have in their charter they want to move somewhere, and they have zero.
Well, why can't you?
Going anywhere.
That's okay. Regardless of the people, let's talk about you. Let's talk about me. What about the tenets that they have, religion aside, that they have, that as Black people, with the condition we're currently in, that we could benefit from? What about that? We would rather throw the baby out with the bathwater and then complain about the chaos that is in our communities.
Right.
We have nothing to start with.
I agree. I disagree. And that's why I asked, is it about fear? Because for some strange reason we keep looking for
somebody has a lot of background noise. I don't know what it is. Somebody has a lot of background noise.
We keep looking for excuses to not do something instead of just putting your heart, will, and mind to creating something new. We can do it. We have enough intelligence. I don't want to hear about that or religion. It comes down to, do you have the heart and the courage to step out and do something new? And if I could add, that when we do step out, we succeed.
And Mad Money, if I could add to that, I think the truth is we don't want to do anything. That's what the truth is, right? Because we don't have the discipline. We talk, we could write poetry all day, but we don't want to sacrifice to do anything.
Sacrifice.
You know,
You're absolutely
we
right.
don't want to do that.
You're
Everybody wants to be
absolutely right.
comfortable.
And
Most
here's the
of us
thing.
couldn't do a 24-hour water fast. We don't want to sacrifice and to be uncomfortable, to do the things that you talk
Sacrifice.
about. It's easy just to tear down and cast it aside and say, oh, well, I don't have to do that,
Because
and exonerate
build
ourselves
from
from all
scratch is going to
accountability and
be
responsibility.
uncomfortable.
That's not what's going on here. Again, these are excuses to accept people who are literally ripping off our community and not really doing anything.
I've seen the
And
nation
okay,
invest
and
in the
it's
community.
okay,
Who have they ripped off?
and it's okay. They ripped off the entire community. They've gone ahead and they've
Who?
built nothing. Okay,
So primarily them,
for 85 years, they've gone out here and told people that they were supposed to be a separatist black group, and they've done no separation in 85 years. They haven't,
and that's a
they've
failure.
done nothing. And so what I'm saying is simply this: yes, their discipline is great. We can learn from that. I've learned a lot from their discipline. All right, we can learn definitely from their organization and structure, but the bottom line is when you are hamstrung with a crackpot religion that makes absolutely no sense, people can laugh behind your back and render you ineffective because they know you're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere with that particular religion. I'm just telling you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Now,
About the Nation of Islam. What about Black America as a whole? Like,
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Let's not make it about the Nation of Islam.
One mic. Chrissy, ask Alan your question.
Okay, my question is: let's say you didn't know any religion, right? Someone you don't know, someone you go to someone who doesn't have a religion, know nothing about concept of God or anything, and you tell them that in your religion, I'm not saying this is your religion, that I'm sorry, I have to call. Okay, that in your religion, a woman who was a virgin was impregnated by an angel, right? Not a person, but by an angel. And she had a baby for the angel that was a human being. And the human person who she gave birth to was God, but it was a human being at the same time. Then that person died. And 3 days later, they rose from the dead and they floated into heaven. Now, when you break it down and separate yourself, now, if the person thought you were a little cuckoo, I would understand, because it doesn't seem to make sense, right? So every religion has aspects of it that really don't make sense. The idea that a snake is talking to a person in a garden, right, to eat an apple or to not eat an apple, that don't make sense.
Gotcha.
But a lot of us grew up with Christianity and believed it.
All right.
And most
and
of the world
accepted it because
believes
it's
that
popular.
theory.
Right.
So
and again,
that sounds crackpot to me.
That's a good point. Most of people do believe that story. There are billions of people.
And that's why I keep saying, put religion aside, because
billions of people believe in
aside,
it, and you still trying to put it aside. Billions of people believe in this, and you still trying to put it aside.
Listen,
but the issue that I'm
we as African people, we have many religions. So, aside from Christianity and Islam, this is what I'm saying. Like, us as Black Americans here, what can we do to be separate? This is what I'm saying. Like, us as
talking about the nation discipline and all of that. We was talking about them forming a separate nation. And we don't have to all be the same
right. Exactly. So, Chris, we're not negating like the positive that the Nation of Islam has done. We're talking about the separate nation state that they claim they want. But yeah, I mean, all the positive. Like I like the minister. So I love Malcolm X. I love what they do as far as like discipline and doing for self. I completely agree with that. But we were speaking on the like I said, the pipe dream of forming a Black ethno state here in America, and for some reason, whenever you bring that up, that the goalpost moves. Like some guy said that was on here, that it went from forming a physical Black ethno state to now that is mental and spiritual. And I'm just like, oh God.
Can I ask a question?
And that's what we're talking about. But yeah,
I'm sorry.
Can I just say one thing and I'm out?
That's all that's practical, because it is a pipe dream to have a physical.
Right, but Dollar Will, I agree with that.
Let me just say one thing.
hold on 1 second, Rashawn. Dollar Will, I completely agree with that. That it is a pipe dream, but they're still pushing this on their final calls that they're gonna separate from the white man. And it's just like it ain't gonna happen. And they're not
Yeah, I think
serious
that's
about it.
allegiance to Elijah Muhammad, because if they don't say that, then the whole faith falls apart, because now they're not
Ooh, you
following
made
the
Dollar
words
Will, you made a
of,
great
of,
point.
of
Dollar
yeah.
Will, you just made a great point. You just made a great point.
And that's why I
But as
said
far as
the
everything,
problem is
everything
population.
else, as far as the schools and message to the young
That's a
black
terrible
man and
point.
all that, like we're not knocking any of that. But
Yeah, because
Dollar
we
Will,
need
you
to
made a good point.
mimic a lot of that. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of stuff
Right,
there that
right.
they did right that we gotta mimic. So we can't be so, because we're binary in our thinking. We'll throw everything out that has something to do with something we didn't like, as opposed to they say eat the meat, spit out the bone. We don't do that. And that's really what my message is here today. Because I'm not a member, so I already made my choice because I wasn't a member. But I supported their efforts because I saw good in what they were doing and the discipline and all the stuff that we said here. And we need to, if you're Christian, and you need to look at your church and say, why ain't you doing them things? And if you're not of any religion and you in some community organizations, or you need to make a community organization, we need to do those things.
Okay. All right, Rashawn, and then we'll pass it to Missy Barr. Go ahead, Rashawn. Rashawn, unmute yourself.
I have to go. God, thanks, guys.
Okay, no problem. Rashawn, unmute yourself.
All right. I just want to say, man, this whole conversation, we ain't even mentioned the Republic of New Africa, or maybe I missed it, but we ain't even talk about it. And I think that's part of the problem, that when we hear ethno-black state, we go automatically to Nation of Islam, and then the conversation deteriorates into what type of person Elijah was. What did the Nation of Islam do or didn't do for the community? But if we stuck to what a black ethno state was, we would see those same principles that Elijah Muhammad used. They were carried on by people.
Damn, he X'd off.
No audio. You're muted, Dynas. You're muted, Dynas.
Oh, my bad. Missy Barr, go ahead and mute yourself. Miss Barr, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Alafia to you, to your family, alafia to everyone on the chat, right? I pray that all of you are doing well. Now, so I've been watching the program. I think one of the things that we as Black people need to stop doing, especially those of us that are journey come lately, right? What I meant by that is, when everybody have a lot to say about what the minister is doing or not doing, right? Black people, whether we are here or in Africa, we need to learn to respect our elders, right? You don't have to agree with everything they're saying. And I think it's about time for Black people here or anywhere. If you agree with 99% of what they're doing, go ahead and keep that 10% to yourself. We don't need to know about it. This is how this country gets us every single time. This is how the Europeans get us every single time. Because we will come out in public and we will say 99.99% of what you're saying or what you're doing, I agree with it. But that 10%, you hop on it and you won't stop talking about it, right? I think it was Brother Lumumba. I hope I'm pronouncing the brother name right. If I'm not pronouncing his name properly, I trust that he will forgive me for that. First of all, he was talking about the Mormons. Mormons are part of white community. The Mormons leader, he needs to find out how he gets it started. It started from rape, sexual predator. For you to come here and insult Elijah Muhammad about what you heard from somewhere, a lot of what we Black people are talking about is not, we don't have first-hand knowledge. We're talking about what was put out there by the nation's enemy, right? I myself, I am a Muslim. And I always talk about what the Nation of Islam are doing. And it might behoove us as Black women particularly, and Black men. If you're talking about you want your woman to submit to you, submit doesn't mean for you to have the right to sleep with her anytime you want. That's not what I'm talking about. Submit means for your woman to be able to work with you with respect. If you want that, you may want to copy what the Nations of Islam women are doing, right? You're talking about working, all of them working cooperatively, men going to prison, they're going there to bring those men out to be a part of the society. Do you all even know what is going on in men prison right now with Black men particularly? Are you understand? Black men are working, they're a bitch to this society, if I may just say it like that. That you are not free on the street. You are in prison. Your booty hole is not free. What are you talking about? Can we talk about that? Do you understand what he's talking about? Grown men coming out of prison, that their entire being is destroyed.
Elder,
what the is doing for those men cannot be overemphasized. For them to be a man on the street, to be able to come out and not be a predator. So I would suggest, before anybody insults the nation, every nation has its problem. America, the society you live in, is a larger prison. It's the nation of predator. We Black people are among serial killer, serious child predator. All your school teachers are predators. What the nation has been telling you is to go ahead and teach your own children. Have we not been talking about that? Have we not been talking about that? All you men on this program, many of you have a high school diploma. You probably can teach your children better than white female. The greatest threat to your children are white female in this country. Because by the time those children are already in second, third grade, many of them have been molested. And they're not going to come home to tell you. The nation that you live in is a failed state. What are you talking about?
And that's why we having this show, because the topic is about the Nation of Islam separating.
Okay, listen. Where is your tax dollar? Right now. Where is your tax dollar? Are you not paying taxes to this system?
That's why we want to separate. We want our own nation.
No. I'm just making commentary on some of the things that I've heard, right? I'm not being an what do you call it, right? You paying taxes, right? But we Black people are complaining about giving a little to the nation, right? But you're paying taxes to a system that you're not getting your money's worth, right?
Exactly. So if the Nation of Islam themselves believes in their principles and they separate, we'll pay our taxes to the Nation of Islam because they'll have a real nation. The same way your people in Nigeria want their own nation, like Oduduwa nation, Black Americans need our own nation.
No. I'm in Nigeria that don't support the Oduduwa nation. No.
It don't matter if you support it or not. You understand the concept of your people having their own nation.
I understand the concept, right? My people there are my people, and my people here, including you, are my people. And I'm telling you right now, listen to me, listen to this. I'm saying before, one of the things, is there anything that the nation has done, are doing, that each of us individually can start taking part? One of the things they've been talking about for our women to be respectful, for our body to respect ourselves, right? For men, because before you can even start building a nation, have you built yourself individually? Are you disciplined? Because it's not going to be that something happened, you are ready to give up. Before you can even go to start a nation anyway, and by the way, there is nowhere any African country is going to allow you to come and have a nation within where?
South Sudan just created a nation in 2011. Western Sahara is creating a nation right now. The Tuaregs in Mali trying to separate right now. Southern Cameroon trying to separate right now. So it's already happening.
Cameroon used to be part of Nigeria. You see what
used to be, and now it's two separate nations.
Listen
and y'all got 1,000 things going on in Nigeria. Y'all trying to create a nation in the middle belt. The Yorubas want a nation. The Igbos want a nation. Let's be real.
Listen. You see, my brother,
you smiling because you know I'm telling the truth.
You're not talking to somebody that don't know how to speak. Listen to this. The same problem that affect Nigeria, the same people that affect you as the less than 13% or 30% are the same people that are affecting and instigating the problem that is in the nation, right? Because all of you are asking the nation to do better, but individually, you know what is going on in this country, right? Now, you're talking about the Cameroon. Cameroon used to be a part of Nigeria originally. When Cameroon decided, when French gave Cameroon weapons and allowed them to decide to separate from Nigeria, look at what is going on with with Cameroon now. The same Cameroon have been killing each other. Why? From the same people.
Y'all been killing each other in Nigeria too.
Ibarra, Madam Ibarra, that's not totally correct. That's not.
Listen to this. Hold on.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
Me, right? Hold on. You will correct me since you have, if you have more knowledge of what I'm saying. But you cannot say that independently that Cameroon is all right, and you cannot say that independently that Cameroon is not being affected by the outsiders. It was the same people.
Nobody's saying that. What I'm saying is it's ethnic groups on the continent right now that are striving to separate.
The issue with Cameroon originally did not start with ethnic groups. It started with French. It started with France.
It's there. It's in numerous countries.
With the ethnic group at all. So
the Tuareg in Mali, they trying to separate based off ethnic group. They want all of northern Mali to themselves in a separate nation. The Western Sahara, Polisario group, they doing the same thing.
It just started right now. So how did it start originally?
Wait. Can I think this is Ibarra, King Justice and Ibarra, Madam Ibarra. You both have a bit of points, but you guys going back and forth, and you don't have the details about the points you're making. Is making the whole room rowdy.
Okay, so go ahead and tell us the details.
Okay, when it comes to Nigeria, Cameroon, what happened was because the French and the British or the English were clashing with each other in West Africa, right? Trying to get the most of land. When it got to Nigeria and Cameroon, there was a specific region between Cameroon and Nigeria that wanted to be that, because that was like how would they call this, like a border barrier. So that region said, hey, you know what, we will be independent, but we would have Anglophone and Francophone parts that will just be autonomous that way, right? We're not joining left or right, Cameroon or Nigeria. And it was agreed on that. However, during the Civil War, what happened was some certain things were being Nigeria apparently to get Cameroon not to funnel weapons into Nigeria through Cameroon. Apparently, there was some kind of conversation that happened, and then it was like, oh, what's going to happen is, well, we can succeed this land to Cameroon. That's what happened when during the former President Olusegun Obasanjo's era, when he was having these conversations about the Bakassi Peninsula, if you could recall. What happened is they had to go to international court, and France just practically backed Cameroon's claim. The English, they're a bit shy about the whole colonial and all that situation. So they kind of pushed it, but they weren't standing firm. And then that was the major issue that was not put on the table. Like, hey, you guys actually succeeded this way. And then that's why Nigeria had to hand over the Bakassi Peninsula, because now they found oil, a lot of oil in the Bakassi Peninsula, which obviously France was trying to get it. And now they had to hand the Bakassi Peninsula to France. I know this, so that's what happened.
Okay, look at what you just said now.
So, these are based on Madam Ibarra, Madam Ibarra.
Go on.
You see the handing situation and all of that. This is something that I actually was indirectly involved with it. So I wasn't like a government official, but I actually knew government officials that it was their task to actually hand over the Bakassi Peninsula to Cameroon. That I know as a fact. So basically, when now we're having discussions with African Americans, right? The problem with your conversation is you like making this assumption that look at this place, they're making a nation and things of that nature. When it comes to the African continent, dynasts will tell you it's not that straightforward. It's far more complex than what you are seeing from, behind a computer or what you're watching on television.
Well, I can honestly say that I'm not looking at Nigeria.
No, I am not talking about you. I'm talking about African Americans right now. Because even sometimes it's even some Africans that have been in the diaspora for say 20, 30 years, they start looking at the continent from that premise, and it's far more flawed on the ground.
But
it's far different.
But so now what you just said. Again, you're saying that the Cameroon, the land that was ceded to them, the oil was found from that land, and France was trying to take it. Again, was that not an external forces?
That's you don't seem to understand. Prior to even them finding oil in Cameroon, right? In the Bakassi Peninsula, you see, the problem is always having to say external forces. And I think like it's the same reason why we're having this conversation now about Nation of Islam. We can progress far faster by us doing group economics. But we always try to blame an external thing. And quite frankly, I wrote in the chat, if Nation of Islam wasn't a religious organization, it would be far more ahead now than where it is today. That does not mean that Nation... Wait, Madam Ibarra, we can't be doing this. You have to first listen to this part, because I'm just making a statement and then I'll leave the stage, because it's not a back and forth thing. We'll be far more advanced than where we are today. There is obstacles in that in of itself. And because we are not doing global group economics, because we're not creating institutions where organizations like Nation of Islam will be part of that institution, and in every single aspect, because African Americans don't have port cities where they control their own ports, and they're based in the inner cities. Wait, listen. You can have a port city and control it. I mean, the Latinos are all the way in Miami doing their thing, innit? So the Cubans
are right next to Mexico.
Listen. Okay, the Cubans are there, right? The Cubans are there and all of that. This is what I'm talking about. What about East Coast? What about in the East Coast? You can have a port city there as well. So these are the kind of excuses we keep giving ourselves. And that's why when we now put it on a scale and look at how much progress have we made compared to how much years we have lost, it looks like we haven't moved an inch. And that is the real bone of contention, is how can we cut our implementation process into half, move faster, and implement everything faster, both on the continent, in the Caribbean countries, and African Americans. That's where we are in the 21st century. Nothing more, nothing less. Religion, keep that aside. Oh, the white master, keep that aside. Everything else. Cut the time we take to implement the processes. What do we need to do for global group economics? Create a global institution. Let it have representatives from all the different Black economic blocks and people around the world. Let's start being able to measure our milestones. And so with this particular topic, with the Nation of Islam, 92 years, and we're still having the same issues happening amongst the African American community. Yes, there has done a bit of strides. I agree. There's something things you're doing good. Agreed. We're not throwing the baby out with the water or bath water. That's not the case. The problem right now is how fast can we implement processes both on the continent, in Caribbean continent, Afro-Latinos, African Americans, doing global group economics together and creating an institution that will measure every single year, every quarter. Hey, this is the report for this quarter. This is how much integration has been done. This is how much trade has been done. This is how much innovation has been done. This is how much patents we now control. This is how much education has improved and access to it. This is how much healthcare has improved and access to our own specific race global community. This is it in America. This is it in Afro-Latinos. This is it in Caribbean countries. This is it on the African continent. In the 4 economic bloc, ECOWAS, EAC, the Southern Development Economic Bloc, as well as the Central African community as well. That's our conversation. This other aspects about, oh my God, oh my this, is no longer relevant. And with that, I yield the mic. Sorry for being long-winded, everybody. Thank you.
All right. So if I may say something now. So now,
no problem.
how do you suppose everything you say is good? You can do that, and it's been done before, right? Are you saying supposedly that
it's never been done before? That's the problem. Madam Ibarra, it's never been done before. That's the problem. I think that
then
is
that's where
the one thing we haven't done.
Hold on. I'm going to answer you in the best way that I know, right? If it's never been done before, now that's your task as a Black man. Like as a warrior, get that warrior spirit on and get on with it and get started, right? If it's never been done before, all of you men that are here, those that are out there, nothing is stopping any of you. If you say,
thank you, Queen. Thank you,
if
Queen.
You say this,
thank you, Queen.
If you
Talk
say,
to him.
Listen to this. If you say this society, nothing stops you. From this moment on, you write today's date down, July 22nd, 2022. Moving forward, no more complaints.
Man up.
You're all going to get it done. If Mr. Farrakhan didn't do it right, now this is your chance. All your elders that have done it.
That's why I keep saying is in fear.
Listen to this. If they
Our
didn't
elders
do it
got
right,
us in this situation. If we're gonna be real.
Marcus Garvey, if he didn't do it right, this is your chance. Get it done.
Because we trying, but you trying to tell us that the Nation of Islam 99% right when that ain't the case at all.
No. Listen to this. You remember that I'm not part of the nation. I'm not arguing any part. I'm saying, though, that if you see somebody have something in their eyes and you try to take it out, you're unable to, right? Instead of trying to take the gunk in their eyes out, it might be best to look at yours and say, from where you stand, right? What can you do now? Nobody is stopping all you men that are here and say, let us now come together. We're going to do, you don't even have to compare to yourself to the nation, right? You're now going to do what everybody else have tried. If they try, according to you, you said that it's never been done, right? This is your chance. You have the blueprint, you have the platform. Now you're all going to have to now get on with it. Then,
man up.
92 years from now, every one of us are willing to eat crow if you come out and do it right, because hindsight is always 2020. Where you sitting from, right? From this computer, all of us can point to what somebody else didn't do right. But when Mr. Farrakhan and Malcolm X, the only time Black world respect any leader when that leader is dead. Everybody else is trying to be around long enough for their children.
That's the Farrakhan part of the reason why Malcolm X not even here. This is what I'm talking about with these elders.
Exactly.
Like, a big part of the reason why Black people where we are is because we can't have a clear goal. The clear goal of the Nation of Islam was to separate. And it's people like you, I'm sorry, I love you, but y'all make a million excuses for the Nation of Islam.
Listen, I'm not offended by what you said at all. I'm not offended. You have the right to speak, right? But what I'm saying, though, if those that built Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Black Wall Street that was built back then, that they're doing business in Port City and all of those things, if they done it then, and the very same people deserve the same enemy that said they're going to make black men the female of all races, if you cannot even get to the understanding of why they're doing. The brother that was speaking, Yadi, I don't know, YAD, when he was speaking, he was talking about what was happening in France, how they interrupt. The same thing I was saying is what you said. I'm saying that external forces affect what happened in Cameroon. If Cameroon wants to be independent and be alone, they could have done that, right? What happened? The same people that bring guns to Nigeria to have them to get into civil war are the same people that started in Cameroon. All of you are talking about how the nation has been there for 92 years. So what is stopping the United States of America? The United States of America have been around for what, 260 years? Maybe less or more, right? Are you telling me all this homelessness in America cannot be fixed? You can't.
Okay, can I get it? Can I get in here somewhere?
No, you can't minus that out of the conversation, that you have such a disparity in the way that wealth is distributed in this country. What prevents America from really going forward and really have a great nation, right?
Madam,
okay,
Madam Ibarra, can we let
one second. Let Alan
speak?
Let yield to Alan. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, again, all that's well and good, but my problem is we have a society with zero standards, okay, and we let anybody lead us, even when somebody is clearly scamming the community, okay. If you have somebody who has a goal, okay, and they don't even, not one settlement anyplace else, not anything else going on, then they have not only failed. What that indicates is that they have been grifting the whole time. The Nation of Islam has gone ahead and done more violence and more things towards black people than any white person. Yet they are a black separatist group. They elevate lighter skinned people over darker skinned people. They have Farrakhan out there bragging about his wavy hair and all this other stuff like that. They are not a black group. They are not what they seem. How can you work with people and how can you build society with people if you do not have standards? All right. And the standards is when you see somebody who is out there, who is not only not being effective, but not even trying to reach the goal that they say they're trying to reach. Then at some point, 92 years later, you probably should dismiss them in their conversation and let them do what they're doing over there to the side and have a real conversation with Pan-Africanists, right, who really want to go someplace else or really want to have group economics and practice group economics amongst your own people. That's the point I'm trying to make.
BAIO.
Brother Dynast, Prince Dynast, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Hammer. They will close out. Go ahead, Hammer.
I want to ask Brother Allen, what organization can you find that is totally pure?
I'm not looking for a pure organization. I'm looking for an organization working towards something. And
you made a lot of different accusations about the nation and Farrakhan and all these things. I want to know right now in the world, where can you find any government that's not corrupt somewhere?
I'm not saying again, you're missing my point.
Why haven't you started one of these organizations?
My point is that I'm all for working with other people and other organizations and stuff like that and listen to other people. I can admit when I'm wrong and all kinds of stuff like that, right? But when you have an organization who's for 92 years has told you our goal is X, and then 92 years later, you don't have one settlement, right? It'd be like me saying my goal is to have a house, and then 92 years later, I have no house. I haven't built no foundation. I have no settlements. I have no agreements.
That's not true. That's not true.
They have
that's not totally true.
They have absolutely nothing to show for.
We don't have equality of opportunity.
And then when you include the
that's
crack
not
pot,
true.
the crack pot ridiculous nature of their so-called religion, which is basically stolen from another one, right? Another religion.
All religion come from religion.
Then I don't see how they're any use. Yes, you can copy
their religion. Yes, comes you can copy from a religion.
Now I'll go to the positive. Yes, you can copy their discipline. Yes, you can copy their the way they have figured out a way to change people's lives. But in terms of them as a serious organization and organization, no,
Alan, you're breaking up, Alan. You're breaking up, Alan. You're breaking up.
Sorry.
Okay, I want to say this.
Now,
we have a people are drunk from religion, and a lot of people have to have something given to them when you take something away. I hear all this talk about we need to go a certain direction without religion. But how many black people are going to ride with that? Can you go to the church and convince your aunts, your uncles, your moms, we're going to have to put this down? They're not going to put it down. So we need something to unify our people. And the nation had something, which is no different than any other religion when you look at it. Because religion comes from religion, comes from religion. That does not state the fact that right now, if it was something to go on where people couldn't eat, the nation would feed themselves. We couldn't because we don't have an organization.
That's not true, bro. It's black people that's not Muslims that got their own land and everything. And the bulk of the Nation of Islam support comes from non-Muslims. So
my point was they would eat.
We gonna eat too.
Who's your okay? You spoke a lot too, brother, and I want to ask you this. A lot of things you said, and I'm pretty sure you're younger than me. You don't know these things. You know what you read.
No, bro, I know what came out of Elijah Muhammad's mouth. That's what I know.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah, I do, fam. Like, bro, what is y'all talking about? He said teaching separation was more important than teaching prayer, did he not?
I asked you, did you hear that? I asked you, did you hear that from him?
Did he say teaching separation?
I don't know what he said. I never met
teaching prayer.
I wasn't around then. I don't know.
Then how you gonna critique me on what I know if you don't know, bro?
I asked you, were you there?
I said I heard it out of his mouth. You know the man got recording speeches, right?
Okay, fine.
This don't make no sense, bro. Everybody that support the Nation of Islam disregards them separating themselves from their own goals, and that makes absolutely no sense.
King Justice, if I can interject, King Justice, I think they have kind of moved from that objective. I just, I think in some of the studies today that it's more of a spiritual and mental separation, not physical.
The problem is they can't be,
and I guess that's what it is. So I guess they've kind of put that to the side as far as physically separating from the white man, and it's just going to be a mental and spiritual separation, which is which is cool.
Wasn't I on this program when there was a brother from the Nation of Islam who called in and he basically told you guys that the Scientologists and the Nation of Islam were together and we're doing audits and other stuff like that? Was this?
That's known. Yeah.
Okay. So again, these guys can't even stick with what they claim is spiritual or religious. It's a joke. It's a joke, and for people to sit around here, that's the problem with us black people. For us to sit around here and to swallow it wholesale and not want and think they're above reproach, that's been going on for the past 90 years where they've been above reproach, and there's some serious flaws that are worth talking about. And there's no people on earth who can sit around and have people like that in their midst, and you don't even discuss what's going on.
And what's going on in the church, brother?
Again, we're talking about the Nation of Islam.
It's the same thing.
We're talking about the Nation of Islam. We're not. No, it's not the same thing.
Said they was going to build us a nation, bro.
Thank you. The church never said to build your nation. The church says you can wait on the new earth, new heaven, and new earth, right? So they're within their goals, right?
And the problem is that where are we going to start as a people for you to get people to listen to you?
You got to start with a clear goal, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah, can I come in here? Can I come
in?
Hold
on. Let go ahead, Brandon. Hold on. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon.
I mean, listen. Nobody has called out the N.O.I. more than me on YouTube, right? all you ever get with black folks
Hey,
in these
Brandon,
religions.
Brandon, you got a bunch of wind in the background. I don't know if you're walking or what you're doing, but there's a lot of.
Oh, sorry, I was walking. My bad. I just give me like 2 minutes. I'll come right back in.
Okay.
All right.
I'll go ahead.
All right. You see, this same issues is one thing. We need to actually look at what's dividing us to start with. And that's why I said, the nation of Islam would have moved further ahead if it wasn't for the barrier of religion. It's not condescending in the sense of that, but it's a reality that we all know it's a problem in our community globally, not just the nation of Islam in America. You can see it in Caribbean countries, Afro-Latinos. You can see it on the African continent. Dynas is right here. He'll tell you that for sure. So that means we need a global institution. And I put a link in the private comment section, because I have analyzed this for the last 10 years. Online, I've researched on it, and then I'd come to conclusions. Like for the African continent, when people are speaking about the African continent, they say, oh, it's the corrupt leaders. But if you analyze the African continent, corruption is not the problem of the African continent. The problem of the African continent is this: natural resource flight, capital flight, and human resource flight. That's really what the problem is. Now, when the natural resources leave the continent, the countries they go to, they manufacture with them. They send back what? Manufactured goods. At that particular time, people purchase those manufactured goods. What happens? Capital flight. Money from every single individual on the African continent is going back to America and Europe. Once that happens, they build their research and development and come up with better stuff. And then the intellectuals, humans, guess what they're going to do? They're going to relocate to where they have more opportunities, because, well, there's more companies, there's more businesses that actually employ, and their intellectual prowess could be used there, and it can't be used in a place where they do not manufacture. They're only consuming. So there are no businesses that are searching for the brightest minds. Once you look at that from the African continent, because everywhere is corrupt, just like what Hammer Time said, everywhere is corrupt. There's no country organized that's not. But they are within their own borders and making sure they manufacture what they consume. We, on the other hand, we globally, anywhere on planet Earth, are predominantly consumers and not manufacturers and producers of what we consume. That is the bottom line. The grassroots financial literacy is something that we need to come into group economics terms. Like, as I am on this panel, I'm not just speaking, it's something like I actually designed the ecosystem. I did 90% of the research. That video you're seeing, it's been years. I've been looking for like-minded people. And the problem as well is some people are comfortable with the situation right now that are sat on money, that wouldn't want to bring themselves to a point where, hey, we're going to invest in this. We're going to make this a reality. That's where we are. Majority of our people who are sat on money are not thinking about, hey, global group economics, or we need to trade, we need to actually finance this. That is our major concern. Is mostly people who would align with you, but they don't have the capital to push it forward or the reach. And that's, I think, is our major issue as a global community at this point. With that, I yield to Pan-African Strikes Back. Thank you.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit. Is my sound better, Dynas?
You sound scratchy.
It's better. You know, you're on your Obama phone. You're doing what you could do.
Yeah, this the Obama phone. I sound okay, though?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, so the whole thing is, it's not, oh, rich people don't want to build this or give money behind that. It's not even the religion of the whole thing, because there are many religious institutions and people who follow, religious institutions that make leaps and bounds in the world of economics and in the world, and they make advancements. They help people. You got things like Catholic Charities for all the negative shit they do. You can go in pretty much every city in America, go to Catholic Charities. They got programs helping you pay your rent, your bills, everything like that. Nation of Islam is a lame duck because that's what it's always been, and that's what it was always intended to be. Nation of Islam, even down to Elijah Muhammad, was never an organization that was meant to bring any type of real change to the Black community. The religious aspect of it was only incorporated, right, to keep people on a constant seesaw between physical activity and physical work and physical tangibles and metaphysics, right? When the physical work wasn't being done, it was going to be, we were going to hop over to the metaphysical. When the metaphysical shit was being violated and wasn't adding up, we were going to hop over to the physical aspect of it. When Elijah Muhammad got caught with all them different women he had impregnated, they shifted it over to the spiritual side. When the spiritual side became corrupted, when you saw that the stuff was not really adding up, it was just more of the white man's religion, and it wasn't really turning out to be nothing more than Christianity by a different name. Oh, we hop over to look, we're doing self-improvement. We got dudes getting off drugs and all this stuff. It was about separation. Then it became about self-improvement. And now in this modern day, it's become about self-enrichment. The Nation of Islam is nothing more than prosperity ministry. Listen to the brothers who's pushing that agenda. These guys are buying $100,000 cars. These guys are wearing $1,000 suits. Every video you see them produce is like, yo, this is how you need to get money, and you need to join my new program and my new workshop, and it's only going to cost you X amount of dollars. The original mission, which I don't think ever was the real mission, what has been totally abandoned. And Elijah Muhammad never wanted to lead this white man. Elijah Muhammad had houses everywhere. He had pregnant women everywhere. What was the difference between him doing what he was doing in America and a couple of miles over the border over in Mexico, or a couple of miles over the border in Canada, or a couple of miles over in South America or Africa? They've never wanted to leave. And the Nation of Islam that we're even talking about now is a bastardized version of that crappy organization, because the real Nation of Islam was left to somebody else, right? And when Farrakhan wasn't chosen as the leader, he made a splinter group and gave that the same name. And Black people, because we don't pay attention, we got that good old short-term memory loss. They totally forgot that there were two N.O.Is. And then they just accepted the one that was the most flashy.
It's like 5 now.
We love,
if I may come in.
Just a second. We love shiny things. And then when you get on here and start holding their feet to the fire and telling the truth about them, you always get people, oh, you need a representative. There's no one that represents the Nation of Islam in its current form. Even Louis Farrakhan, because there are so many contradictions, there's so many lies that are being told every day from that group. There's so much intermingling with the same white devil they swore that they were here to oppose and separate from. You don't know your ass from your elbow when it comes to the Nation of Islam. So we've been up here with 5 members of the Nation of Islam who have 5 different perspectives, 5 different opinions, and most of them, I knew more about their organization than they knew. Literally, I knew more about what was in the pages of the final call, what was the mission statement than they did. I had a dude named Malcolm Flex, who's in the nation. He's in LA, I think. This guy didn't even know that the mission of the nation was to separate from white folks. So what they're doing is they're recruiting people who are too dumb to go past the surface level. They see a suit, a tie. They were raised in the projects or in a roach-infested apartment, and anything that looked good to them is good. There's no substance, all rhetoric, and they constantly selling out to the white man. Now the bean pies are amazing. I got two on the way.
All right. Are you done? Hey, listen, off the chain, off the chain. Go ahead.
But that's their net legacy.
Brandon, you going on and on and on. But I want to make sure I respect your landing point. And
no, you want to make excuses.
So here's the thing: what's worse than a crappy organization that has done all the things that you said is no organization. And what you have with people who are in our communities that are not a part of anything except for just going to work and coming home, or not working at all and not doing anything productive at all. That's worse than a crappy organization. And it is
Tell us about the bean pies, nigga. We don't care about the excuses.
So, and yes, the bean pies. So here's the thing though, is it's easy to criticize, and we're doing that in this room. We can criticize, but I think that as what I know from the Nation of Islam and people who have been in not only the nation, because there was the in the Bay Area, one of the big kind of, you could see this family, the Bay family that had the Black Muslim bakery in Oakland, who was taken down by the federal government and the police department, whatever. They took them down because they were doing well. They were employing a lot of.
They never took them down. Give us an example.
Well, I'm saying that they what's the word? They took all their property, their businesses, after the whole situation that happened with the Chauncey, this journalist who reported on them and was reporting.
Prove that, bro. You making a claim, but you ain't got no proof of that.
It was said. I heard it on the news that they confiscated all of their property. The federal government confiscated all their property after they found that one of the sons was responsible for the death of this guy named Chauncey, whatever, right?
So you heard. So you also heard.
I heard it in the news. I listened to it in the news. They made a whole statement. They closed down the bakery and other related businesses, stuff that they had.
Bro, Shabazz Bakery was everywhere when I was a kid in the 90s. What are you talking about?
We're talking about there's a company called the Black Muslim Bakery. This is one family and one company, and they were
one family represent the entire Nation of Islam
in the Bay Area. That one family, which you weren't listening, because what I said is that they were the light of Black Muslims in the Bay Area. This one family that had done very well with this bakery, and they had goods.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. How is it a nation when the entire hopes and dreams of the nation rest on one family? That's like saying the entire hopes and dreams of America rest on the Obamas or the Gates family.
The hopes we're not talking about the hopes and dreams of all African people all over the world.
You just said it was the light of the nation, brother.
It was the light of in the Bay Area. It was the light of Black folks with successful Black business. We would always point to this family that was part of the Black Muslims, right? In fact, they lived next door to my father. My father lived and his wife lived next door to them. So I kind of knew them from, not real personal, but I knew them because they lived next door to my dad.
Bakery ain't separation, bro.
So these bakeries, folded.
I don't want to talk about that really. I want to address what Yet said, which was about the problem, what he observed in his research about what the state of Africa and what our progress.
Bro, wait a minute. You gotta let us, brother. You gotta let us nail down one point at a time.
Yeah. No, well, you made several points.
We get it. We know you selfish and you don't give a damn, but let us nail down one point.
Okay, so I wanted to move on because I only have so much time, and then
But bro, your time is not our fault. We trying to nail down one point, and you like fuck all that. Let's move on to the next thing.
When I tried to talk and you said I'm talking, I let you talk. So
that's
now I'm
because Dynas gave me permission to talk, and now we nailed it down one point, and you're trying to jump from the point. This is why we don't never get nothing solved.
I was talking about something that he was making a point about something, and it's related to this point, and that is about why we have not progressed on the continent of Africa, and it's related to why we haven't.
Have you ever been to Africa?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what country you go to?
But can you not ask me one more question?
Your one trip to Africa.
Pan-Africanism strikes back. Can you please allow him to come in? Yeah, go ahead, Tra.
Thank you. I'm gonna land my plane. So, so my brother. So my thing is that if we are in a situation that we're in because of our own, it almost sounds like you're saying our own individual efforts, our own individual way that we are doing things, even if we're the elitist class or the aristocracy, it's not because of outside, it's not because of the white man, it's because of resources. You're saying it's because of natural resources leaving. That was one of the reasons that you said, and I'm saying even that those natural resources leaving are inextricably tied to outside activities. And I think Barra would agree on that. And I'm saying that those people that are making those decisions to not build manufacturing in Africa, that it's really a matter of education. It's really a matter of, I believe it's a matter of education. And I'm a
But what's stopping you from building manufacturing in Africa, brother?
The same thing that's stopping most African Americans from becoming
can
part
he
of
just
the
land his point? Because
organization.
I'm listening to what he's saying, because I can speak on that. Carry on, Shay.
Because you guys like
the Pan-Africanism, please, we
about
can't.
Stuff y'all not doing.
Bro, just chill. Let him land, and then we'll get to that.
Listen.
Can we just get to that? Can you just let him speak, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
So what I was saying was Pan-Africa, Brandon. What I was saying was this: is that we've got to deal with our mentality, our miseducation, and this colonial mentality that we have. And because those are the things that shape and even in this country, those are the reasons why we would not try to correct an organization that is not producing what it should be producing, or engaging the majority of African Americans or Africans on the continent in doing constructive things that will bring us into where we need to be in the future, moving into the future. We've got to address our education. That's a huge reason why we're not doing the things that we need to do.
Can you stop saying we, brother? Like, this is not a we thing. This is an I thing. You've already addressed all that. You know what to do. So why you ain't doing it? Dynas.
I've been doing it.
Listen,
in fact, I wanted to talk about the city that we created in East Palo Alto in the 1986. We actually created out of an unincorporated area.
You just said I'm doing
a
it.
city, and we also created I just saw a documentary. I just saw this documentary again on East Palo Alto, California, also known as Nairobi. We called our community Nairobi. I just watched it about an hour ago.
Can I ask you one question?
And we had the only in the United States. We were the only Black community that had a K through college school. So it went from kindergarten all the way into a junior college, and it was called Nairobi Daycare, high school, junior high school, elementary school, and Nairobi College. We're the only place in the country that actually did that.
Okay, so we just went from manufacturing in Africa to 1986 Palo Alto, California. This is what I'm saying, bro. You have to understand when you just talking your people in a circle.
Well,
there's nothing stopping you.
In the conversation, though, that came up earlier. You weren't listening probably to the conversation.
There's
but
nothing stopping
in the
you.
Conversation, and it deals with education, and it deals with what we
can
do.
Can I say this? Can I say this?
The connection of that's what we can do. Because
can I say this?
And it's
there's nothing stopping you from doing all that stuff in Africa you talking about, bro. You're like, it ain't a we thing. It ain't my responsibility to build nothing with you.
But we did it though. We did it in our community. We did it, and I couldn't have done it by myself. And if we can do it, other people can do it too.
Bro, this is, man, listen, I'm telling y'all. If y'all don't hear nothing else I got to say on this show all day, this is just, I know this dude is over 50. Because this is some old nigga babble 101, bro. Keep on talking about past achievements. Keep on talking about we's gonna. All we gotta do is get up off that SSI check and that unemployment check and go do it. Dynast is doing it. Carla is doing it. Don't say we. Say I haven't done none of this shit. I'm telling everybody that we need to do.
I'm telling you, I couldn't have done that just with the eye. We
Bro,
did
that
that.
stuff. Can I go see that stuff right now? Can I go to Palo Alto, Nairobi right now?
Yeah, you can go to East Palo Alto, California. It is a city. It has its own municipality and its own services for the city. Yes, you can.
Is it Nairobi or is it Mexico?
It's no, it's known as Little Nairobi. I mean, less so now because it's more Mexicans than anything. But we also have a lot
I live in California, bro. Mexicans took your stuff over, bro. So it's pointless. This is like somebody get up and talk about Egypt. In Egypt, we built pyramids. What about today, bro? You can't be talking about work from 35,
what
40
we
years
did.
ago.
Yeah, but it's still a city today. It's a city.
With Mexicans.
That's today. It's a
With
city
Mexicans.
Today. And black folks are still there.
Oh God, it's
Not
Mexico,
many,
bro.
It's not as many black folks,
all
but it's black
Mexicans.
folks still there, and we got a lot of Pacific Islanders too.
It's like a few black people, bro. I'm just telling you, if you want a factory in Africa, go build a factory in Africa.
Brandon, what Shai is saying, he actually has a point. There are two
I
things.
understand English. Just
Wait, 1 second.
good.
Can I speak now? Right. One second. He actually has a point. Two things about it. Collectivism is where we should be. We shouldn't be about individualism. Individualism is what's making it take years of what we could do. It will take like 80 years for what we could be able to achieve milestones in 10 years, right? That's the first thing. Miseducation is very key as well. So those 2 points, we need to be able to absorb it. Right now, we're talking about the Nation of Islam. To be honest, it's an individual organization. And that's a problem. And that's why I keep on saying what we need is a global institution where all these organizations can be a part of, as well as representations from all the different demographic groups of Black people. Do you know why? Because one, if you're manufacturing, you need to have your own people ready and happily going to consume what you manufacture. Yes, the quality wouldn't be great at first, but with them patronizing what you're doing, you'll be able to develop your research and develop. The Chinese, when they came into the African continent in 2000, 2001, 2002, China did not have one single global brand. In fact, it was knockoffs that China was sending to the African continent, 2001, 2002, 2003. Today, they have Huawei. Today, they have all these automobiles that they're shipping around the world. They have developed their own technologies. They have developed their own brands. They have Alibaba. They have all this. Alibaba started in the 90s, but it wasn't prominent to the early 2000s, right? They have all these brands that now are global brands. When they came into the African continent, they didn't have all of that. Everything was knockoffs. Bruh, that is what. Can I just land? Because Brandon, Brandon, I am more of a solution-based person. I am not a person that wants to talk about the past or what's going wrong and things of that. I'm more focused on how
you've been talking about the ancient Chinese for 5 minutes, talking about I don't want to talk about the past.
What do you mean ancient Chinese? I'm telling you, in this 21st century, what they have done. I'm talking to you about in 2 decades, in 20 years, what they have been able to accomplish.
Can I tell you the flaw with your logic really quick, and I'll shut up and I won't say another word.
Go ahead.
Here's the flaw with your logic, my Rastafarian friend.
I'm not Rastafarian. I'm Nigerian.
Whatever. You sound like a Jamaican, okay?
No, I'm Nigerian. I'm born and bred. I'm from one of the most ancient civilizations in Nigeria, if not the most ancient.
Civilizations in London.
Yes.
I got it, bro.
So now, go ahead.
Let me say this. You're saying They had this, they had this. Oh, and they didn't have this, and they didn't have this, and they didn't have this. And they still don't have that. Because everything you're talking about, as far as their achievement, and Dynas, I want you to give me an amen if this is true. Everything he's talking about with Alibaba and all this different stuff, these are all individually started and run companies that eventually got to the point where they were publicly traded, and they are economic engines. You're talking about communist level cooperation in economics, but trying to compare that to things that were started by individual capitalist minded people. The guy who started Alibaba, I think that was Jack Ma or something. He's an individual. Why are you talking about collective gains when all the stuff you mentioned as these strides and achievements were made by Chinese individuals?
Because he wouldn't have been able to do that without the historic background of China.
You see, this is the problem. You see, this is Brandon. You see, this is the problem. I was specifically. You see, this is where when we're having conversations, you need to listen attentively before you respond, not just to respond.
Right.
I specifically stated when the Chinese got into the African continent, they were trading knockoffs of Western products. They did not have a single global brand specific, and those exports and everything that was happening was practically backed by the Chinese government. Because why? The Chinese government were the first people to give debt relief to African countries. And one of the things they stated was, oh, we're going to write off your debt, but open up your market so we can export our goods into your market. And that was the condition. Do you understand that part of do you understand how geopolitics and economics works? International trade.
Real quick. I want to talk to Dynas real quick, because I sometimes feel like when I'm on these panels, Dynas is the only person who understands where I'm coming from. Dynas will notice the same things I notice, bro. You talk about the help that the Chinese government gave to these different Chinese individuals who started companies that led the Chinese from the bottom of the heap to the top of the heap, right? But first, the individual had to start working. Then, once he started working, he was able to go to the government and say, look, if you help me, I can bring us into the future with this work that I'm doing. Same thing the United States did with Amazon. Same thing the Kenyan government did with Jumia. You got to start it first. Then, Dynas, please unmute your mic and confirm what I'm saying so these folks know.
The Oklahoma government.
Jumia is not a Kenyan company. You know that, right?
Bro, y'all gonna let Dynas talk, or
you are talking about M-Pesa. You are more, Brandon, it's M-Pesa, not Jumia.
What I'm
No. Do you understand? It's for the audience. I'm just correcting you for the audience.
Simmer down, fam. Listen, Dynas, please confirm what I'm saying. The individuals have to do the work first. Then the government gets on board. We're sitting up saying, we need to start all this and we need to do that. That is not how progress works.
The government got on board with those bombs they dropped on Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Dynas, please.
That's how they got on board.
Dynas, let me ask you a question.
What?
Dynas, listen, Dynas, you started your website and your travel agency, right?
Right.
Okay. Once you got your stuff started, did you go to the Sierra Leonean government first, or did you start building your brand? And once you knew what you wanted to do and had a goal and everything and started investing your own time and money into it, then you went to the government and asked for help?
I started the company first, then I went to the government.
Okay, so the simple point I'm trying to make to these dudes right here that they don't get, you have to take the first step.
White folks don't have to do that, though.
Listen, see what I'm saying now? See,
White
Dynas?
folks don't have to do that.
Dynas, unmute your mic, Dynas. Please, God, unmute your mic. Dynas, you see it comes out every time, don't it, Dynas? Don't it come out every time? White folks
White
don't
folks
got
don't
to,
always have to do that, and I
bro.
saw that in the
We're not
nonprofit sector.
Yeah,
measuring
they
what
do, bro.
we're
Steve
listen,
Jobs
bro.
and them ain't to do all this shit.
Listen, bro. We cannot measure our black asses by what white folks who live in a white country that is designed to benefit white people have to do. Amazon didn't get a government check on the first day. That guy Jeff Bezos had to start that stuff.
But you just finished
Google
talking
didn't
about
get
China.
government,
You compared us with China.
bruh. And
Because
I'm telling you, listen,
Riyadh was
bruh,
talking about
calm down.
China.
You're moving the goalposts. You're moving the goalposts, bro. You first said white folks. Now you go back. You compare to China. Jack Ma didn't get a check from the Chinese government the first day on the job. Y'all don't want to do the
But you talked
groundwork.
about China. You said that the Chinese Alibaba, it started with an individual, and then
It
I guess you're
did.
saying that the
It
country.
was. It did. Shot. It did.
You
It
guys are not
I'm not
smarter
saying
than
it
me.
didn't. I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying that I've
Do
seen
you
white
do you
folks do it
realize,
in Africa.
Sha, wait 1 second. Do you realize, Brandon, that you have entirely left the actual core of the point I was making? Do you realize that? Can you unmute your mic? Do you realize
Listen,
that?
bro, you didn't have a point, bro. That's the whole point.
All right, mute your
Your point
mic
didn't have
now.
nothing to
Mute
do
your
with the
mic. Let me
subject
give you
either,
the
though.
point now. Mute your mic. Let me give you the point now. If you're talking about individual progress, right? We got tons of that on the African continent. Tons. You can just look at the richest black man in the world, Alhaji Aliko Dangote. We got tons of all of those individual stuff. But in a larger scheme of things, because you have to understand micro and macro economics. These are two different types of business models. You're talking based on microeconomics. I'm talking about macroeconomics, where we now are looking at, hey, how do we ensure that everywhere on planet Earth, the living standard of Black people increases drastically? So that's why I brought
You
that
gotta make the nation
specific
stronger, bro.
conversation.
They all start from nations. Africa is made up of nations.
No. We're made up of different nations, different countries, right? And right now,
Countries
the
are nations,
first,
bro.
different.
All
Right
right,
now,
You're losing me. You got to land. So what point are you trying to make?
yeah. So right now, there is a new situation we're in, and saying, hey, even on the African, even in Nigeria, it's, we can't keep building all this great infrastructure in the cities, and the rural communities are left the way they are. So there is already that movement happening. Do you understand, Brandon? Like, even on the African Union now is even saying, hey, you know what? The African Continental Free Trade Agreement is good. So
Sometimes
so
I have a very short
collectivism is
attention span.
pardon?
Sometimes I have a short attention span. What's your
Stop
point?
pontificating.
Yeah, what's your
Pardon?
point? What's
So
your
my
point?
point is, collectivism is the 21st century approach. Even on the African continent, you can see it with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area, where it's the largest free trade zone in the world based on countries participating. The individualism now of the 20th century is being phased out for collectivism, how we can intertrade more with each other. That's the bottom line.
And I was making the point that the reason that we're in a situation that we're in now, those individuals who are the Dangotes and this brother in Zimbabwe who's a billionaire, and other smaller, small millionaires, their mentality and as a result of their colonial education is why it developed into this, autocracy, and
Lord, not a man smarter than Dangote.
in an autocracy, as opposed to a collective kind of coming up together in a collective, economic system.
Shah, you cannot criticize Dangote, bruh. You can't. His mindset and all that. Who the hell are you?
I didn't criticize him. I just said that I said the reason that is the way it is now is because of the mentality of the people. And that's why Africa is in a place, and I agree with that point, that's why Africa is in the situation it's in now. The individuals in the country do certain things, and those who have gotten all the money, and those who have no money is why it is the way it is, because of our education, our mentality. It's a colonial education and mentality.
Listen, man, it's a man's mentality. I gotta get up and do what I gotta do to get out of the position that I'm in and get something better. Les Brown has a famous quote. All you black men on here should listen to. Les Brown is over 80 like y'all, so y'all might want to listen to him. You have to be willing to do the things today that others will not do to have the things tomorrow that others will not have. This is the reality. You guys are unwilling, and your excuse for being unwilling and not doing it is to make it seem like the people who are doing it are under this colonial mind control. No, they just have a goal. That's what they want, and they're doing. That's like me criticizing Dynast because he got the travel agency and the website, and he does the clothes and all that stuff, and he writes his books and shit. Oh, Dynast under that colonial mindset. He open, and I'm sure Dynast, you have actually had people. Wait a minute, brother.
Mobutu is a good example.
Dynast,
right?
have you not
Right,
had
Brandon,
people?
look at Mobutu. Mobutu was not able to do that on his own. He did
Shah, you're all over the place, Shah. That's apples. I mean, go ahead.
Dynast, have you or have you not had people accuse you of being a colonizer? You agree you just about the money?
Yeah, capitalist. Yeah, capitalist. I'm a capitalist.
But Dynast is doing. The Dynast is doing what he wants to do, and it's benefiting him. If Dynast said, "I'm gonna wait for we to do it," we's gonna do it eventually, Dynast wouldn't be anywhere right now.
How are you comparing him with Mobutu and with Dangote?
Bro,
hold on, Brandon. How are you comparing Mobutu with Dangote?
Yeah, that was interesting. I heard that. Sorry, I was doing something. I heard that. You see, Dangote actually invested in several African countries. So, like his is a peculiar case. I don't know who was speaking, but his. I heard when Brandon was saying,
If I can interject, Dangote hired. I mean, Dangote. His damn payroll. I mean, he hires over. He has over 10,000 employees, probably more than that.
And in different countries, I don't know who was speaking because I was doing something.
Maybe that wasn't fair to compare those two, but I guess
it was you, Sha. It's way off. Dangote is way off. The thing I think is about having inventions and patents and actually manufacturing inventions. Yes. On the African continent as a whole, you don't see massive billionaires who have invented stuff and own patents. And that is a key issue. And that comes down to the Pan-African brandings, Pan-African strikes backs key point as per the individual aspects about it, the innovation aspects about it, which I agree with that. However, the collective as well of us having to do group economics, you can't throw that out as well, because if you invent something and you don't have your own people buying it first, it's less than likely you'll be successful. And that's a part that I think Brandon needs to also tweak his own perspective towards, because I agree with the individual stuff, because there is no billionaire that invented anything on the African continent. But they're billionaire business people, but they're no billionaire entrepreneurs that invented stuff or ahead of the time. Perhaps Mpasa in East Africa can be in Kenya can be a very good example of that, where they created the fintech solutions ahead of the world at the time. We can actually use them, but are the founders billionaires today? No.
Let me ask you this, if Europe and the United States wanted to stop an individual that they see has a potential, and maybe like this young brother who's got this way of getting energy out of the through a microwave or through some type of through the ether, he's gathering electricity. He's got this product, so he could actually become a billionaire from that product if it's real, right? So I've been watching that. Or other individuals, maybe they have a gold mine and they have rights to this gold mine. It's the biggest vein of whatever, or oil well, whatever. If the United States and Europe wanted to stop them, that individual, from becoming a millionaire and billionaire, do you think they could?
Yes, and this is where it goes back to what Niger, and he's not here today, what Niger has always said, and that is we need to build our defense technologies first so we can protect our trade and our natural resources.
If that's so,
our capital and our human.
Is these millionaires, the billionaires that are in Africa, were they allowed to become billionaires and millionaires by Europe and America?
Yes. Alhaji Aliko Dangote is part of the Dantata family. So it's 3 generational wealth. It's intergenerational wealth, 3 generations. So that
they were allowed by the Western world to become million. And I'm saying that's what
Shah, do you know what? Like, this whole Western world is just taking us backwards. What we should be talking about is right now. Like, what's up? Are we going to do group economic? Are we going to finance projects? Are we going to actually put our money where its mouth is and create the living standards we want globally? And that's, I think, one of the things that Dynast Channel has been trying to show to the world. Look at how the African continent is. Look at how Africans are and how we can connect more. That's why I bring in the collectivism. However, I also agree with Brandon when it comes to individual innovations, because there's no billionaire on the continent who is an innovator, who invented anything. And that's where I agree with Brandon, that individual spirit of innovation, of manufacturing, of inventing is very important as well. So both sides have an argument, but to be fair, you have to move forward from that.
Let me becoming a billionaire. Europe could not do that, though.
Guys, let me just
if we have our defense systems up and running, then it doesn't matter. Europe is not stopping China or Russia. It's because they have the defense technological capacity to defend themselves.
It's not just their defense, though. It's also
the North Korea. So I think
the markets.
You made a great point. You made a great point, but you muddy the waters when you jump in from, they're all in defense, bro. Like, just let the point marinate on people's mind for a second. I want to agree with you in the sense of, and I want to also go back to the title. Look at this little weirdo Gazi Kodzo, right? This dude is a homosexual. He's a wannabe Pan-Africanist. But that guy is charismatic as hell. He's charismatic as hell. We used to talk every single day on Facebook. And the guy used to, oh, man, you got the charisma. Come down to Atlanta with me. He was in Texas for a while. He was in Delaware for a while. And he always used to try to get me to come down to wherever he was at. He had charisma. That guy was very good at getting a lot of college students to follow him, work and support him financially, and further whatever little cause that he wanted to pursue, for that day, right? For that time, right? But the greatest aspect of Gazi Kodzo's ability to bring people in, he always started doing the work himself. I remember when Gazi was doing.
I like that. That's good.
I remember when Gazi was trying to he just was trying to give homeless people water and just some BS, man. It was bull. But what he would do is he would get out there first and start doing it. And then he would go to colleges. He would be on the internet talking probably to 20 people at one time in the inbox, recruiting people to his harebrained schemes. Now the guy was starting a cult, of course. You could tell it was a cult from the beginning. But he did the work. That's what I'm telling you. We got people who know everything that's best for Africa. They out here politicking on Dangote. They know the mindset of Dangote, but they haven't done even the work a little skinny, ugly little dude like Gazi is willing to do. You gotta lead people, and lead mean you go first. Stop trying to make it seem like everybody is gonna wake up one morning and say, hey, we need to go build a factory in Africa. That is not how the world or humanity ever worked. People are monkey see, monkey do, and they are followers. You do it, then they will come along. There's a saying, build it and they will come. Field of dreams, baby. We will never escape that truth right there. And we see it repeated over and over and over and over again. Tariq Nasheed, how did he pull people to FBA? He did a conference. He went down to Atlanta. He said, come on down here. We doing a conference. And for some people, that's enough to jump on board. But we cannot have a bunch of people who won't even take the first step pretending to know what's best for Black people, or pretending to know the mindset of someone who's taken 1,000,000 steps, actually like a Dangote, who's taken 1,000,000,000 steps towards what they want to do. You know what Dangote's doing? Exactly what he wants to do. Whether that is good enough for you or benefits you, that guy's creating thousands of jobs. And I know some of those jobs are taking African men and women from poverty to a place where they could take care of their family, feed their children, put their kids in school and everything like that. And if he's able to provide even one job for an African, if he's even able to change one African person on the continent's life, he's doing everything he's obligated to do. Now, when y'all start changing
provided one job,
then y'all can start talking about Dangote and everybody else. Because right now, Gazi's out doing all y'all.
Mobutu provided 2 jobs, but that didn't make him, anything special.
Who provided jobs? Guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button again. Please hit the like button. Who provided jobs?
He loves comparing these two extremes. Mobutu. Spell Mobutu, dude.
Mobutu provided more than one job for folks.
But Mobutu was a dictator, bro. I mean, he
was a billionaire. He's a billionaire. And he was a billionaire because of the resources of his country.
And he did what he had to do to get to where he wanted to be.
Right.
It wasn't good, but he got to where he wanted to be. But you know what Mobutu did? He took the first step. He said, I'll kill that nigga, and did what he had to do. So how do you think you're gonna take over the world if you don't even want to take the first step?
I don't want to take over the world.
Right.
Good conversation, guys. Good conversation. I saw John in the background.
These guys, and this is what it boils down to. The Black man wants to complain about the condition of the world, but he doesn't want to take over ownership of the world so he can determine what the condition of the world is. You're trying to let the white man keep steering so you can sit in the back and complain about what a horrible job he's doing because you don't want to steer because you know the reality. We'll probably run this bitch into the ground more than the white man will.
What's up, Brother John? I've been telling my Twitter space group about you.
Oh, yeah, I'm in the house.
Yeah, I got your email. I need to send you an email so we can communicate.
And Brandon, that's interesting what you just said. Because currently, right now, I've said this on this channel before, right? The African continent is practically in international organizations with virtually almost every Black diasporan group apart from African Americans. When you look at the African Caribbean Pacific Islander International Organization, when you look at BRICS, Brazilian, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, so that means Afro-Latinos predominantly, the largest outside of the diasporan Africans is, Brazilians. The only group that has a large population that is not in any institution with the African continent is the African American, approximately 50 million of you. And that is one thing that you just mentioned that I'm picking back off of that Pan-African Strikes Back. Last year, January 1st, 2021, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area moved into action, started its implementation process. That makes the African continent, like I said earlier, the largest free trade zone based on the participating countries. And also, I think the third or the fifth or 7, sorry, no one should quote me on that, largest economic bloc at this point. By the 7th of September 2021, the first ever summit between the African continent and Caribbean countries under CARICOM happened. So the African continent instantly, after it became active, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area, the first thing they did was they reached out to Caribbean sisters and brothers and had the first ever virtual summit, you know, due to COVID and that. And heads of states and presidents were at that, and prime ministers were at that summit.
Yeah, I saw that. But you
all
said that
of African countries and Caribbean countries, and having these conversations. So collectivism, forget. Yes, I agree with you with the
said in the Latin
individual.
world, though, there's another organization that represents Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, blah blah blah. You said there is another organization that represents that group.
That's BRICS. Brazil having the largest people of African descent outside of the African continent. So they could be, they're represented by Brazil in BRICS, right?
BRICS.
So,
okay, I never heard of BRICS.
Yes, so you have that. And then whenever we're on this conversation, these are the efforts that Dynast has been trying to do for at least the last 10 years. And I think it's high time, like exactly what you said, it's high time that, you know, our African-American sisters and brothers really look into, oh, you know what, we need to take this leadership, we need to make this steps, we need to actually push for more integration with the rest of the Black population, because it's really looking like, oh, there are like field Negroes and then there's like house Negroes type of a situation. And I think we need to go past that at this point and be like, hey, we would create a 21st century global institution where all the different demographic groups of Black people have veto power as founding members. And all these other organizations like Nation of Islam can come in, and all the churches can come in and everything, because then we'll be able to measure every single milestone of our achievements.
Can't they already do that though with organizations like ECOWAS and the AU?
Pardon?
You know what we need to do first before we do it.
Did you hear what I said, Brandon? Did you hear what I said? Like African Union, they already. Do you understand?
I stopped listening to you when you start talking about the presidents and prime ministers came to some meeting and all that. You was droning on, bro. I'm not gonna lie. One of the things Black people need to learn how to do first before we can do anything, we need to learn how to be concise, bro. You could have said all that shit in 2 sentences. You took 45 minutes to tell us.
I didn't take 45 minutes. I know when I started. I started 10 minutes ago. Literally, I remember. I seen the timer. It was 10 minutes.
I was exaggerating. Calm down.
I landed exactly at 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Long time, dog.
You took 10
You're
minutes.
long-winded,
bro.
Brandon. You're long-winded.
Yeah, because like I think like
Brandon, you're long-winded.
I think like a lot of research hasn't been done by a lot of people that speak on things that they haven't really done a lot of research on. To be honest, like I have been on these panels for a while,
bro.
I ain't gonna
Everything
lie.
you just said
had nothing to do with this.
Let me say this: everything you just said, bro. Everybody in the audience and on this panel knows all that. Trust me. You wasted 10 minutes telling people, preaching to the choir, dude. Black people need to learn how to be more concise. They need to stop talking.
Do you know what it is, Brandon? You have known about that. So the question is this now. What actions are you taking? What actions are you taking? Because you can know about it for all anybody cares. But where are your actions? What actions are you guys taking?
You can't even eat your damn food because you're trying to still talk after you just talked for 10 minutes straight. I didn't even know what.
Yeah, so you said I'm preaching to the choir. So now the question is, what steps are you taking? You're the one talking about steps to be taken in leadership. So now I'm putting it up to you. What steps are you taking since you know all this information?
Well, let me tell you.
Go ahead.
Listen, this is the reality. You're the one who don't know what's going on because I know what Dynast is doing. Dynast know what I'm doing. Me and Dynast know what Kyle is doing. We know what freaking Black Acres of the Gambia are doing. We all know what people are doing who doing something. You're the one who don't know. That's why you keep on saying, what we need to do is.
That part. I'm talking to you about leadership that has countries. Between countries. You're talking to me as your individual pursuits.
Right.
Bruh, just eat your food, bro. Listen, there's a person in the comments who was like, Brandon, who are you loyal to? Are you loyal to America or are you loyal to Africa? I'm loyal to America and I'm loyal to Africa because my people are in America and my people are in Africa.
What does that have to do with what the conversation though? That has nothing to do with
Hold on, bro. I'm not gonna talk that long. I promise. I'm not. Listen, I'm loyal to the Black person who is loyal to their goal. So loyal that they're gonna get off their ass and start taking the initial steps necessary to reach their goal. I'm loyal to Dynast. Dynast called me, asked me for anything. If it's within my power, I give it to him. Kala, he hit me up, asked me for anything. If it's within my power, I give it to him. Freaking Ty from Africa investment guy called me. Anything he asked me for, I'm gonna give it to him. Body Butter Plug, the girl who do the shea butter, she called me. Anything she asked me for, I'm gonna give it to her. No charge. When I do advertisements on my channels for people, I don't charge them. Because I support any Black person who is loyal to their goal and who's willing to get off their ass. Do you have something you want to promote? I'll promote it for you for free. All you got to be doing is doing the work to move it forward. That's how you move forward. Supporting people who are doing shit. Not talking about what everybody needs to do because everybody ain't gonna do nothing. Individuals do something. That's what they do. The girl over in Kenya who wants to start a freaking nail shop and I gave her $1,000. She was loyal to her goal. She showed me what she wanted. She showed me the space she wanted. She showed me all the nail shit she had in her little apartment. I was like, yo, I'm with it. Let's do it. Boom, here you go. That's what's gonna move us forward, bro. You all this talking, all this fucking who needs to be doing what and we need to, that is a net loss. Black people been talking about that since the 60s.
Then why are you on the show then, Brandon? Why are you on this show? Because we're talking about issues and problems and solving those problems. That's what we're doing. And I appreciate what you're saying. It's good work. I like that. My hat's off to you. But what my brother's saying is also important too. What we're talking about is important too because it's educating people. I never heard of BRITS. I don't know what that stands for. I don't even know if that's an acronym or not. But I've been wondering: is there an organization that's dealing with Colombia, Brazil, and
so it's educating you. You're saying we're educating people. No,
but I know about all the other stuff though.
Brandon, do you know what your problem is right now? Is one of the problems that that happens. You want a monolithic approach to things, and that's never a solution. There are several approaches to things. There's several ways of doing things and implementing things, and you need to get that reality in.
John, read the comments. Read the comments and see what the people you're educating think about the shit you said.
Don't go nowhere else, John.
I'm going to get my charger from my own laptop. That's it. It's right here in the same room. I'll be right back.
Okay. He sits down, he gets up, and he sits down, he gets up, and he sits down, and he gets up.
I just landed from Chief Tuscaloosa, our Black Warrior Chief's land, right now.
Oh, wow. Interesting. But no, you guys both have good points though, because it has to be on both levels.
Brandon, let me read the comments, right? Because you're interested in the comments. Let me read them. FBA don't have a family. Forget the comments. No, let's go with that. Neil Amechi, I so agree with you. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Brits. Was Gazi raping niggas? FBA don't have a family. The topic is supposed to be the N.O.I, Nature Boy, Gazi Kodas and the pipe dream of a black ethno state here in America. We need to start a new political party and civil movement. But you was bashing N.O.I. that helping black people. That is AA said that. Tendaji, respectfully, your brothers ain't talking about shit. BRICS, new monetary system which will end the dollar as a backup currency. I love being moderator on Dynasty's Live. You do not know how nation building. Brandon have no loyalty to nothing. The fact you never heard of BRICS is not good. Shout out to the FBA family. Everyone knows about BRICS. That someone said that. I agree. Nilo Amechi. Enough. Stop. And then listen, Dilemma Anthony, why my friend? From to have a live, I got to be moderator on that. Talking ain't solving brother. Facts. Let him answer the question. He's right to be fair. I agree with Brandon. Go and be American CIA agents. That's to you again, Brandon. Thank you, sir. If Africans only concept relies on people outside the continent, it already a failed concept. Lo, Diallo. Brandon has been talking for his long now. Just shut STFU. 100%. Brandon, I think Yeet sounds like he supports black people too. Let's not make it a show of contest. Encourage people. Continue political education and organization. We cannot fail. Here's what black Americans need to do. Less crime, better parenting, less whole behavior from the females. Brandon Nasheed.
Hey, bro, we got it. It's diversity comments, man. Like,
do you understand what the hell you keep on talking about the comments? Listen, bro, I put a link up in the private chat, right? That is me. I told you about, the research. I made it absolute less than 5-minute video. Introductory video about the entire concept. If you want to see the documents that go after that, you have to first understand the introductory video to start with.
All right, cool, bro. Hey, let's get it back on subject though.
So you haven't even done that, and then you're here on a panel with me, and then you are practically telling me, oh, you know what, you can't do this and that. I'm telling you, it's not monolithic. There are several approaches to things, and one of those approaches is collectivism.
Yes.
You're talking about individual pursuits. The individual pursuits have been happening since 1900.
Now I just think
we're still at the bottom of
being active and pushing your own plan. What you saying is true, but what he was saying was true too. It take individuals.
Yeah, exactly. But for some reason, he doesn't want to hear what I'm saying, but he wants me to hear what you say.
Let's get back on the subject, bro. We talking about an ethno state for black Americans. You as a continental African, how do you feel about this?
I think the first things first is, do you have access to the Atlantic Ocean? That's the first thing. Second thing, do you control a port? The third.
So now we're talking about location of the actual territory. First, we gotta come together on the actual idea. I'm just asking you about the idea of having a nation. Do you agree that we need a nation, or do you agree that we just need to repatriate to the existing African nations?
No, I think you really actually need to be in America to have your own, like, you're able to create that community. However,
we can't have a nation in America. We talking about a nation in Africa. We can use the money from America.
Yeah. But listen to this, right? I think African Americans need to learn from what happened in the cities they created and got destroyed by white supremacists or the government.
That's why we need independence, because
so now
domain is a thing, bro. They could come take our land whenever they want.
Yeah. So now I think being able to not just be in the inner cities and actually have access to the Atlantic Ocean by having a city close to the Atlantic Ocean that you have a port, at least one port you control, that means you can do both. You can do America having that port in that city, but your manufacturing base is not in America. So if they blow anything up, your manufacturing is still ongoing, and that can be done on the African continent. It can be done in Caribbean countries and things of that nature. And I think that's where it could happen in the 21st century.
Then our dollar only builds that nation that we have our manufacturing things in.
Pardon?
If we have our own nation, it's all going to us. We funneling our own bread.
You're not going to have your own nation in the United States. That's my opinion. It's not going to happen.
We're not talking about a nation in the United States.
You already have 5 of them in eastern Oklahoma. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, those nations are not the nations that we're talking about. The type of nations we're talking
Plus
about.
the Republic or Kingdom of Hawaii. You have that one too.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about those type of nations, I believe.
Which ones are you talking about then?
We're
talking about
a
completely
nation
sovereign
that's-
nations with their own armies, their own military, their own currency, their own government.
I'm not even talking about that, really.
That's what we talking about when we say an ethno-state.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Y'all been all the way off topic, damn near the whole show, bro. We talking about the Nation of Islam separating from NATO. If we take the Nation of Islam off the table, we still talking about Black Americans having their own nation, our own currency, our own military. That's what we talking about when we talk about a nation, not just a community, not a street with a bunch of stores on it, not a block, a nation.
Yeah, so having said that, that's what I was saying. First things first, just being able to get a city and control one port in America is going to be very important. You start with trade.
Okay. This brother who's proposing this
and I think from that, then you can build other aspects. Pardon?
This brother who's proposing this ethno nation, where's the land he's discussing to begin from?
In my mind, first, we would have to have a government here send them over to Africa to speak to the existing African nations. It's 50 plus nations. We only need one to agree to cede us uncultivated land. So we would need those representatives to talk to the people first. We can't just fly over to Africa and jump out the plane and say, this is what our nation going to be. That's going to start a war.
I got you,
if we got uncultivated land, we will be peaceful with our neighbors.
Okay, I got you. Where are you from, bro?
I'm from Houston.
Okay. I went to Texas Southern. I was there in Houston 6 years.
Okay, yeah. You was right in my neighborhood.
I ran against Eleanor Tinsley and Jim Westmoreland for city council at large, 83 and 85. And I ran against my father's friend, Mickey Leland, as a write-in for U.S. Rep.
Okay, good brother. I'm familiar.
Yeah, I ran against Mickey as a write-in because he wouldn't show up and vote on anything.
Yeah, he was the big dog in Houston.
My father's friend, though, okay, good friend. And when they got to the Democratic
Sheila Jackson Lee had in my neighborhood under her thumb for quite a long time.
Under who?
Sheila Jackson Lee. She been over there for a minute.
Sheila Jackson Lee and I were in PAL, Progressive Action League, together. Sheila Jackson Lee was an intern under, I think, she was in the University of Virginia. She was an intern either for not Elijah Cummings, the brother from the former head of the Intelligence Committee out of Cleveland. Either him or Kanye's.
So what's your thoughts on creating Africa being amenable to some country in Africa, or maybe a couple? It probably have to be in one geographic area.
Well, I've already been saying last weekend, Liberia belongs to all of us. We need to sit down and have a powwow with George Wade and his Jamaican-born wife. I don't know if anybody heard that webcast that I took over from Dynas last Saturday. That is ours already, so we don't have to invent that wheel.
Would Liberians be okay with let's say
it has a mixed lineage of Black Americans, but it also has a lineage that's not ours. It's not our nation.
Hold on, two brothers are talking.
If 25 million, let's just use that number, African Americans decide they want to leave and go to Liberia, would the Liberian people, the majority of the Liberian people, be good with that?
No.
Well, there's only 4 million Liberian people, and 1 million of those don't live there right now. So if we just had 5 million, we would probably take over and vote our president in, no matter who the locals wanted.
And then we have another civil war.
If that's what we wanted to do, but I don't think it's going to work like that. I'm just saying. And I proposed that, okay, does Liberia need some money now? Okay, do you want to come to us or the IMF or the Bank for International Settlements or World Bank, or wouldn't you rather come to us? And I said, okay, give us our passport. Let 5 million of us buy a passport for $100. How much money is that right off the top? Whether we go there or not. You understand what I'm saying? We don't even have to go there.
But Mr. John,
yes?
Where will you find the 5 million African Americans that would want to put $100 up front?
Well, I wouldn't want 5 million. Well, you call them African Americans, black people that are in the United States. Mm-hmm. If they don't want to do that, they don't want to do anything.
Right. That's
the point of organization.
The major issue is that. That's the real issue.
Oh, okay, but let them offer it, or let us offer it to ourselves.
You see,
let me finish.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't even get to land on these issues last weekend, and all of a sudden here we are talking about nation state.
Exactly.
And I'm going to get to what we were trying to do with Nation of Islam when Elijah Muhammad was alive, and my dad and the nation invested and bought up like 10,000 acres of land in Greene County, Alabama, for that purpose, until the alphabet soup started snipping around. Okay, we were on course until Elijah died, and my father's not a Muslim. He's against organized religion, but this was a black thing.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm from a family that's been on this for, well, I would go back to the 1870s, but anyway, for sure since 1969. Okay, we haven't done it, but we've been there. It's not we've been there and done it yet. I wish we had. So right. I've been thinking about this for 50 years. I'm 63 now, by the way. Okay, so I've been in Nigeria for 32 years. I had to lay low because I was either going to end up in Leavenworth or I was going to get hit by some drive-by or something, you know, because I know too much.
You know Lloyd Weaver?
The late Lloyd Weaver. I knew Lloyd well. We were in the African American Association that I insisted we created when your CIA brother Walter Carrington came over and tried to tell us what to do. Excuse me?
When did he pass?
In the last 2.5 years or less.
Wow, may he rest
in New York. He's been back about 4.5, 5 years. 2018, as he moved back to New York.
Okay. Well,
but he's late now. He was an Ifa priest.
For all you guys,
Lloyd and Tony and the other brother,
his business partner. His business partner.
They were running Swift Media together. Yeah.
Yeah. I stayed
with
them.
He was with ABC affiliate in New York. He was doing the Black History stuff. About 15 different episodes that he was trying to get a copyright on from CBS. And then he was hired by Nigerian Television Authority in 1982, I think, under Shagari, to come in and train NTA how to do, you know.
Is that company still going?
No.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
But well, anyway, he's a descendant
was the
of
last one left.
Douglas.
Tony left, and then the other guy would come and go, and it turned out he was not a sickler. He had something else. So Lloyd was the last guy who left. His daughter, by a Yoruba woman from Edo Remo, I think. She graduated. She graduated. Lloyd's daughter graduated first in his class from Spelman. I don't know if you guys know that.
Yeah. You know, he was a descendant of Frederick Douglass.
A year ahead of time. He was a what?
He was a descendant of Frederick Douglass, and he looks just like Frederick Douglass.
Oh, similar. I don't know about just like.
Well, when I was there in 1988, 88, 89, when I was there, and it was pointed out to me when I got back to the States, it was pointed out to me, and I went to Facebook and looked at his face and looked at Frederick Douglass' face. I was like, what? Dead on.
He's a slimmer version.
But anyway, guys, he's one of the first African Americans to be initiated in the generations of African Americans to be initiated into Orisha, along with Surgiman and the Chief Bays. Chief Bay is another brother in New York. This generation was probably the 50s, 60s generation. And I had a chance to meet him, stay with him for when I went to Nigeria to be initiated into IFA in '88 and '89. I stayed with
Yeah,
Lloyd.
he was big on that. Was that in on Allen Avenue or near a Ikeja bus stop?
It was in Ikeja. That's all I remember. It's near
Yeah, both
Baguni.
of them are in Ikeja. I was wondering which of the two because I met them in '89 myself.
Okay. Okay, that was years.
I've been there since '88.
You also calling Ikeja Ikeja. I like it. I was just hearing it. No, go ahead. I was just enjoying the conversation.
So, but anyway, you guys, we digress. But anyway, I was wanting to know, I thought about that, and I wanted to ask John that since he's been there so long and sort of a small community. They're African Americans in Nigeria, and they got a group of them, and they probably got an association or something, and whatever.
Well, we started to have one, but some of the embassy people wanted to take it over, and we didn't want to have anything to do with the U.S. government. That's another story. Yeah, go ahead.
We need our own nation.
Mr. John, wait 1 second, Sha. Mr. John, were you in Nigeria during the FESAC 77?
No, I was in high school in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, okay. Because there are also Brazilians in Nigeria as well, you know.
Yes, my daughter's mother's name is Susan from Brazilian Quarters, Lagos Island, Campo Street. I know the story well. They have cousins in Brazil.
Yeah, Afro Latinos, even from Cuba,
found out who they were and found out what their original name was, which is secession, before they were captured and taken to Brazil 4 generations back.
Yeah, how do you feel when you hear people say that we Indians?
You mean indigenous of what's called America?
No, I'm talking about Cherokee,
Indians is the wrong word. This is going to be indigo, in with God, or indigo black. But Indians, that's the precursor to Negro. What does it mean? It doesn't mean where you're from. It doesn't mean your tribe.
Kind of went more science temp on me just now.
It's a generic. It's not an OEM. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. What country could even support a larger number of refugees? I mean,
I don't know why you want to mention refugees. I think even some of our billionaires are refugees. But anyway, look at it like this. From where we are right now, I've thought this thing through. Where we are right now, Liberia's concept is what, 100? Well, it's 200 years old, okay? Prior to the 1822 Colonization Society, they were already trying to do it in the 1700s, but officially 1822. So we're 200 years down the road. If you count Haiti, our first Black republic declared in the West.
Facts.
I'm not talking about the ancient nations of, well, what's called Africa, or Abyssinia, or all the other names that we called it. Haiti was not an experiment. It really happened. The Republic of Hawaii wasn't an experiment. It's really still there. Okay? Liberia is not an experiment. It is there. And it belongs to all of us in what the white man calls the Negro race. Unfortunately, we had to use that term in the Constitution of Liberia. But we need to, I don't want to say be millennials, because that would be the wrong word, but we need to be up to par on what we really are everywhere. But the nation of Liberia belongs to all of us. That's what their Constitution says. It just says Negro, which we need to modify at some point.
So 43 square miles, how big is that? What could you compare 43 square miles to a state in the United States? What's 43 square miles?
What's 43 square miles, sir? What are you?
Liberia. Texas is 268,000 square miles, to put it in perspective. Liberia is 43,000 square miles.
Okay, I was going to say, you said 46. Yeah, 43,000. Yeah, that's bigger than Rhode Island. That's bigger than Connecticut. It's bigger than Jim Crow Joe's Delaware.
How about
it's bigger than Washington District of Columbia, 10 miles square.
Mr. John, I think I mean, that's going too far. How about starting first by actual? Because for me, what I see right now is I don't see that momentum
30
at all.
million, yeah, more than that. Excuse me?
I don't see the momentum for everything you guys are saying, because if you even look at Liberia,
Let's
it
leave
was,
the momentum out right now. Let's look at
yeah,
the
if
legal
because
structure
if
of
you look
what's
at,
available to us on the planet. So we
yeah,
don't
yeah.
have
So
to
if we're
invent.
even looking at that, Mr. John, it
Yep.
started, even if we're looking at just Liberia, it was, what was it called? The American Colonial Society, or
Yeah,
what
it's
was
a
it?
misnomer. The U.S.
American
government backed it,
Colonization
but
Society.
it still belongs to us.
Pardon?
Nothing's
Sorry,
perfect.
Mr. John,
I'm
one
not
second.
saying only Liberia. I did mention the Kingdom or Republic of Hawaii. I did mention the Cherokee Nation of what was Eastern Oklahoma, the Muskogee Creek Nation of Oklahoma, the Seminole Nation of
Yeah,
Oklahoma, Norman,
yeah, I
Oklahoma,
understand.
the Chickasaw and the Choctaws. It's there. Supreme Court decision, July 2020. Look it up. It is ours. And we got treaties to back it up.
Okay.
And all those tribes I mentioned are black, or what people
Okay.
want to call
So,
Negro,
so
and what
if
what
we
Bill
look at
Clinton wants
even,
to call African American. You got to be
yeah,
careful about that.
if we look at
It's
that,
executive order.
Mr. John.
You're a 14th Amendment subject if you decide to be an African American, which means you're also a 13 Article Section 2 subject to Congress legislation.
Which is why
Former
we need our
piece of
own
property
I like
now
listening
titled
to
with the
your
14th Amendment of the U.S. government. So be careful
Mr.
about that
John.
African American title. Go
John,
ahead.
I like listening to your knowledge. I enjoy when you're on the live.
Yes.
When it comes to Liberia, Liberia is a tricky legacy. I've always told people that even when
Yes, we know it's not perfect, but it belongs to us and it exists.
exactly,
We don't have to
and
reinvent the damn
if
wheel. So it's not
yeah,
perfect.
I understand that,
And
but
it's not the only
Liberia,
solution. It's just one.
Mr. John, right?
Yes.
The thing, I was speaking about individualism here, right? And we're back to individualism again. You see, what I am looking at right now, where the African continent right now is in the 21st century, in the next 10, 20 years, all borders on the continent will be as good as like the European Union. You can travel to any part of the African continent with your African
Yeah,
passport.
we know that. Let me
So,
comment about the Hawaiian nation. Look up the coup of 1893. We had a black queen of Hawaii that was dethroned at gunpoint by your U.S. military and some white developers backed by Wall Street. It's a black country. The leaders, the royal family of Hawaii is black. Look it up. Okay, continue.
So now, so let's build on that, right? So if you're talking about, like what Shah is proposing, like, hey, like, hey, would anyone be saying, hey, we'll give you guys land? You have to first interact with the people on that stage, and that's why you need an institute to be in an institution with them. That's the key thing.
No, this is why we need a government, bruh. We need a government to
bro,
go over there and talk to them.
I knew you were gonna come in.
Bro,
I
you
freaking
bro that
King Justice,
No, Nigeria got a
I
nation,
knew
Ghana
you were
got a
gonna come
nation,
and talk
Gambia
about
got a
government.
nation.
Well, let's use Liberia then. If we're
Nah, we not Liberians,
let's
bro.
use
We
Liberia.
black in America.
Mr. John, 1 second, and King Justice, I knew you were gonna come in, but you know what, right? What can we work with right now? Representatives, right? Just
What we
let's
can work
just have.
with right now
Let's
we can
have
get the
representation.
nationalists.
Wait, listen, King Justice. Let's at least have people who are pro-black representatives from every community of African Americans first. Let's just have something like that first.
The brother speaking, what's your name?
Out of that, our government
Pardon?
can be formed.
Your brother
Because
was
we
just
need a
50.
government. Everybody got a nation but us. Jamaicans got a nation. Haitians got a nation.
No. Jamaica belongs to the
Mr.
Queen of
John.
Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, Mr. John, you were saying something earlier. The brother is speaking what?
What?
You were saying the brother is. I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah,
you. Yeah.
Where are you?
We spoke like 2 days ago. I'm Nigerian. I'm in the UK at the moment.
You're in the UK. Oh, okay, I remember you. What's your name again?
Edward, Ed already, whichever pleases. So
I'm
that's
trying to see
really
where
what
you are right here of the 5-6 people here. Which one are you?
YEAD.
Okay,
YEAD.
I remember you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so what we first need is at least like let's work with what we got at the moment, because King Justice, there's not yet a government, so
King
at
Justice.
least representation from every African American
Oh,
community,
wait. You
at
said King
least.
Justice? King Justice? I understand. I didn't understand.
Say again.
Overton. King Justice? What did you say?
He
I
was
wasn't talking.
wanting government, but we're not there yet. Can we just first start with representation from
Yeah,
all?
I agree. I
My
agree.
point, I was saying about the institution that needs to go speak to the people in Africa. As far as
We've
us
had
over
that.
here, need to be our
We've had that.
representatives that are being formed as our
Malcolm
government.
Little, also known as Malcolm X, had the Organization of Afro-American Unity. He did go
Facts,
meet
but
with
it was an organization. It wasn't a government. Malcolm
It
should have
wasn't
been
an
a senator,
institution.
or he should have been an ambassador. That's
King
what he should have
Justice, you
been.
see what
Agreed.
King Justice, you've been here for so long. So you see, it comes back to individual persons, and that's not what's needed. It needs some level of collective approach and
You're
an
right, but it takes
institution.
the collective has to be born out of the individuals, bro. You got a plan, I got a plan, and we come
need
together on
all
a
of
clear
it.
goal.
Brothers and sisters, we need all of it.
Yeah,
So,
that you
we need
remember
a
it,
million
King Justice.
more of
That's
us
what I
each
agreed
year.
with Brandon.
We don't have enough.
So
We need all of it.
if we were to look
Can
at,
you
let
stop
Al
talking?
come on?
Can you stop talking over one another? Actually, someone else get in now because you guys been talking all night.
Al, can I before you go, Al, can I say this? That we have welcome, Al. That we have institutions in our communities. Like, for example, we have the Christian community. There's a big organization that umbrellas a lot of the Southern Christian community, whatever that's called, right?
Well, I'm not one of those, but I would like to land on what I was saying. I keep getting interrupted. I'm being asked to continue, but you brothers have had a few hours. I just showed up.
Yeah,
last weekend, I was just drafted in. It's not my program once again, but I'd like to lay down my ideas and then, bounce them off, tell me what's wrong and right, and let's try to get toward perfection, which we never will, but
All right, John.
That's
All right, John, we'll let
we
you
have
off.
to do.
Yeah, let's hear it. We'll let you off. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Liberia belongs to all of us, even though they say it doesn't. But there's no doubt about it. We, Africans or Black people in what's now called the United States of America, we were involved with creating it. It belongs to all of us. In the law, any diaspora, which is everywhere, and Black people are in every country of the world. Okay, Liberia is still ours. Now, will George Way, and sorry to say, over and over, his Jamaican-born wife, let's be clear about this, she is the first lady, should be included in all discussions. She may or may not sleep with him in the same bed, but they're going to be talking about this subject very soon, or they're going to be out of office very soon anyway. So they're not there perpetually. But nonetheless, whoever the heads of state and the Congress, and I've talked to some people in ECOWAS about this, some Liberians there, and, some of it is taken serious and some of it's laughed at. But they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. They wouldn't be in the Liberian consulate offices if we didn't create it in the first damn place. Okay? So it does exist. And I brought up the point that 90% of all the yachts and big boats in the world are registered to Liberia for tax purposes and all kinds of other stuff. And those boats never are moored or docked in what's called Liberia, nor at their embassies. Okay, someone brought up the fact that there's an organization in the United States that is taking over registration. Yeah, they're collecting money. I wonder what they do with it, but they're collecting money for every boat that's registered, right? And or aircraft, which they don't do a whole lot of, because Roberts Field, it needs some work. And the U.S. government was involved with setting that one up, not once, not twice, not 3 times even. So we have that. It is ours. And I've been saying to all the Liberians, give us our damn passport. Cut the crap. 1 year residence. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Do you want our money or not? Excuse me. Somebody said something.
I said if,
No,
if
someone.
Liberia was ours, you wouldn't have to tell them to give us passports. We would already have.
Yes,
that.
I know, but okay, just because we're still in infancy after 200 years, we better wake up.
Can you
They,
really be
they
in
don't
infancy
want us
after
to
200
get
years?
this act, they, quote unquote, they don't want us to get our act together. We know that. With all the opposition to us from all sides of the water joining hands, we don't need to be talking armchair stuff and criticizing every other sentence in this conversation. The world is too damn serious for that right now. Okay? So we have that. Whether you want to go to Liberia or not is not what I'm talking about. But if 5 million US or Western Hemisphere blacks got $100 and got a let's say a temporary passport for a start, 5 million times 100 is how much money? It's enough to start a damn bank. I know that.
Yep.
The question is, what would be the substance of the money? Now, it'd be a lot easier for them to say, yeah, it's time to come home. This is the bicentennial, at least for the rest of this year. You've got 6 months to get your passports. And $100, I don't know how many times would come in. And now you have the option of holding 2 passports. Now, those of us who get it from the Washington or
Mr. John, what if the issue is not your money?
Is what?
Is not about money.
I haven't even got that far in my conversation here, so I don't know what.
Yeah, I'm just asking that question.
Let him talk, man, please. Because you need to.
I asked, how much is 5 million times 100? That sounds like a lot of money to me.
5 billion.
Yeah, 5 billion. Couldn't we use 5 billion to start this thing of whatever we want to do? Couldn't we use that?
Yes.
Okay, go to World Bank.
That's 500 million.
Or anywhere else and try to get that money. The easiest thing is say, all right, announcing Ebony
500 million, I think you're right.
Or social media, Liberia is issuing only for this period.
Right.
If you want in on it, you can get citizenship for $100 and you don't have to go there.
Okay.
Bam,
That's
5
million people. That's 5 million people. What about the other 45 in just the US?
Million. True, 500 million.
They don't need a nation.
Okay, but let's say 50 million, let's say, in the Americas.
Yeah, where they're gonna go.
50 million times 100, and they don't have to go there. Okay, instead of 500 million, that's 5 billion.
That's money, though. What about the people in their actually occupying that geographic place?
Do you know who currently run Liberia? Liberia is currently the ruling class in Liberia, and actually not the real natives of Liberia anyway.
Okay, fine, but it's not going to be like that forever.
See, why even deal with that when we can have a fresh slate?
Yes, you can, sir, but go do it. Meanwhile, that one is there. Haiti is there.
Yeah, we can do it. We can build Liberia and start a new nation.
Caicos is there. Barbados is there. Hawaii is there.
You're our African informant, though. You're our African expertise. You among other folks, and I'm saying, okay, that's a start, and that's
Oklahoma is there.
Where else?
Do you know where else
can we go?
You got to use all of this stuff.
On the continent of
Green
Africa,
County
where
is
else can we
almost
go?
there, and the
Not
Republic
to Hawaii,
in Mississippi. That Amir died on. It was on the way, but we need all of this stuff, not one answer, because they're going to come at all of us. Every black community
to even be a nation, you got to be recognized by other nations.
Right.
All of them.
Where else in Africa can we go?
Now, listen, let me just be like, to be a nation, you got to be recognized by other nations. So why can't we get Liberia to recognize
Hawaii is already recognized.
But that's
Liberia is already recognized.
Hawaii is teeny. Oklahoma is little. Hawaii is little.
We're not talking about little. We're talking about getting off the damn ground.
Okay.
Monaco is smaller. Singapore is smaller.
Go to Ivory Coast. Cote d'Ivoire next door. Ivory Coast is a French.
And you're going to need a new land. Look, with 40 million people, we bigger than Sudan and Algeria by population. We cannot fit into small Liberia. It's just It is
Yeah,
what
but
it
we
is.
don't have to go there. That's
Yeah,
what
but
you guys are forgetting.
but
We
we
don't have to
can.
be there.
True.
Nigerians are in every damn corner of the earth.
That's because they
Yeah,
trying to flee their country.
yeah, but
Yeah, they're fleeing,
the
but they're
purposes of what
excelling
we're saying
everywhere
is,
they go.
yeah, but I'm saying
They're the best
part
example
of what
of
we're saying though
export.
is that
They're the best.
we're going to have
There's
a
nobody better
army,
than them
we're going to have a
today.
military, we're going to have an economic base with a military and a government, and
Okay, great. Where?
that's what we're asking you.
That's why we gotta have an
that's your
organization
idea,
first
home.
that creates our government. You gotta have a government to even talk to these people to get the land.
Yeah, Liberia is already a government. Liberia already has
No, they don't represent us.
But it's a place that has the potential to, you know, it's in the Constitution, and we would force that. We would put it to a place if it starts really happening. There's a lot of other potential problems that could come, but I would say that because the Constitution is already geared toward us going there, that could be a starting point and could be
everywhere is a starting point. But Liberia exists.
listen.
We don't have to invent it. We were involved.
Yes, so they should. You know what, Brother John? They should be our best ally. That's what Liberia should be. They should be our greatest ally as a nation.
Arm sharing, bombard the embassy of Liberia to say we want to talk to George and his lady. When y'all coming to Atlanta, DC, New York, Oklahoma, Houston? When y'all coming? Or are you coming? Oh, you're not coming? Now we know what you two are thinking. All right, let's wait for the next president, next first lady. Next,
John.
Okay, if
John,
that's what
Liberia.
let's get clarity. What's
Mr. John, let's not even go too far. I can make that happen for you through diplomatic channels. I can get you to get with the ambassador of Liberia to America. That will get you to the front of the Liberian president.
Okay.
That I'm making it straight to you right now. So I'm on this panel because I'm looking at my African brothers and sisters. I've been talking to yours for like the last 10 years. I'm saying, listen, try another approach. You've been you've been trying to knock down a wall for the last 10, 20 years.
It's not gonna happen.
It's Edward. It's Edward speaking. It's Edward, the Nigerian that's in. Wait, listen to me.
Yeah.
Okay, what's he been talking about for 10 years? What's he been talking about?
Like I've been speaking about. Listen, the first things first. Everybody needs to first do is a collective institution where everybody has veto power. I've been actively saying that with Mr. John and African Americans.
Okay, no problem. Did he found the institution? He's at 10 years.
That's the thing. Everybody doesn't want to do that hard work. Instead, they want to say, hey, I want to go individually to go and speak to people on the African continent. And
that's why we need a government.
So,
who's saying government?
King Justice, 1 second. Let's just finish with it because it's getting to that.
Go on.
Let's get past the institution. Who's the brother said the institution?
It was either was speaking about it. I can get you in front of, the ambassador.
I heard that. You
Liberia
going to do that.
to America, and then from there you give. He's a representation of Liberia, and also and he will be able to get to the presidency in Liberia.
Yes. So, okay, you do that. Tell us when.
I can be able to work that out.
Okay, I'm giving you 60 days.
Tell him when. Tell him now. Give him your number.
What do you listen, right? I don't know who you are, Al, but I do not approve of the way you're speaking. I am telling you,
you be talking all night, bro.
Listen, Al, you are some dude. You just stop, right? Listen, I'm being serious here. Right.
I know. How many days do you need?
I'm being serious here. If that is what, listen. If that is what the problem is, that's not even a problem.
I'm just talking about that one solution you mentioned.
Yeah. If it is for you to be able to get to the ambassador of Liberia to America and get to the presidency in Liberia, if that has been the problem all this while, consider
I'm
it
just saying,
solved.
when are you going to do that? Let's eliminate the problems.
It's all okay.
Get back to us?
Go to the private chat. I'm going to put my email there, and then we can have.
I put mine there, john.cashin@icloud.com.
No, in the private chat. I haven't seen it.
I told everybody, so email me, sir. No problem.
I haven't seen it. I'm going to put mine
I put it in here. Here it goes.
He just told you. Okay, John. What the reason why I'm
Okay,
saying
there
it's
it
not
is.
going to happen? Yeah.
Oh, that's Edwards. So you see the private chat, John, to the left.
So
on
you have to look in the private chat. That's my email there.
Whatever. I'm giving you
You're more
mine.
likely to get. I'm telling you,
You
it's not
put it
going
in
to
the general
happen.
chat, Edward.
Send me. If you're serious, everybody,
Pardon?
send me. Send me. John.Cashin at iCloud.
Shah, you want to send me?
Until we get our own server up for this purpose. Yeah, go on.
Have, oh, you know what? I have John's email. I'll put it in the private chat for you, Edward.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
We haven't let
I'll
Al.
get
You want to hear what
Now,
Al has to say?
now, the first thing I want to hear from you is when you're going to set this thing up with Liberia, and I don't want to hear anything about it until you do. Again, next.
Okay, let me speak. Can I speak now? Because everyone been talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah? Okay.
Go ahead,
John. First of all, yeah, the last time you mentioned Liberia, you did mention someone called John Allen of
No,
an Igbo.
Cyril Allen. Cyril Allen.
Yes, Cyril Allen.
He's Igbo.
Yeah, of an
Yes,
Igbo.
by blood.
Igbo.
Yes, go on.
Yeah.
From
So
Nigeria.
you said yes. He said he was involved in the Liberian War. Is that correct? Yeah.
Well, he was there. He was in the middle of it. Somebody else was claiming he was responsible almost directly. I didn't say that. But yeah, he was there. And he's no perfect human being. But yeah, I've met the guy before and after war. And he was a changed man after the war. He was a different man before than after.
Well,
I will say that.
I hope you never walk.
And he won't talk to me right now. Let me add that. Continue.
Okay. Because you know, me and my family, we suffered and we lost heavily due to that.
I
war.
know.
That.
I know. Even himself. But yeah.
So when going back to Liberia, I'm just gonna be real with you. You have more chance of having the whole Mano River Union coming together. That's Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, coming together as one country. Then you have a chance of bringing more African Americans over, because you're gonna have the Liberians and the Sierra Leoneans and the Guineans possibly accepting few African
So
Americans.
geographically, you're going to skip over Sierra Leone?
Well, you can have Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea together, but you're gonna struggle with Guinea, because I can never see Guinea accepting that anyway. But
I was in a Guinean man shop this afternoon.
Because Guinea is very big, and you know, it's a big country, and you know,
it's big and has a whole lot of assets in the ground. Bauxite, number 2 in the world. Yeah.
So yes, and the second largest producer. Yes, but what I was gonna say is it's gonna be difficult in terms of accepting it, because the thing is, you know, Liberia and Sierra Leone, they're very similar in culture and in a lot of ways, you know, and Guinea is totally different. Guinea is like it's our
yeah, I'm just wondering why you skipped over to Liberia without mentioning Sierra Leone. That's what I said.
No, oh yeah, okay. No, I did say Sierra Leone. I said Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea. But Sierra Leone is quite populated now anyway, because there's
Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes. It's what we call the Mano River Union, right?
Okay, it exists in name or a structure or organization,
it exists. It used to exist as an organization called the Mano River Union, because it's the rivers that split them. It's one.
Where's their office or headquarters or contact? Where is it?
No. It used to be an organization that they're trying to form as one country.
But it's just the idea of the past now, like Senegambia.
Yes, that's right, like Senegambia. But it's still kind of.
Hey, bro, what are you saying? Are you saying Guineans, Sierra Leoneans, and Liberians gonna have a problem with us coming to Liberia, or they have a problem with us starting a new nation in Africa?
Well, to be honest, I'd rather you go to Ivory Coast. You can have Ivory Coast 100%, because you know what, Ivory Coast is much more larger, and also Ivory Coast have loads of foreigners living in the land that shouldn't be there to start with. So
what about the Congo?
Okay. Slow down. Slow down.
You can have.
Have any of you contacted? Okay, have you contacted Ivory Coast for this purpose?
We gotta have a government first, brother John.
No,
I'm just asking. I just want to know where we are on Ivory Coast. Has anybody discussed this with any official of Ivory Coast?
If you're ready, I'm going to West Africa end of the year. We can meet up.
I just left.
I got the contact.
I've been talking to all of them. I was in ECOWAS headquarters twice in the last.
Can you put your email in the private chat now? Because I'd like to have your email too.
John.Cashin at iCloud.com or him?
No, him. I got yours, John, and I gave it to.
Yeah, well, I'm inviting everybody to say something privately to me, so I know what's really on everybody's mind aside from this.
I will give you my email.
Here.
I'll put my email in the private chat, definitely.
Okay.
You know, start with Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
And 1 second. Start with Ivory Coast because the Ivory Coast.
Okay, but you have not discussed this matter formally with the Ivory Coast or Cote d'Ivoire government. Am I correct?
No, I haven't because I haven't got the contact.
No, you haven't.
The reality is, no, I haven't got the contact. But however, I got contact. Un peu, petit peu. Well, I'm more for English.
Oh, okay,
petit.
Okay.
Petit peu. Yeah.
Moi, je parle très bien français aussi. Comment allez-vous, les gens là?
Voulez-vous coucher à voir?
Oh, that's some gay ass shit. What do you mean, voulez-vous? Do you know what you just said? You said, do you want to sleep with me? That's the only word, sentence you know. That's some gay shit. No homo, anyway.
Get to Cote d'Ivoire and get back to us. You're the guy who mentioned Cote d'Ivoire.
Listen, right? Brothers. Let's make something very clear right now, right, brothers?
Yep.
For me, if it comes to the problem is you're not able to meet with like the embassy people of Liberia in the USA, that you want to go and talk to them and then actually get them to take you to the president of Liberia so you can talk to them. If that's what the problem is, that's not making African Americans integrate with the rest of the global Black community, that just consider that as a challenge that I am happy to take upon myself to see it happen. If that's the reason,
right? Go ahead and ask, when are you getting back to us? I give you 60
don't worry,
days.
I've gotten.
How long do you need? Tell me now.
I have actually gotten your emails now.
Eddie, check this out. Wouldn't it make more sense you going to talk to them as an ambassador, as a part of a government versus as an individual?
No. That's your task. I'm going to get to you next.
Nah, I'm asking Eddie though.
Well, just chill. What's your name?
I'm
the
King
brother who
Just.
spoke. Where are you from?
King
Black American? Where you from?
Yeah, I'm from Houston.
Houston. Okay, Houston. Chill. See, I'm trying to get one by one because I'm hearing so much overlapping talk. We're not getting nowhere. Okay, this brother who just mentioned.
I think we should let one. I think we should start from the top and what goes to the bottom, John, so it's easier, so no one interrupting.
Yeah. Those who have your idea, I want to know how much time do you need to pursue it and get back to us, one by one. So now, the brother who was just speaking.
Right.
Hello.
So
go ahead. You were saying.
So you want Al to speak? Yeah. You want me to speak?
Yeah. You got the floor. Go ahead. We're waiting.
Okay.
What else did you want to say?
Okay.
Yes.
So for everyone to set a timetable and meet up in West Africa, right? Start from Liberia, go to Sierra Leone, go to Ivory Coast, right? Is the best way to do this. You know, it's all right sitting there and passing the emails and talk to this and talk to that. It's not going to make a lot of difference. The best way is for the people that want to get this done.
What citizenship are you, sir?
You need to have a plan and bring the plan to them.
What is your citizenship right now?
Me, I'm from Sierra Leone. That's why I'm British.
Sierra Leone.
I'm British citizen. Yeah, I'm British citizen.
Okay, Sierra Leone is doing pretty good. Dynast already has his Sierra Leone passport. Anyone who can say they have DNA from there is technically eligible to get a citizenship or at least passport.
Don't worry about that.
I'm not worried about it. These are facts. Yeah. I'm not worried.
No, of course, I know Dynasty is one of ours.
That already exists. That pathway exists. It's a very good one.
Yes.
Will you be traveling with us, Al? Will you be traveling with us, Al, to Ivory Coast and?
Yeah, I'm very happy to support you guys.
I don't know about traveling with. Look, Dynast has already met the president of Sierra Leone. We got that. Okay.
Yes, we
already know if you got your DNA, you can get that one. Great. Now, next, Sierra Leone is covered. Next.
Liberia. Is Liberia covered?
Then you got Guinea.
Liberia, I asked the brother how much time he needs to get back to us.
Okay,
I gave him 60 days. He hasn't
then you got Guinea. Then you got Republic.
He hasn't got back to us.
Guinea is the only place now.
You got Republic of
But I can
Guinea.
tell you this. I've been to the Liberian consulate in Abuja, and it fell on deaf ears. But that was under Sirleaf, your Harvard product, okay? But no problem.
Yeah,
It's not going to be.
She's
The
useless.
conditions don't
Okay.
remain the same.
Can
Okay.
I say this, John?
Yes.
Now we're getting that end together. What about this end over here? What are we doing on this end to pull stuff together?
That's a good point. Who's bringing that up?
This is what Edward is saying.
Edward, where are you, Edward? You have the floor. Edward, you have the floor.
Okay, he's
Is
busy.
Edward here?
No, he must be doing something right now. But I mean, what
But
he
he's
was
here?
mentioning. Yeah, he was here.
I was just doing something at the moment.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're right,
Edward.
Chuck. Yeah. So the thing is this, right? There's a reason why certain things fall on deaf ears. It's because first things first is the African continent. If you understand, like West Africa, for instance, you've lived on West Africa for a long time. They want to see you do stuff first. Like, okay, so this is the kind of things these people are going to be contributing to us. I am using
exactly what I was saying. You need a plan. You need to plan.
Do you understand? I'm saying this. Listen, right?
You have the floor, Edward. Go on.
Yeah. So they need to now look at that. Oh, so I'm saying these people based on anybody from anywhere in the world, right? So there is no level of entitlement or anything. You're coming first with competence. You're coming first with projects. You're coming first with, hey, look at what we're doing, and look at what we're doing in America as well.
Okay,
if
where are you,
you're
Edward?
not having,
Edward, where are you?
I've told you I'm in the UK. I've told you this.
You're in London?
Yes.
Okay, so who are you going to talk to in London, sir?
I'm gonna use through the embassies. Just don't worry about it.
You're going to go to the embassies in London.
I'm gonna use through the embassies, the diplomats. Really, that's really what it will be.
Okay. Are you one who said you've been talking about this with somebody for 10 years, or was that somebody else?
I've been talking to African Americans. Like, listen, try a different approach. This one is not working. So for like 10 years.
Okay, bro. Now, what have you done in 10 years? I'm listening.
I'm telling you, I've done several things, like my own projects in Nigeria, for instance. I've done projects in Nigeria. I've been doing my own thing. But my own project in, pardon?
What city or state in Nigeria were you doing something?
I've done projects in Kaduna, in Kano, in Abuja, in Lagos. Like, I got projects that I do as an individual. So when it comes to my individualism,
where
I'm
in
doing
Lagos?
all right.
I've been there 30 years. Where in Lagos, sir, are you located?
In Lagos, I have like a little place in Ibeju, Lekki. Right now,
Ibeju Lekki.
Ibeju, Lekki. It's like
phase
a
one,
little out.
Phase two, where?
No. Lekki phase 1, phase 2 is different from Ibeju Lekki. Ibeju Lekki is farther
Island?
apart.
Near Refugee Island?
No. It's
Eleko Beach? Eleko Beach?
No.
Well, tell me where now. I know the place.
I have told you, like, okay, so you know where Aja is? You know
yes,
Aja,
I do.
you know the junction. Pardon? You know the junction in
where
Aja?
The new flyover is, yes. That should be a little bit wider, yes. What about it?
No, there's no
land
fly.
on the right-hand side, yes.
There is no flyover where I'm talking about. I'm talking about Aja.
There is. When was the last time you were there?
I'm talking about Aja. I'm talking to you about something that was there 2 years ago.
Yeah,
like
I went
before,
all the way to FA and back.
Listen, right? Just before COVID hit, right? So
okay, well, I was there 3 months ago. Okay, what about it?
So now I have something going on there as well. We're actually building right now. So
you're building what, sir?
I'm building like a house there at the moment, like
For
a
yourself?
like a 3-bedroom bungalow. No, I'm
Okay,
building
for
the
yourself.
3-bedroom bungalows, and then I'll be selling them as well. So
Okay, so you own some land and the
yes,
Vedulecki, and you're a
yeah,
developer.
building and selling in different parts. I can be
Okay, are
able
you
to
listing your property with Dynast on the for the
no.
okay, you're not, because I know he's listing some real estate for sale and for rent.
So I haven't built it, finished building it yet. So for
That's
me right
okay.
now,
You can sell off
yeah.
plan.
So now,
You know, hello.
so now I'm not saying everybody's doing their individual thing. Cool,
Yes, we
fair enough.
are.
However, when you're
Yes,
coming to talk about citizenships and
yes,
you want a passport
yes,
and it's for the African American community and things like that,
yes,
you're not
yes,
going to be talking on a higher level of the
yes,
government
yes,
of West African countries. So now, if
yes,
you're going to be
or at
going
least
up to
ECOWAS, if not the individual government. Yes, and
ECOWAS,
continue.
practically can't do anything for you if the heads of states of the West African countries do not approve of it. It's an
Well,
Exactly
institution.
why we
that's
need our
true
own
too.
heads of
But go
state.
on with
Thus,
your
we need
point,
our
sir.
own nation.
Hold on, hold on. Who's talking? Who's that?
You understand?
That's King
ECOWAS cannot.
Justice.
Yeah. Let
ECOWAS
brother
cannot.
Edward land. Let's clear him up
Yes.
first.
So
Okay,
So
continue.
ECOWAS cannot
Yes.
approve anything, even if you go and talk to ECOWAS from now to forever, they can't approve anything if the actual
Sir, I
presidents
know
and
this.
heads
I
of
said
states.
either talk to the individual countries or at least ECOWAS.
Now, at
Continue.
least ECOWAS,
Move on,
now this
please.
now this is the situation shit going on here. Everybody is doing their individual thing, yes, but the African continent right now is more about collectivism. They are sick and tired for the last 50 years, 40 years, seeing different individuals come and ask for some. I mean, Haile Selassie, Emperor Haile Selassie, late Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, he had the situation happen there. There's situations in Nigeria, Liberia, everywhere, Ghana, everywhere, right?
Oh, wait,
Vesak
let's go back.
77 happened.
Slow
So
down.
all
You're
that
talking.
individual, can I land?
Slow
Can I
down,
land?
bro. Slow down. You're skipping too
Okay.
much. Let's go back to Haile Selassie, please.
Okay.
One at a
So
time.
Haile,
Abyssinia, which white man calls Ethiopia. Haile Selassie, you said a situation. Could you tell me what
yes.
situation you're talking about?
He gave land to African diasporans that wanted to come back. It was
And
all
they're
the
there. They have a community.
Rastafari movement thing
Yes.
happened.
And they're
Yes.
there
So
now.
now,
Yes, they are.
yes. So
Not
now,
once. Not twice.
mm-hmm. So
John, how are you gonna do this Liberian thing then?
Wait, I'm trying to land.
And
I'll
so,
get back to that. Well, I'm trying to land on Edward because he's been interjecting, and I want to clear
so,
his smoke so he doesn't have to talk much anymore.
listen.
Edward, continue.
Okay, so now they are there. While they are there, are you hearing anything coming out? Are you hearing anything coming out of Ethiopia about the like any situation since then? No, there hasn't been major issues in Ethiopia with that settlement. Then
The
you're now
settlement
from.
is still there.
Going on.
Pardon?
The settlement is still there. You can go there if you want to smoke ganja all day right now and grow it if you want to. Is that
Did
your
you
goal?
listen to what I was saying? I said, has there been any situation with them? No, it's just
What
been
does
peaceful.
situation mean? I don't. The word
It's
situation.
just they have integrated with the people of that land, so there hasn't been any conflict going on there.
No, there
When you
hasn't.
come,
But there was at one time, though. There was at one time.
Yeah, but
no, it wasn't a
it's
major.
settled
It wasn't
since
a
the
major.
1930s.
It wasn't a major conflict. Now,
No,
when you
but
move to
it's
West
there now. It's
Africa,
a community, and I think it was like 500,000 acres. Am I right?
okay, I'm not sure, but if you move to West Africa, it becomes a far more complex ball game we're getting into now. There has been a country that it was the American Colonial Society or
Colonization
American
Society.
Colonization Society.
We've already
American
said that. We've already said that, and we
I
got it,
I
brother.
thought you said you wanted me to break it down because I want to skip all of this to what we're doing right now. But you wanted me to break it all down. So
Brother
let's
Edward,
do
we
it.
already. Oh, brother Edward, slow down. Unless you're going to do
Yeah.
something specific with Liberia, another brother has said he's going to get back to us within 60 days, give or take. So why are you mentioning Liberia?
No, that's the
So
same.
Are you going to help him out? Are you going to help him out?
John, as I said to you earlier, there's no point talking about this unless people are in the ground and people meet up in West Africa and deal with it there. All these people that promise all this bullshit, all these people that promise this bullshit,
Thank you.
I know brothers in
Listen,
Liberia,
man.
Pastor.
Come on,
Oh,
just be
slow
thank
down.
you.
Slow down.
Listen.
Slow down. Liberia is
Listen,
already there.
Mr. John.
Somebody needs to contact the Liberian embassy
and
or
as I
fly
said to
to
you
Monrovia
Mr.
and
John.
meet
I don't think
George and his
Liberia
wife.
is gonna be possible. I don't think Liberia happen.
Wait 1 second. Let me say this right now.
And Sierra Leone is overcrowded.
Wait,
and Guinea is a
just allow it. Let me say this, right? I'm just looking at, do you know what I want to do, right? I'm just looking at a situation where I eventually do it. And I said, right, okay, Mr. John, here,
let's go for
have
Ivory
this
Coast.
conversation.
Let's go for Ivory Coast. Let's go and take Ivory
No,
Coast.
wait. Forget about pushing it to Ivory Coast and everything. Mr. John, John, I want to make this clear to you, right? I'm just going to get to a situation where I'll be able to say, oh, this is Mr. John. This is Sister Ambassador from Liberia. Okay, what is it that you want to be doing in Liberia? What you mention what you want, and then you go and be like, oh, I want a passport.
Yeah, you can do that individually now, but is that your task? Are you taking on Liberia?
No. Do you understand? Like, I'm not Liberian, right? I'm not even Liberian.
Okay, so why are you discussing Liberia right now? What's your solution?
Listen to this, right?
Liberia, OG.
Listen to this, right? I'm Nigerian.
What is your solution? Let's discuss yours.
I'm telling you what it is right now, right? Because every single embassy in West Africa, like all the countries in West Africa, they all have embassies, and those embassies they all communicate with each other. So listen, and consulate, and listen, can I land?
Washington, yes, continue. That's not news to the
so now,
continue, please.
Even with me now, John, I'm Nigerian. I'm from West Africa. Nigeria.
We already know that. Continue.
Yeah, and Nigeria had to go and clean up and had to bring peace to Liberia, Sierra Leone after there was a.
We know that. We're not discussing
so now
that right
I'm
now.
going to be like able to say,
Edward.
Wait, let me land because ECOMOG spilled their blood trying to get Liberia and Sierra Leone to become peaceful. So please, so then listen, let me land now. Because we spilled our blood trying to stabilize these countries, right? So now let us now talk about me now. I go to the Nigerian embassy. Listen to this. Yeah, okay, listen to this now. Me now, I go to the Nigerian embassy. I say, hey, please, can you call our sisters and brothers in the Liberian embassy? There is this Mr. John, an African American that wants to be a Liberian passport. He has something to say.
No,
I
that's
then
not
get
what
you.
We're talking about. We're not talking about John Cashin right now, sir.
Okay, the African American community, right? Giving passports, right?
All Negroes on planet Earth, sir.
All, in fact, it's not even just. Okay. Let me just follow what you said. Okay, right. So,
small, bro.
Wait. King Justice, wait a minute. Okay, so now I'm going.
I
go to the embassy.
Discussing Liberia.
Listen to this, brother. You are speaking to somebody that has been in these circles since I was born. Now, I'll go and.
Now, listen.
Listen to this situationship, right? Then I say, can you get our brothers and sisters? There is this Mr. John who wants them to issue Liberian passports to all the Negroes of planet Earth.
You are not allowed to discuss Liberia. Someone else is on that task. Move on to something else, Mr. Nigerian.
Okay. I think I'm listen, right, John. Listen, John. Listen, right. Let Edward go for a minute. Let him take a break. John, let Edward.
Yeah,
take
he
a break,
should take a
bro.
break because he's
Yeah,
repeating everything we've heard for 10 years.
Do
Are you done, Edward?
you know
Because
what
I haven't heard
the,
nothing new from you.
do you know what the diplomats are? They're gonna look at me and be like, "Come, what
Then you
you
shouldn't
saying?"
go there, Edward. If you
I
can't
will
get
say,
their
"Well,
attention,
there
then
is
You
don't
gotta
go
go
there.
as
this what you're
attached to a
saying."
powerful body in a government, bruh. You can
Okay,
be
but
our
right now we're going to
ambassador,
get to
man.
that.
We don't need
Chill, we're going to
continental
get to that. I'm
Africans
trying to
and
clear
no
up
other
Edward's
continental Africans
objection.
as a
What is
part
Hold
of
on,
our
everybody.
government.
Chill,
But if you go
chill,
as an individual to
chill.
talk to those people, they gonna look at you like you crazy because they part of the
Houston,
government and you're not.
So what are you
Houston,
proposing, King
chill.
Justice?
I'm
Houston,
proposing Black Americans here in America form a
Houston, chill.
government
Your
here
turn is
in
next. You
America.
will have the floor
Send
next,
those
sir.
representatives
Houston,
to
chill.
Africa to scout for new
I
land. We
heard
don't
you.
need to
Chill.
go to
I
Liberia.
heard you,
We need to
Houston.
work with
Keep the
Liberia and form
control.
a
I
new
heard you,
nation,
brother.
just
Chill
like the
for a
Jews
second.
did after the Holocaust.
Yes, but chill. It's not your floor. Edward,
Be
you have the
glad.
floor. Do you have anything else to say?
Is Edward finished? Yeah.
Honestly, man, I'm finished. I'm done. To be honest.
Thank you, Edward.
All right,
Now,
bro. Well
Yeah.
put
done.
your mic on mute and don't say nothing
Oh God.
until you're called back.
Right.
Next.
Okay. You know
Thank you,
what,
Edward,
John?
for your
You know what, John?
contribution.
King
Next.
Justice, what's next? Go, King Justice,
Right.
next.
No, let
King
me
Justice.
just make
Go
one
ahead,
thing.
bro.
No, before King Justice come on, yeah, let me just make one thing clear, yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
You know, if you see in West Africa, the tribal politics is so deep. Like Liberia, for example, you know, right now George Weah is trying to unite all the tribes together, yeah, and he's doing his thing differently. For him to let other people come in, yeah, you know, like millions of people coming in, it's gonna be difficult. Sierra Leone is a very crowded country, and Guinea is a very different territory to Liberia and Sierra Leone when it comes to culture, everything else that goes with it. The only chance you probably got in the future is when they got the Mano River Union, when they have all these three countries march together, which I cannot see that happening anytime soon. You know, maybe they might have more land to say, well, you know, Liberia might be able to take few Americans, or Sierra Leone take few Americans, and so on. But that's going to be difficult. What I was saying earlier, yeah, I was saying this as a Pan-African point of view. Ivory Coast is a country that take a lot of foreigners in the country. Yeah, being an African, I cannot see how they can bring so many Lebanese in Ivory Coast and let African Americans sleep out in the roads. So they should take some of you guys in. So next time you in West Africa, yeah, you should try and lobby the Ivorian government. You know, like you speak French already, that can make a lot of difference. You know what I mean? If they can start doing the same thing what Sierra Leone is doing, because Sierra Leone is already start giving passport to African Americans that got the DNA. And but obviously there's no point talking about stuff like this. You know, people that live outside the land, you know, you need to be there to deal with this stuff head on. You know, that's the reality of it.
Okay,
And
where
also,
are you, sir? Where are you?
I'm based in the UK. I grew up in the UK. But when you mentioned do you know the reason I'm British? The reason why I chose to come on this channel, because the last time you was talking about Liberia, I heard you mention someone from the Igbo tribe that was involved in the Liberian War.
Cyril Allen, yes. He is Igbo-blooded,
yes. When I saw
That's
you, I thought, you know what, I'm going to join this channel now. I'm going to speak to you about this guy furthermore, because this guy made me and my family suffer. We lost almost everything.
I understand that.
Yeah, we run away from that country. And the guy, the Igbo guy from miles away, he's not even Liberian. But the good thing is, you know, Sierra Leone and Liberia is a peaceful country now. But, you know, he was a sick guy. And when Edward was talking about Nigerians came and lost their life for Sierra Leoneans and so on, the ECOMOG killed more Sierra Leoneans than the rebels.
I'm aware of their imperfections too. And not only that, the many babies they left behind, et cetera, et cetera. Yes?
Nah, well, not in Sierra Leone. I don't know, maybe in Liberia, not in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, in Liberia mostly, yes.
Yeah, exactly. In Sierra Leone, our women are not like that. They never
I want to go, but I want to wait.
The ECOMAG did not kill more Sierra Leoneans than the rebels. The rebels were already killing Sierra Leoneans before ECOMAG came into Sierra Leone.
Stay focused.
Do you know that?
When the ECOMOG see the Sierra Leone rebel, yeah, they start shooting and running away, man. They're cowards, honestly. The only
That
people
was a mixed bag. It was more of a turf war than anything else.
Let me nope. You're saying they were cows. Do you know your country would still be in a civil right now if it wasn't for Ecomo? What are you talking about? I know some of the generals.
Let's not go on a tangent, guys.
Edward is not your floor.
Listen. Let me speak. There's a Guinea army that is scared.
Hey, the brother speaking in London. What's your citizenship, for the record?
I already told you. I don't think I need to be
Let me hear it again, sir, because I don't know everybody here.
But right,
what is it?
All I'm saying is the Guinea army is what the Liberian rebel and the rebel.
What's your citizenship, sir?
He said,
"John, come on, stop kidding me, man. Honestly."
No, I want to be clear.
I'm not Edward. Just forget it. You know, my nationality
no, you.
is
What is
relevant
your
to this conversation.
citizenship?
I'm a Sierra Leonean. That's all you need to know.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Continue.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is, tell that guy to stop boasting about Ecomo, doing all kind of shit in Sierra Leone because it never did help.
Yeah, we don't have anything perfect. We all know that because we wouldn't be in the shape we're in.
And also the Igbo guy that you said was talking.
No, he was born in Liberia, but yeah, his bloodline on his male side is Igbo. Yes.
All right, so I want to go, but I'm not going to go before just King Justice. But are you finished, Al?
Yeah, I'm finished. At least I know this.
Okay.
This
Thank you, Al.
Guy.
Okay, Al. King Justice, you have the floor.
All right.
Yeah, man, we want to avoid all the wars, all the tribalism and everything like that, because we already got our own problems amongst our own people. And when I say our people, I ain't talking about Black Americans are my only people. I'm just talking about my ethnic group. All Africans, all Black people are my people. But we talking about a nation. We're going to need to send a government that was built here over to Africa to speak to their government for land. Because you going over there as an individual, they're going to look at you like, man, you an individual and I'm a head of state or I'm an African senator. I don't respect your word. But if you're a part of a government, you're speaking on behalf of a race, a population. So it's an entirely different dynamic. We need our own nation. We're going to forever need our own nation. Separation still the solution. The Nation of Islam absolutely dropped the ball, but we got to stop talking about them and continue on with the plan because we need a nation. And that's the bottom line. Everybody got one.
How comes people was out there criticizing the Nation of Islam earlier? That kind of don't make no sense. Nation of Islam.
Let me answer his question. We criticized the Nation of Islam because after 1975, they took separation out of their theology. Elijah Muhammad once said to teach separation was more important than teaching prayer. And this is a Muslim, somebody that prays 5 times a day. So for him to say that, that's basically saying, I'm giving you this religion to build you into your own nation. Everybody that's in a powerful position in the Nation of Islam seems to have forgot this thing.
But Sufi Islam is a diverse kind of Islam. It's a different type of Islam to Sunni or Shia. So I can see the angle he's coming from, even though I'm not agree with it, but it's Sufi Islam. So you got to understand where these people are coming from before you started saying, oh, this guy, he done this. I mean, like gospel, Pentecostal, Catholic, Methodist, all these people, they've got different branches and they've got different ideologies, right? However, this guy is
Amaro,
as we're speaking
I wouldn't
right
say
now.
that, Amaro Neto.
No, but, even though as we're speaking right now, the only Black organization that's putting the fucking the word where the mouth is the Nation of Islam. Yeah, they're funding schools.
How are they doing that? Show and prove. How are they doing that?
Because the sister Chrissy just came out earlier on the program. I was here listening to her. She just said to you what benefit that she's gaining from them.
Yeah, she said her son learned chess. My dad taught me how to play chess, and he was a Catholic. You don't got to be a Muslim to do that.
She said discipline, that she learned a lot of discipline.
There's plenty of Black people that got discipline that's not in the Nation of Islam. You can't say that the Nation of Islam is upholding their end of the deal when they deliberately separating from their own tenets, bro. They the ones that taught us about separation.
You know what the problem with Black Christian like you just hate Muslims.
I'm not no Christian, fool.
Well, you sound like
yeah, because you sound like a dummy that probably worship Abraham.
You already sound like a
King Justice has the floor.
Yeah, you sound like you circle a black box like an idiot, thinking you reach some type of.
Hold on, King Justice has the floor. King Justice, you have the floor. Al, is that you talking from London?
Yeah, I'm talking from London, but
Okay,
that
can
guy
you
there,
chill and
he
let
just
King
proved that.
Justice
No,
finish his
no, but
deliberation?
he just proved everything I was trying to say, and he just
Okay.
said everything I needed to say
Okay,
anyway.
you will have your own again. Let King Justice finish,
Mm-hmm.
because no, I haven't commented on him either. So chill, Mr. Al. King Justice is still your floor. Continue.
Yeah, 92 years is a long time. That's how long they've been around teaching what they've been teaching. And I love the Nation of Islam. I got Message to the Black Man, Fall of America, and read them numerous amounts of times. That's how I know what I'm saying is nothing wrong and it's dead on. They taught separation, and now they don't teach that. They were a separation theology organization, and now they not. They used to send people over to Africa to build over there, and now they not doing that. So at the end of the day, they a cool organization. We could put that to the side and let them just be in the way how they in the way. But people that's serious nationalists that want something for themselves and for their people, they got to understand you only got three options here. You could be a nationalist, strive for your own nation. You could repatriate to Africa to existing nations. But if you do that, you just gonna have to take it on the chin that you're gonna be dealing with everything they citizens dealing with. And as a Black American, not being from those African cultures, you're going to be somewhat of a second-class citizen when it comes to the government. Or three, you can stay in America under white supremacy. Those are your three options. Be a nationalist, repatriate to Africa, or stay in America. It's no other. I mean, unless you're going to go to Europe or something, but we know white supremacy global, so it's still going to be there for you.
Okay, King Justice, what is your background? You said you're in Houston, Texas.
Now, I'm black on both sides. Grandparents from Mississippi and Texas.
Mississippi and Texas. Okay. Are you Choctaw?
I ain't nah. I'm black.
Black whoa. You know the Choctaw Nation took up almost 2/3 of southern Mississippi, and the Chickasaws had the northern part.
I got four grandparents. I only got one that talked the Indian talk, and he the lightest out of all of them. So I know where it come from. It's a little bit of self-hate in that Indian talk, and people don't want to accept the fact that
we got problems
and we got raped. Our ancestors got raped. That's how a lot of this lightness got in our blood.
Yes, we know that too. We know that. But you are part Choctaw or part Chickasaw. Am I right?
I don't know. I know I'm majority African. I know that.
Okay, African. Whatever. Black. Melanated.
Black. That's what I am. I'm 100% black. I'm 90% African, but 100% black.
Okay, great. Now, do you think the use of the Chickasaw or Choctaw nations in what was the eastern state of Oklahoma, the eastern half of Oklahoma, could be useful toward a nation state? Yes or no?
Absolutely not. Just for the simple fact that the Native Americans, they held
you
slaves.
are for right. I just want to be clear. You're for totally writing off all of us indigenous black tribes of the Americas.
I mean, if you put it like that, it is what it is.
Let's talk about is what it is. There are 5 nations recognized by treaty since 1835, and the U.S. Supreme Court ruled to their favor.
About the 5 civilized tribes?
The 5 I mentioned. The Seminoles have land in eastern, what was the state of Oklahoma. It belongs to them, not the state of Oklahoma.
The 5 civilized tribes, they all held slaves, so we gotta question how the black people came to those tribes.
I'm talking about the Supreme Court case and the Treaty of 1835 that was reinforced by the Supreme Court in July of 2020. The eastern half of Oklahoma, the state, is no longer in the eastern half of the state of Oklahoma. It is 5 nations right now.
They not nations. They don't have their own armies or their own currency. That's not a real nation.
That would be correct. But what I'm asking you is, do you want to make use of your Choctaw, Chickasaw, probably bloodline to use that nation in any capacity whatsoever? Yes.
No, I don't.
No?
I want to use my African lineage and rebuild with them.
Sure where you are on that issue. Now let's move to where you want to be. Do you want to have a nation state in what is the continental United States of America at all?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Where do you want to have your initial nation state where you control the land and the policy or politics or government on top of it? Where do you want to be?
If I had my choice, if I was in the government in any capacity, I would say the first places we try would be the Congo and then Mauritania. They have a lot of land just off those reasons alone.
Okay, Mauritania. Oh, okay. Just those two.
Hold on, let me say this. The Congo took
yep.
600 million from the US 3 years ago. We could raise 600 million with 40 million black people here. They took that in foreign aid. We would be giving it to them. Say it again.
I agree. I think we can do better than that.
Yeah, we could do that.
Now,
Do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what?
Yeah,
do you know
definitely.
What, yeah?
But we could at least do that.
I totally agree with Mauritania. If you want Mauritania,
hold on. We'll get. Hold on. I want to get clear on King Justice on why he chose Congo and Mauritania just applied to be in the Arab League. But anyway, why did you choose Mauritania and Congo? Let me hear it. King Justice.
Which one you want me to start with first?
Yeah, that's up to you.
People, man.
That's up to you. This is your
I'll
thing.
go with Congo.
You go with
Congo, we have significant amount of lineage from the Congo here. Just in Louisiana, they got Congo Square. So we already know the cultural retention is already there. Those are actually our people. Same as Nigerians, Guineans, Sierra Leoneans, Gambians. We have people that come from the Congo. Congo also has some of the most land in Africa. So when we speak about uncultivated land, you know it's in the Congo.
Yes.
They also are taking foreign aid from white governments, so we can easily replace that as they black brothers. Congo has 905,000 square miles of land. So we can easily take 50 to 100,000 of that, buy that, and make a nation out of that with their agreement, because all nations have to be recognized by other nations.
Okay.
Do you guys realize that smart cities are being built on the African continent as we speak?
Yeah, but come on, let's
hold on.
I'm not talking about a smart city, bro. Let me answer this. This is the reason why you need a nation, bro. You need a landmass in a state that represents your own culture. A city-state will not represent your culture. We need Malcolm X on our dollar, Khalid Muhammad on our dollar. Those are our leaders.
Respect the host.
Don Fodio ain't my leader. You know what I'm saying? Idi Amin ain't my leader. Malcolm X is my leader. That's our shining.
Respect the host,
Justice.
I don't know where you're coming from.
King Justice, can we all start from somewhere, right? The first things first.
Wait, Edward, before you go, Edward, I'm waiting to go, so you're being rude now.
Okay, I'm gonna take a minute, real quick.
Let me go then. If
1 minute
is done, then I through the host. I'm gonna say
King
through the host.
Edward, you supposed to chill. And now who is this? Al?
Shah. This is Shah saying.
This is Shah. I'm gonna come to you next because Edward and Al have had their
jumping in.
Yeah, let Shah speak. Let him speak.
So I want to round up on my brother from Houston, King Justice, brother from Mississippi.
Yeah, but
my Mississippian brother, because I'm Mississippian too. But
anyway, John, so what are you then? Are you so what are you, Negro, Indian, or what?
Respect this.
I'm just black, bro.
Please respect the room.
Yeah, okay. King Justice says he's black. This is his identity. Don't criticize. He's not saying binary. He's not saying LGBTQRSTUV. He has decided to be black. Okay, respect that.
Okay.
All right. King
I think King Justice is done because he's not saying anything in his time to speak. He blurted out and said a bunch of stuff, and nobody could hear him because other people was talking.
We heard him. That's why I'm going for clarification. You get your chance again. Shah, you're next. Hold on. King Justice, my Mississippian brother, my co-tribesman. I'm from Chief Tuscaloosa, the black warrior who kicked the Soto's ass in 1540. The biggest Spanish Armada's defeat in the history. He was Spanish governor of Cuba, and he came into our territory and we killed his ass. They drug his body out to the Mississippi River, 5 of them, and declared everything west of the Mississippi for Spain. Now, you in Houston, the Republic of Texas, is that recall?
Yeah, it's separation.
But you're identifying with the Nation of Islam. Now, my family was very close to the Nation of Islam. Very, very close. We are not Muslim. Okay? But my father was doing business with Elijah Muhammad himself. And we're not Muslim. Not only that, my dad was against organized religion. But together, we went and bought like 10,000 acres of land in Alabama. And up until Elijah died, it was on course. Are you aware of this?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and I'm also aware of when the FBI started killing the cows out in Mississippi and everything.
Yeah,
So a
and in
lot
St.
more
Clair
going
County
on.
and Blount County, where there was majority white counties in Alabama, where they had also proposed some other farmers. But in the Black Belt, there were too many Negroes. Okay, so they couldn't do that down there. And we went and elected every county seat starting in 1969 after going to the Supreme Court 5 times. Look up this Supreme Court case. Hadnot versus Amos. 1968, U.S. Supreme Court decision decided March of 1969. Hadnot, just like it sounds, versus Amos. Go to a site named OYEZ, OYEZ.org, I think, and you will listen to the oral arguments of that case. All of us here should listen to it. You don't have to. It's just a suggestion. I'm saying we were in the trenches and we were doing business with Elijah himself. Now, once he died, you're right, they changed. Wallace Dean, all he wanted to do was sell off all the property and bank it, and the hell with the N.O.I. as far as he was concerned. And he ain't. I think he's still alive, but he won't touch nothing Muslim, as far as I know, or the nation. Am I right, King Justice?
No, that's
So I know
absolutely
what you're
right.
talking
He
about.
tried to take him into Orthodox Islam after Elijah left.
Yeah. So what happened? Silas Muhammad, he took the stuff in New York and New Jersey temples mostly, and Wallace Dean, he took all he could with his little brothers and sisters and sold it off, and off they went. And then Brother Lewis, who plays the violin, the brothers wanted to follow him because Malcolm taught him. Of course, Malcolm's been gone since 1965. There were question marks over that. But anyway, nonetheless, there was Lewis by himself with nowhere, no place to minister, nothing. In Southside Chicago. My father's Fisk University girlfriend, Lois Sanders, whose father was an attorney and owned at least 6 or 7 funeral homes in Chicago. She didn't want anything to do with dead bodies. She had sold all but the last one. My father had talked to Lewis. He said, I'm going to try to help you out. He called Lois and said, to your last funeral home, can you give it to Lewis to start his ministry? And she did. That's where he began his ministry back to what he is today. That's how close my family is to these people, King Justice. Okay? I just want you guys to know this.
Okay, we got it.
All right.
So what do you think of them?
I had Lewis's personal phone number.
So what do you
The
think
last
of
time I saw
live?
him in person. Hello.
John,
Who's
done
talking?
Yeah, that's for all the people that came on before you were on that was getting on us for critiquing the nation on this. Now you see that we was dead on and right about what we were saying.
Okay,
True.
King Justice. Now, the last time I saw Farrakhan, I was in Nigeria, and he came over to see Abacha. I went down with a package that my dad had sent me, which had a picture of Lewis and him together, and said, this should be your pass to get in to see him. A Polaroid picture, okay? I went down there, and the Nigerian officials were saying, are you from the U.S. Embassy? I said, no. Why are you here? I said, I'm here to meet Brother Lewis. Why? I said, well, we know him well. They bounced me. I never got in. He went and I was there hours before he spoke. He spoke. This is at the Royal Institute for International Affairs, or what's it called? Nigerian Institute for International Affairs, Kofa Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria. Okay, this is about 1996, thereabout. I think a little bit before that. A little bit, but about this time. Okay, so there was a brother Larry. He goes by another name, but he was running the nation's Africa headquarters out of Accra, Ghana. If you know, you should know who I'm talking about. But Larry was his
About Elijah Muhammad's son.
Not to my knowledge.
Wear glasses.
No, he doesn't.
Okay,
He
you talking
didn't.
about another brother. It's another brother. He sent one of his sons to
And
Ghana.
the last time I saw that brother was with Cynthia McKinney on a press conference on Libya while Gaddafi was still alive in 2012 in Washington. That's the last time I saw him. He's now late. Okay? So now, they bounced me and everything, but in 1990, Brother Larry had come to a reparations conference, then hosted by the Concord Press 10th anniversary with MKO Abiola hosting. And I had met him then. At that meeting, my father had sent me a contact with this gentleman named Randy. I can't remember his last name. And I didn't even know, but I went to that conference and they were, after the first day, we were in what's called now the Presidential Hotel. Federal Palace Hotel in Victoria Island. And I was standing there at a bar. I don't drink. And Randy was just there and some other Black Americans. Marty King III came to speak and some others. But anyway, and I noticed he was from Washington. He said, speaking American. I said, hey, how you doing? My name is John Cashin. He said, John Cashin. By the way, your father gave me a note or something, and it's in my hotel room. I have to give it to you. I didn't know who he was. But anyway, back to Brother Larry. I had seen him at this conference, and he remembered me when Lewis came the next time. So when they bounced me and said, Brother Cashin, you were here? I didn't see you in the hall. I said, no, they bounced me. Who bounced you? I said, your Nigerian brothers, the Nigerian SSS or whoever they are, I said, oh, you want to see the minister? But by then he was doing another press conference in the rotunda on the side of what's now called Chatham House. You probably know who these people are, but anyway. So he went in and came out and said, do you want to see the minister? I said, well, I'm here to see him, no biggie. If he doesn't want to see me, he said, just wait. Anyway, in short, after everything was over, Lewis was walking out with his sons. I think 3 of them were present. And he said, where's Brother Cashin? Where's Brother Cashin? And I'm just standing there, and Brother Larry says, down left, down left. He looks, he said, Brother Cashin, if your father could see us now, opened up his coat and said, give me a hug. Man, everybody dropped their face. They couldn't believe it. Okay? No frisking, nothing. So King Justice, I'm just letting you know, I didn't want to have to say this, but I know what you're talking about firsthand, okay? Is there anything else you want to say, King Justice, before we move on?
Yeah, if you know what I'm saying, we should keep on with the plan, whether they own it or not. We need us a nation, and we can't stop until we have one.
Right. Okay. Do you think the way to have one is coming in?
That's what I want to speak on, and that's a great segue.
Wait, is this Sean talking?
Do you think coming in there and insulting people?
That's a great segue into what I want to say. Thank you, Al. I'm going to speak now. Thank you, Al.
Is this Shaw?
Yes, it's Shaw. Yes, sir.
Okay, Shaw, you have the floor next. King Justice, are you done for the moment?
Yeah, I'm done unless somebody got a question.
Okay, you and I got more to talk about. A lot more details. Shaw, it's your floor. Go ahead.
All right. So before you ask me the questions you've asked everybody else, I'm just going to say them. I'm going to give you that information. I am
very good.
Born in San Francisco, raised in East Palo Alto, which is also known as Little Nairobi. The only Black city, became incorporated in '86. I just saw a documentary on the community I grew up in. Where? East Palo Alto, 30 miles south of San Francisco.
Oh, okay, California. Queen Khalifa's land. Yes, right. Continue, sir.
So the only Black community or Black city that had a K through even a daycare. They had a daycare, elementary school, high school, and college that was Black owned and run. And this was known by folks from the, that are your age and older than you. I'm close to your age, John. But we're known for that. because we were a progressive little community that was at some point at our highest point, and probably in the early 80s, was about maybe 80% African American. And then as time went on, it became more Hispanic, but we also had a large South Pacific Islander community. So my mom is a refugee from Louisiana, came in the 30s from Opelousas, Southwest Louisiana. I never heard her talk about being African or indigenous Indian. Her mother, my grandmother, never spoke about that. But I did find out through being involved in African spirituality, through the Lukumi system of Cuba. My godfather was in that, and we would hold these misas every Friday, which was kind of mediumship for ancestors. So in actually speaking directly with ancestors is how I began to find out some of my ancestry, which lined up with activities that I had been gravitating toward and doing. For example, studying Congolese dance and music. I went to took out a student loan and went to the Congo with my teacher, one of my teachers. Spent about 6 weeks in Brazzaville, Congo. And later I found out that that was my ancestry through actual ancestral spirit that they came through. They also mentioned Native American, they mentioned Yoruba, they mentioned Guinea, Mali, and they mentioned Egyptian. Ancient Egyptian was also mentioned by these ancestral spirits.
Kemetic.
Yeah. Kemet, yeah. So those were all things that I had
Now
heard.
Valley civilization. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So those were all things that I heard through that medium. Now I had a great aunt that I met. I was probably about 9 or 10 years old in 1972. I met my great aunt, our great great aunt, and she was from Oklahoma. She was 92 in probably around 1972, and she looked like yellow skin, like light skinned black person. But she looked very what you would call an Indian. Her hair went all the way down. She's in a wheelchair, and her hair went all the way down to the floor almost with one ponytail. I just met her. She was, boom. So later I found out she had done research in the 50s, and the research that she had done on our family was that there was a man that came into Louisiana from Morocco, and he got into a card game with a guy, and guy cheated, and he killed the guy in a fight, and he took on the guy's last name, which was Bowser. He fled to Georgia, where he met this woman who was had escaped from Virginia with her daughter, Cherry and Adeline. And
about what time is this?
This was in the 1830s, 1840s.
Okay.
And so he met this woman and her daughter, and he ended up marrying the daughter. The woman that he married was the daughter of Nat Turner. And Randall Bowser and either Cherry or Adeline get it mixed up.
I know some of the descendants of Nat's family.
Okay, well now you know another.
Excuse me?
Now you know another one. So
great. I know the family that donated Nat's Bible, personal Bible, to the new African American Museum of History and Culture in Washington, D.C.
I'd like to find out who they are, because I've only
They're
met.
From the southern border of Virginia, almost into North Carolina. That's their land. And they're from Nat Turner's indigenous tribe.
Right. So I never, actually in Twitter
I'll
Spaces.
put you in direct contact with Larry Davis, Professor Larry Davis.
Okay, great.
I talk to him every week.
Okay. Is he he's the one who connected you up with them, or he was the one?
No, he was there. I wanted to see him. I flew into DC July 2nd. He left his family. I wouldn't call it a family reunion, but they, during the summer, go down there and spend at least 2 undisturbed weeks every year, because that's where they're from. He left them to come meet me in DC. Well, actually in Silver Spring.
Okay.
And we've been talking to each other like 10 years online. It's the first time we met in person. In 2019, we were supposed to meet. I was actually in the museum looking at the Bible inside of the museum in the dungeon. That's what I call it. But the ground floor or dungeon floor in the basement. And
So
I said,
he's
yeah,
the
I'm looking
actual
at it.
descendant.
And I
This
said,
guy
yeah,
Larry.
go
is
around
the actual-
behind and look at whatever. I said, oh, okay. But
So
he
this
couldn't
guy
mention
Larry is
that.
the actual
Yeah, go on.
descendant of Nat Turner. The guy
Yeah,
Larry.
he is. Professor
Okay.
Larry Davis.
All right, good. All
He's
right,
in
so
Prince
now
George's
to
County.
finish.
That's where he's based out of. But the family of Nat is from the Southern Virginia border, almost in North Carolina. That's where they're from. White man came and cut right through their tribal village or territory or nation. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Well,
Those are your relatives. I know your relatives.
Okay. Well, I
All
don't
right.
know him yet. I mean, I don't know him yet, but I do know
Yeah,
that
that's my open.
that family, my family, actually went to Texas, I believe, and there was a situation with a young guy in town with his wife, one of my relatives, and a white guy, makes eyes at his wife, and it's a problem. They get into a fight. He ends up killing the white guy. So he ends up killing the white guy. Thanks, Dynas. And then
Yeah,
the white folks.
I don't know what he did to do that. Do you remember that announcement for Greene County I sent you on WhatsApp? I want you to put it there because we're going to get to discuss this nation land and all that. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, bro.
So quickly to go through almost the same. Well, not almost, but something happened with this guy Coy Bowser. Coy Bowser kills a white guy over his wife, and white folks come with a little posse to go get him from the Bowser compound, and they turn him away, and they come back with a larger posse, and then the family they turn them away too. The family holds a big meeting, and some of the family members says we need to give up Coy. The other half of the family says no, we're not going to give up Coy. This caused a big rift in the family, and the family split. And that split took 40 train cars for the half of the family to leave Oklahoma. Speaking of which, we did in Paris, Texas. We also started a black college there in Paris, Texas, that my family started. So
what was the name of the college?
I don't know. I don't remember the name of the college, but I had.
That's very important to us all.
Yeah, it was.
Your family has put in some dues, Holmes.
Yeah. So half of the family went to
Along
Oklahoma.
with others.
Mm-hmm. Half of the family went to Oklahoma because of this big split, and the other half stayed in Texas. And there's a bunch of us in Dallas and a bunch of us, I don't know where else we are. But anyway, this is my family, my father's side. My mother's side in Opelousas is I can only go back a little bit, but one of the things about my great-grandmother, or I should say my great-great-grandmother, was my grandmother said that she wore a band around her head and a feather that came up the back of the band around her head. And she didn't wear shoes, and she was kind of scared of her. But what's interesting, though, is when I went to the Congo in 1986, there was an ethnic group that wore a band around their head with a feather coming up the back, and they had braids on both sides coming down, and that was the Congo.
We're the same people, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's the cultural continuity of Africa and indigenous peoples of America. We're the same people. The FBA.
Yes, we are.
We don't want to hear that.
Maybe a few millennium removed, but yes, we are.
Right. So it's Africa, and that's why the culture miscegenated into the African culture. And and I'm going, where's the Native American culture? I don't see the spiritual. I see the quote Mongolian. What these young folks are saying.
No, that's not us.
Okay, so those Great Plains,
that's what
Lakota Indians.
They've been here for thousands of years, though.
So those people, but what is being said is that those people, and I'm kind of going off the point though, because I want to go back to Congo should be the place where we consider as a place where we can go as African Americans. It should be a place. I've been there and I've seen how unpopulated it is. The people are they're us. The people are so.
Yes, they are.
They're just like in Nigeria too. That's my fault.
Yeah, on and on. I've just posted your relatives' email for everybody.
Start a new nation there.
Yeah, but I mean, we got to be mindful of how we going up in there though. With starting
no,
a new nation.
I'm asking you which one you suggesting. I'm saying, are you saying we should become citizens of the DRC, or should we send our government that we gonna form over there to
I think you
speak to
should.
that
I think you should go
government.
to Congo.
I think that
Actually, the
I
one
think
that's
that
speaking now, you should be going to Congo, definitely, or Mauritania.
right.
Is that which
So
one is it? Is it King Justice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, King Justice. I think you should go to Congo or Mauritania. That would be a better place for you, man.
But as a citizen of those existing nations, or to try to convince them to give us piece of their land, which one are you
why don't
saying?
we do like Dynas did, and we go in there and first get them to recognize a passport, and whatever the criteria is, whether it's through DNA or through whatever, we establish a relationship where we can at least start off with getting passports.
Honestly, you got Dynasty. Dynasty's the guy. I mean, he got the contact. He's on the ground. You know what I mean? I wouldn't understand why you want to go through another routes, other than the routes that you already know that's there and it's actually reliable and it's there, guaranteed. There's no need going to look for another
But all
route
50
when
million of us ain't gonna go to Sierra
No, but
Leone.
Yeah,
25
exactly.
million of us ain't gonna go to Sierra Leone.
Yeah, but,
It's
Or
not even-
Liberia.
But 25 million of us could go to the Congo, though.
Definitely.
Exactly.
But Al, are you saying we should go there as Congolese and join them, or should we go there and convince them with our U.S. dollar to let us build our own nation? Which one?
Phase one should be.
Right. If you go to Africa,
should be
can I come in?
Phase
If
one
you go to
should
Africa
be
with a
phase
business
one.
plan,
Phase one should be. Thank you, Al. Phase one should be that we go in there like African Americans is going into Sierra Leone. That's the first phase. And once we get in there and we become citizens with a passport, we start to establish relationships and links and learn the people, learn the culture, and we start to establish where we can bring more folks there and create a community that would be something that's real, that's doable based on being there with the people. You don't just go in there and start.
So you saying
Sharp, King Justice, can I just come in here?
All right,
King Justice and Sharp, can I come in here? Can I come in here? The first thing you need as African Americans and our diaspora sisters and brothers, which I encourage you all for dual citizenship, and this channel is huge on dual citizenship, is an ECOWAS passport. An ECOWAS passport is a West African passport. It doesn't matter if you get it from Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Liberia. It helps you travel to every 15 West African countries without a visa. That's the first thing.
That's beautiful as an individual, but that don't solve
listen, come on, King Justice. Let's take steps. Let's take steps to this, right? Let's start with steps.
So that's
the first. Yeah, I know. I'm also very, very keen on African Americans really pushing faster. I said that earlier on, but let's just follow like steps. Okay, the first thing, an ECOWAS passport. From there, hey, we want to build a smart city. You can choose whichever country in West Africa to build this smart city. In fact, I know certain countries will tell you, a smart city with smart homes that is off-grid, that has renewable energy and recycling facilities and everything.
Like Akon said he was going to do.
Exactly. So now you do that. It doesn't even... Akon is a city. I'm just talking about real estate, like an estate. Probably 100 houses, 200, 300 houses. You see what I mean? And with all the amenities in there, schools, whatever, gym, pools, and recreational centers, and all of that.
All across West Africa, even Central.
So ECOWAS, you can travel anywhere on the West African continent. So now you've now got that land. You're now building all of that.
Yes.
Okay, let me throw out a realistic African hypothetical situation.
King Justice?
But hold on, what happens after we build this city and then
King Justice? No, listen to this. I haven't finished, have I? Now you do the small cities. The African Americans are buying the property, so okay, and definitely there'll be locals who will be interested in buying property. So it starts getting mixed. Everybody's in there. All right, boom, you have done that now. So now the next thing is, hey, we need to actually start thinking about, we need to have like a global institution that will make it easier for us to understand each other and continue speaking with each other. That's what's happening with the African Union and CARICOM, which is representations of all Caribbean countries, right? You guys said bet. So now we will have to do this, and that means more trade amongst each other. We can even have pilgrimage flights, things like that. People like Dynasty are at the forefront of this. But let's be real with ourselves. What Dynasty is doing right now, he has nobody behind him like, oh yeah, let's take it to the next level. Are you seeing what's happening?
We don't agree what the next level is.
Yeah, so that's why I said let's do those steps first. Then the next step is obviously an international institution. And then from that step,
we need that land agreed on first, bro. We need sovereignty and independence, bro. We can help build all existing national.
Listen, right? You're talking about sovereign countries that have governments, that have parliaments, that have presidents.
We need one too.
Listen to this, right? Listen to this, right? Listen to this, right? King Justice. First is, oh, they know you're keen. Oh, they know, like, these guys are about this. They're about the development. They are bringing positive development. They are our sisters and brothers. We need to first give them preferential treatment. So anything, we consider them first, and our own indigenous people before any foreigner. We need to get to that stage yet. We're not.
But they gonna also treat. Let's just say if we was talking about Nigeria, they gonna treat the Fulani, the Yorubas, and the Igbos better than they treat the Black Americans, bro. It just is what it is.
No, that's not true.
No, that's not true. You see, this is the problem we're having. This is the problem we're having. People just sit down and make assumptions. With that, I yield the mic. I believe I've stated the points in the steps.
Fake news on social media, King David. You're following a lot of fake news on social media.
Yeah, but let's not even go there. Who wanted to speak after me?
Edward.
Oh, it was you that wanted to speak. All right.
Yes, okay.
And then we got new speakers, you guys. We got new speakers.
The realistic way to get the realistic way to get
and K, whoever K is.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay, the best way to do this is to come on an individual basis. To say African government gonna give you a massive land, yeah, so you can build a brand new nation. It's gonna be difficult. In fact, my best advice of African Americans coming to Africa, to stick dual citizenship, one thing you should try and stay away from is politics. Don't come to Africa and trying to get into politics or trying to get into changing people's religious mindset.
We can't get into politics. We ain't citizens, bro.
So yeah, in other words, we can't be part of the self-determination except maybe Liberia.
Who's saying we can't do that eventually? You're not coming in today, and then the next thing you're gonna be running the country tomorrow, trying to be voting, trying to run for office tomorrow. You gotta
go, bro. If I become a citizen of Nigeria today, I'm voting Buhari out tomorrow.
What I'm trying to say is, a lot of countries in Africa, yeah, even the local Africans can't get involved into politics because you're gonna get into trouble with the government and you're gonna get locked up.
But exactly why we need our own government. I can't get in trouble with my government because that's gonna be my people, bro. Your people not gonna see me as
King Justice. Okay, let me make this easy. Before you go, since they're interrupting you, can I just make this easy?
About a new nation,
right? Look at this. What does that mean? Right now on the African continent, you have.
Where are you going to get that land from for a new nation?
South Sudan was created in 2011, bro.
How do you want to do it? King Justice, you're talking about sovereign countries with government.
Okay, let me explain it. I'm going to explain it to you, bro. Congo took $600 million from the U.S. 3 years ago. If we have a government and a bank, we go over there with $600 million. How much land you think we could get with $600 million? If they say no, we go on to the next African.
Right now, okay, you know what, right? They took it from the U.S. government. Guess what, King James? How about you raise $600 million first from African Americans only contributing?
We gotta have a government first, and to have a government, you gotta have the idea to have a nation clear, bro.
How are you gonna have that?
You're gonna get this money from the federal government, United States. You never heard the saying, "The hand that gives is the hand that rules."
But they're not suggesting that, though, Blue.
You know,
That's the American
Mr. Owen
Colonization
speaking
Society.
wisely.
He's suggesting
King
people
Justice,
give
I
data.
think my time on this, ladies and gentlemen, I think my time on this panel is done. I think I mentioned the steps: ECOWAS passport, smart city, and
So you
then
can make an
building a
announcement.
global institution and moving from there. But the entire situation, that I think will be the ideal, realistic path for.
No taking.
Yes, you are on point with all that, especially the ECOWAS passport. But brother here want to jump into politics and run stuff. He's not trying to move like the Lebanese or the Jews or anybody. He's not trying to get the money
Bro,
and
the
to kind of sneak
Jews
into
started
politics through
a
the back door.
nation directly after the
All right,
Holocaust. The United States of America
gentlemen, I'm
recognized them.
taking my leave. It was lovely
1947.
speaking to
You don't
you
know what
all.
you're talking about.
I
It was
appreciate
lovely
you,
speaking to you all. I appreciate you guys, but you're talking about sovereign countries with their armed forces and an actual designated
I
piece
don't
of
think, brother.
land that they
Yeah,
call
and we
their
need
territory.
all of that. We need all of that. A flag, a
You
currency,
he don't
all
fully
that.
grasp what you're talking about, brother.
African countries. You want to come and tell them you need all of that to African countries?
He
You're joking,
He trying to bed pigs his way into some land.
No, I'm trying to buy uncultivated land. What the Tuaregs in Mali are doing, they fighting for land. What the Polisario group west of the Sahara is doing, they fighting for land. Amazonia and Southern Cameroon, they fighting for land. I'm talking about buying uncultivated land.
King Justice, right? I just told you the steps to take that will be more realistic.
No,
If you
your
want to
steps
keep
are gonna
thinking
get us
about what you're
killed
saying,
because once we build
that's
that
all.
smart
That's
city,
all I would say,
the
man.
Africans over there gonna start hating on us about their
Edward,
situation not being taken care of by their
King
own.
Justice, even what you talking about, if you buy the land, they still gonna hate on you and take it back.
We ain't talking about taking back nothing. We talking about buying land that nobody lives on, uncultivated. That's the
Do you
key
know
word.
what? Then there is the Sahara. Do you want to? Do you want? Wait. Do you know what? Right. Let's
With
even
a government. What government? You know, one is one man.
Do you know what, guys?
Think there's a price tag on sovereignty.
Guys. Do you know what?
It's a price tag on everything. Somebody will come knock your noodle off right now for the right amount of money.
King Justice, let's even play your game right now. Okay, there's the whole Sahara Desert.
Leaving, Edward.
Wait. Good evening.
Right, yeah, he wanted uncultivated, unpopulated land, right? Yeah, put him in the Sahara Desert.
Exactly.
I will take the Sahara Desert and we'll turn your bitch into Dubai times 10.
Wait, 1 second.
Play
No
with us.
infrastructure, no
We
nothing.
built Black
1
Wall Street,
second.
man. We can do anything.
Wait, King Justice.
Black
1
Wall
second.
Street
You say
was a
you
suburb
want
of a white city.
No, listen, right? You want to play the game of uncultivated land, buy it up. There's the whole Sahara Desert. Go and buy all of that.
It's a Sahara Desert. It's a Congo jungle. It's land in East Africa.
No. The Congo jungle. No, the Congo jungle. No.
Patients in Africa.
Do you want to play that game?
Getting in land that's
That
not
is long.
being used. Are you talking about getting in land that's not being used?
Bro, that's how we gonna have to do it, bro. We can't
Time
move
out,
on land that already got
Let me
people living on it.
let me speak for a second because I'm just trying to figure out where we're at right now. I got in this late. I wanted to come in earlier. I didn't see the link until now, so I just got in. But
what's your name, bro? Announce your name, sir.
This is K.
Sorry, somebody was saying good evening to me, but I did not get the person's name.
This is K.
Let them chat you on the side. K.
I appreciate it. I've been listening to you earlier, a couple hours earlier. I appreciate everything you got to say.
This is my thing, man.
Yeah,
this is the thing that I wanted to say.
Private chat, please. Whoever is speaking, whoever is talking. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can I speak for a second?
K has the floor. K, identify yourself, please.
This is K.
Who are you?
This is K from Cleveland. I don't know what else y'all really need. I mean, we're all calling it online.
I mean, you know you can reveal something or nothing or everything, but we just have to have an idea.
Wait, is this John? Is this John?
Yeah, this is Mr. John.
Oh, okay, yeah, because John always wants all the information from everybody.
Yes.
Like I said, it's K from Cleveland. I would consider myself a Pan-Africanist. But once again, I don't want to go too far into because FBA or ADOS, there's this is my okay. Let me explain this.
We ain't none of that over here,
way
bro.
too many. This is my whole thing. I'll explain this. I don't believe in separation. There's too many different things, and I just believe in one. So in all reality, I don't care if you're Nigerian, if you're Kenyan, if you're Ugandan, if you're Tanzanian, if you're Guinea, you know, Guinea-Bissau, you know, it doesn't matter. My whole thing is, as a whole, what benefits all of us across the globe. You know, there's certain people that, oh, the Malaysians or the Aborigines, you know, they don't, come on, man. Like, my whole thing is this: no matter what, no matter where we go, we're considered the lower class, and nobody gives a damn where you're from. No one cares.
Unless you have your own and you have self-determination.
Exactly.
You're right.
So the only thing that matters is the continent, and that's one thing that we all have.
No,
that's
we have
no.
more
The
than
continent is ran by nations,
Bro, that's not your birthright.
Time out. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's something that we actually have, like, physically, but it's something that we should and that we could, and that isn't a pipe dream for us to be able to have. It's the way that we go about it. All of the issues that are happening within the continent, and this, that, and the other, or whatever, are all within the same exact thing of ADOS and FBA, and we separate these different things when it's really the same goddamn thing. Excuse my French. So what I'm saying is, and one of the main reasons I wanted to get in on the conversation is because even in the beginning, I remember somebody saying something along the lines of, if we started our own ethnic state in Africa, you know, as African Americans, why would we start something separate from it? Doesn't, like, here's my thing. Secession, I understand the reasons for it in certain areas,
obviously,
and I'm not taking away from them. However, I'm not one for secessionists. I'm one for, no, we all need to be together, but you need to, the biggest issue that we have globally as a people is that we don't like, okay, any other person, I would think that there's at least a few people in the panel that are from the States, that are from America, that would understand that it's like, look, if I'm from Cleveland, I'm from Cleveland, you know, but I go to Houston and I'm like, no, y'all need to be like the people from Cleveland. It's like, that's fucking retarded.
Nobody has ever said that, bro. We just talking about a nation.
But what I'm saying is this.
Well, hold on, let bro get to his point.
If I go somewhere else, if I go to Houston, if I go to New Orleans, you know, I understand that they have different cultures there. You know, it's not that they're necessarily any different than me. They have a different culture. I'm not going to say, hey, y'all people in New Orleans need to be like us in Cleveland. Why? Like,
nobody ever said that, bro. That's what we're trying to get to.
Are you saying we need to, wherever we go, we need to be like them?
No.
If we go to Congo, we need to be like the Congolese in Kinshasa?
No. Time out. What I'm saying is this, that we need to have and I'm not saying that there needs to be an overall, hey, we all need to act in this way, but we need to have at the end of the day, it's this: we are who we are, like, as a global people, and we need to understand that there are differences between it, and, like, literally love and embrace all of those differences, not trying to change it and say that, hey, you got to be this way. Now, there's a difference if somebody comes in and says, hey, nah, I'm going to change it all up. I'm going to come here and I'm just going to bring this, and I'm not going to respect any of your cultural or your, you know, the way that you guys operate here. Like, my whole thing is this: no, we don't need to go there and have an African American ethno state that's completely separate from the African state that we're in.
Yes,
we need to integrate in. You know, we bring what we bring. You know, like, that's gonna come out in and of itself.
It ain't gonna work, like, bro. As soon as a Black American run for office, bro, tribalism gonna come up, bro. We not gonna be represented.
It's not gonna be you that run for office. It's gonna be your kids, your grandkids that run for office.
That's my biggest thing.
Okay.
Whoever runs for office, bro, tribalism is real when it becomes election time.
He has a good point, though.
It's different when you born in that country, though.
Yeah, it is different. And
no, it's fucking not, bro. Well, you're gonna be 1 and 2 generations on. The people you talk about
hold on. Hey, finish your thought.
This is what I'm saying. in all reality, yes, tribalism definitely does exist, and it exists more with us than it does with anybody else. In more than a few occasions of being on Dynas's platform, you know, we realize that other nations, other people have tribalism as well, but they realize that they drop a little bit of their tribalism for the whole larger goal.
No, they don't,
You know
bro.
what I'm saying?
1,000 people died in Nigeria last year, bro. You don't know what the fuck you talking about, fam.
Hold up,
Like,
time out.
you got a combo right now. What side are you gonna take with the war that's going on?
Time out. 1,000
Calm
people died
down.
in
Let him
Nigeria.
finish.
Time out.
Let him
1,000
finish, and we
people
can
died in
critique him.
Nigeria
Let him
last
land.
Yes, bro. Boko
1,000
Haram
people.
still kidnapping people in mosque and everything. You don't know what the
Got
hell
30
you're
years
talking about,
experience
bro.
over
But
there.
bro,
Don't worry.
that's
Let him
Islamic. That's
But
not
are you
really ethnic.
looking at?
Bro,
are
that's
you looking at?
tribalism, bro. They blaming it on the
King
Fulani right
Justice,
now.
King
Time out.
Justice, you
Time
need
out a
to
second.
stop
Time out.
being on the
Time out a
internet
second.
and being influenced by the internet in your
Yeah, bro.
perspective.
Sound
Time out.
Bro,
both
you
sound
got
internet
Nigerians in
radicalized.
America right now that
I
will
don't
tell
even
you
know.
never to
Time out.
go, fam. Let's
I
keep it
don't
Listen to
real.
know
me,
who's
right? I'm
talking right now.
Nigerian. I'm telling
And
you
you
that
in the
a lot
UK,
of
why
the
you
things
not
you're
in
talking
Nigeria?
about, I'm Nigerian, right?
Why you
And
not
a
in
lot of
Nigeria?
things
All
you
right,
are
all
Why
right.
are
talking
you
Hey,
about
not
yo,
in
is
yo, yo,
based
yo.
on
Nigeria?
Hold on.
internet sensation.
Because
Hold
it
on.
be
Kay, are you done with your
stable.
thought?
Because it ain't stable. Because they got all them gunmen running around kidnapping little kids. Let's keep it real,
Okay,
man.
okay,
Y'all got,
okay.
bro, y'all got
King
three
Justice, King
nations trying to
Justice,
be created out of one right now.
King Justice. On that point,
family.
why are you trying to buy land and not go over there if anything? If that's how you feel about
Why
Africa.
the fuck would I, as a black American, try to involve myself in that shit when I could get a whole new nation based off our culture
Bro,
and just deal with
okay.
Africans that ain't
Like
killing
King
each other,
Justice,
bro?
hold on. You
Check it
think
out.
you gonna
Let me
buy
say
yourself
this.
into some
No,
security and some sovereignty, and you're not
Look
gonna
at
be
the
bothered
Yo,
by the
can
people
the
who already live over
moderator
there?
remove this tag
Look
of
at the
this
state. Look at the state of
tag so
African
I can
American.
see who's speaking because I can't even see
Look
who's
at the
speaking.
state of
can't
African
even.
American.
They had the
We are
floor.
in a
I
we're
wanted
in
them
a
to
terrible
finish,
state.
and we can
We're talking
continue
about
the
Hey, Kay,
dialogue.
go ahead.
Taking
Finish
the
what you gotta
nowhere.
say.
and we can't
Did
even
you
do
know
shit
about
here.
Boko Haram even 10
We're
years
not
ago?
doing shit here, y'all. And we talking about going
Okay,
somewhere
Kay,
else and
finish
setting up a
yours.
country.
He 13% here.
This is
Nigeria is
crazy.
200
Hey,
people.
yo,
200
We're not
million
doing
people. What are
anything
you
out, bro.
here.
talking about? We don't got no power in America besides our dollar. They
But
got an
we're not
Bro, are
army.
you
together though.
sipping
We're
over
not
there? Like,
organized.
you
We're not
really
together. We're not
emotional
in a
right
state
now.
to be trying to run a state. We're not in a
Yeah, I
position
don't even
here
know
to be
who's
trying to
like.
run a
Look,
state somewhere else.
We
We not
not doing nothing, bro. 97% of
even know
us
who
vote for
the dude is
Democrats.
who's
What are
talking
you
about Boko
talking about?
Haram.
What I'm
All
talking
right,
about is we
bro.
don't
We get
run
that.
shit. We
Kay,
don't
finish
make
your
shit.
thought.
We
You
don't run
done?
shit here. We don't run shit and we don't make shit here. So what you talking about going
And
somewhere else and
bro's
trying to
not talking
start
about
some
going over
shit?
to no resources
We
either.
got
We talking about
1.1
just going
trillion
over there
dollars
and buying
spending power.
something with what
Okay,
money?
so if we don't run shit here and we consolidate it here, how we gonna have power over there without a nation? Make it
You
make
ain't gave
sense,
us a
bro.
plan
You're
on how
not
you gonna get
making
that money
none.
other than the federal government giving you money. What you really talking about?
You don't have to have.
Bro, the federal government gives who money? I didn't get no PPP loan. I'm not on no welfare.
Where you
I
gonna
can't
get
tell
that
you what a
600
fucking
million
food
from?
stamp look like, nigga.
Everybody
I ain't
put
got no
Where you
fucking
gonna get that
government
600
assistance,
million or
dude.
600 billion from?
Have a whole bunch of people put in their
Oh
own
crap,
money.
we have 40 million people, bro. If all of us get $2, we got 80 million overnight.
What you gonna build with $2?
That's
You're
just true. Put it,
Who
put it
gonna
in
give you
how much
$2?
land in Africa can you buy with $80 million, bro?
That
build
can
with
go
$2 per person.
How much land in Africa can you buy with $80 million?
No, that
Who gonna sell it to you?
Exactly.
Let me
Y'all
tell
niggas
you,
sound
right? Let me
fucking
tell you,
retarded, bro.
King Justice. Let me tell you something that you don't know, right? Even if you raise $5 billion to go and buy land on the African continent to build some nation on the African, it will be declined, and you go back with your $5 billion.
They don't have to sell you anything, bro. Nobody on the continent gotta sell you a goddamn thing.
Facts.
You think you just because you got some money, somebody's
But they'll
fucking with
sell it
you?
to China,
See, listen,
India,
no. Listen
everybody
to
else,
this.
huh?
King Justice, listen to this. If
The
it was an
Arabs,
issue,
how
King
many Arabs in
Justice,
China's a
Africa
sovereign
don't
nation.
win?
King Justice,
China still imports some roads over there.
Okay, guys, wait 1 second. Let me complete my.
not disagree.
Bro, y'all
Wait,
niggas
wait,
is
can I
nutcase.
complete?
Algeria
Can
is
I?
the biggest nation in Africa by area.
King Justice.
Algeria. They
King
ain't
Justice,
black.
can you
It's full
mute?
of
King
Arabs,
Justice,
bro.
can I make something known to African Americans, right? 1 second, guys. You guys think it's because of money you are gonna get your way. It's not that way. If it was, you could raise 5 billion and get a land to build your nation. What the hell do you think? Europe should have done that a long time ago. what's it called?
Nigga,
Arabs
they
could
already
have.
colonized and
Wait,
kicked our
listen,
ass.
no,
Y'all
shush,
speak
shush.
English
You
and
see,
French,
can you?
bro. What are you
Okay,
talking
guess
about?
what? Right, the
Bro,
Chinese,
come on,
the
bro.
Chinese could have done that already. The
They
Chinese
don't
could have done
want
that.
your shit.
They
They just
have
want to put
money.
roads over
They
there.
have money. They have money enough. They have $1 trillion US
Do you
dollars.
know how
They
much
could have easily
farmland
bought
was
a.
sold to
But
Chinese in the Congo?
wait,
Do you know how
listen,
much
right?
farmland was sold in
The
Brazzaville,
Arabs
Congo
would
to the
have done the
Chinese?
same.
Bro, do you know how much land was sold in Brazzaville, Congo to the Chinese by the president some years ago, a few years ago, not that long ago? A lot. My teacher told me that it was a shame how much land that they sold to the Chinese in Brazzaville, Congo. You need to Google that shit.
I can guarantee.
But the
I can
Chinese ain't
guarantee
trying to
you
be
one
sovereign.
thing. I can guarantee you one thing. Whatever that was a
Time out though.
situation that they
Brazzaville,
sold the land,
Congo is the
Cheap.
it's
Republic of
impossible.
Congo, not the Democratic Republic of Congo. So
Brazzaville, Congo, cheap, and it was real
rather
cheap
Yeah,
than
too. It
the
was
a
smaller
large
Congo.
landmass. You know, we're talking about the
Wait,
Republic of Congo rather than the.
let's
But
look
I
at
know
this. Like,
Time
Brazzaville,
out. They
Congo
got
is
to
what
be
he said.
it was
separated
not
though.
even.
You're talking about Brazzaville.
Brazzaville is
Listen,
smaller Congo, not the big Congo.
I've been there. It is heavily
Listen,
unpopulated. When I went there, I went 30 miles outside of Brazzaville, and this was 1986.
Listen.
And it was,
you were in the.
wow,
You were in
Oh
the
yeah.
Republic
Hold
of
on.
Congo.
Hey, who's telling that story about the Congo?
What I'm saying is this: you're talking about Brazzaville. Brazzaville's the Republic of Congo, not the
Democratic. Speeches after he left the Nation of Islam, where he argued that the Nation of Islam was a cult, where he argued that Elijah Muhammad didn't love black people, that he was attacking his own followers.
And when he left, he said he still believed in separation.
Is quietly revered in the African American community. It's not because of what they stand for, their principles, but because of the quiet fear that they know that they will kill you.
Man, they ain't gonna kill shit, bro. Ain't nobody scared of them niggas no more. I'm not gonna kill a motherfucking thing, bro.
If you speak out publicly, right?
But you scared of Africans though.
Malcolm X even stated this, right? Publicly,
right? Because when we're not,
even
when we're talking about they're not going to kill nobody, we're completely forgetting about John Pablo
Islam is a cult. So I'm confused, right? They actually promote blind leadership, a pathological sheep-like mentality, right? If you look at the Nation of Islam, I remember I had a phone conversation with a brother in the Nation of Islam where they talked about their program to end economic want. And the brother talked about, well, what we're supposed to do is donate money to the Nation of Islam's businesses. And I said, okay, great. You're providing the capital for these businesses. So I'm quite sure if this is a program to end economic want, that as a result, you all will receive a quarterly or semi-annual or annual dividend in which you receive some percentage of the profits of those businesses. The brother said to me, no, that's not how it works. The way it works is we give the money to Farrakhan and we believe that he's going to do the right thing with it. So I said, well, if it's not benefiting you all financially, and you all are in the organization, well, how the hell will it benefit the masses of Black America? And so what we...
Bro, you projecting with that.
Hello?
Wait,
yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, so
if them people want to be exploited by the Nation of Islam like that, that's on them.
Let him speak. Time out. How exactly is he projecting? Yes, if a person, that's literally just saying if a person wants to be dumb, then it can be dumb.
That's what they want to do over there. That's what they want to do. They want to be dumb like that, and they don't want to get a return on their investment. That's what they want to do. You can't take that and be like, this is that's how they're indoctrinating them people. That's how they want to move over there. That's on them. Let them move like that. We want to move like that. We need some money. We need to see a return for our money. We work too hard for it, but they want to do that. And that's how their culture is over their Nation of Islam. That's on them. You can't tell them how they should be viewing their relationship with Louis Farrakhan and how the Nation of Islam run. That's on you. You trying to put what they should be doing on them. Like, no, let them do what they do. That sounds stupid. Let's keep moving on.
Right, but time out a second. That's the same thing. And once again, this goes into a whole other thing. This goes into with the whole divester and all the shit that's going on within our community as a whole. We'll just look at it like, oh no, yeah, well, hey, if they want to do that, we'll just go ahead and let them do it. But it's a neck, like, for example, it's even with the ADOS FBA thing. Oh yeah, let them do that. Let them talk about this, that, and the other, whatever. And it's like, all it is separation. And in our reality, we just say let them do this, but it separates us as a whole. It separates us as a whole. The whole
you can't control nobody else, bro.
That's
you
a
can only
fact.
rock with the people who ideology.
But brother, don't you see
That's
the
not
bigger
no
trend
excuse not to
there?
get on code, though.
Excuse me, family.
But brother, do you see the bigger
Y'all
trend
mind if I
there? Everybody's
jump in the
doing their own
conversation?
thing.
Family.
No, time out.
Everybody putting their money where they want to put it.
Hello?
But time out.
And it seems like the
First
people
off,
are thirsty for
nobody's putting
leadership and they
any-
willing to follow anybody, even a grifter.
Nobody is putting any kind of big money at all. A lot of the shit that we talk about,
I mean, didn't
nobody's
Tariq
actually
Nasheed
putting
raise
any
$1
kind
million
of big
or
money
$2
in it.
million for
I
some
get
Let's get
tired.
back to the
I
subject.
myself get tired of hearing the conversation.
I wish I could mute.
All right, well, let's get back
I'd be
on
muting
how we
them.
gonna get some
Pan-Africanism has been
land from the
around for the
Congo there.
longest time, and y'all haven't done it.
You can buy
The
land
biggest
as
thing
individuals
is
in the
when
Congo.
somebody comes around and says, "Hey, we need to pool all of our money together." Look, within y'all are talking about the Congo. Y'all heard what happened within Uganda or whatever with the 12 trillion in gold that they found. The African countries are literally giving their gold away for nothing. They're just literally selling their gold away for nothing.
Then why don't we
All
buy
of
a
the
mine?
minerals.
And these the nations y'all talking about going to live under.
Why don't we buy? Wait,
do
why
that.
don't we buy a
Hold
mine?
on, let brother finish his
We
thought.
don't
Let
do
brother
that.
finish his thought.
Brandon, Pan-Africanism Stripes Back was just here, and I like the brother. Like if we kicked it, on just a regular occasion, I could shoot the shit with them and we would joke around. But in all reality, certain people just want to argue about shit that isn't worth arguing about. It's
Okay,
like,
so what's your
look,
point, bro? What's your point?
this is what I'm getting at. In all reality, whoever was on here before, I want to say it was Alan or something like that, when they're talking about getting together and pulling together our money, he was talking all about this individual. Oh, go do it yourself. Well, time out. Here's the thing. I could right now, without ever talking to any of you guys, go out here and try and start some huge initiative that would help everybody. And then when they shut that down, they kill me off. I could come up with some kind of, I don't know, once again, the thing that Terrence Howard was talking about with the hydrogen thing that I knew about after other people talked about, and no one really talked about the fact that the guard that got shot was starting some whole thing with, converting water into energy to be able to power cars. And those dudes always get knocked off with nobody else knowing about it. It has a huge thing to do with a collective, a community coming together to where it can't just be stopped off. And it's just like, hey, you knock off this one person and it's just done. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. Look, the whole thing of... Go ahead.
We got it. So
Hello?
you're saying that's a good point. Your point is taken. Who's next wants to speak?
Theo is
Go
next.
ahead.
Hey, so listen, let me get 2 minutes without interruption. I don't want to compete. I want to cooperate with this conversation.
Good luck, brother.
Yeah, 2 minutes. I'm gonna say something that some of you not gonna agree with. I understand, but just give me 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
So, first off, considering apartheid, considering history, right? Apartheid and colonialism and the like. Why would anyone want to go to Africa and try to build a separate nation? That's one thing I don't understand. So I can understand building
because you're gonna be solely responsible for what happens if it's your nation.
Let him finish.
All right. Let me finish. So I can understand building a community, right, or a city that's inclusive, right? That's open to the citizens of that country, right? They have equal access, equal opportunity to buy property in that city that you build. I can understand that, but I can't understand trying to build a separate nation because you're going to create a system like apartheid.
Can Nigerians buy property in America right now?
Let him speak.
No, you're not making no fucking sense again, bro. Being a citizen of another nation don't stop you from buying land there, bro.
Bro, every place don't work like America, bro.
Let him finish.
Bro, Ethiopian can buy land in Nigeria, bro. What are you talking about?
Time out. No, that's not true.
Okay, let the brother finish though. Didn't he ask for 2 minutes? You can't control yourself.
Can he finish? Can he finish?
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, you can't. You know, energy. You just can't. That's just not the way to go, bro. You know,
making
it's
some
not the way.
dumbass points, fam.
I hear you.
I
Let
hear
him
you.
finish.
And your
Are
attitude kind of
finish.
demonstrate, your mindset, thinking that you can go to another country and just do something like that. But I'm not here to criticize you.
And do what? Meet with them and buy uncultivated land? What the fuck is wrong with
you? Get your critique. Let him finish. Continue.
Right. Niggas got dumb critiques that ain't making sense or rooted in fact. You can buy land in Africa.
King Justice, you embarrassing us, bro. You embarrassing us.
Yeah, you
So,
have no control of
so here
yourself.
we go. And so this is just food for thought right here, man. I'm not criticizing you. I mean, I'm criticizing your point. Just take it like that. I'm not criticizing you, right? So you're talking about $600 million, right? So you got to think about this. Considering infrastructure, roads, power grid, sewage, internet, the land, all of this stuff, right? Then you get to the accommodations. How much do you think it costs to build accommodations for one family, right? And then you got to think about the size of the population you want. Then you got to multiply that times what it costs to build for accommodations for one family, then include the infrastructure, right? So you're talking about people donating $2 to come up with this huge number. What you're looking at creating is a pyramid scheme because everybody's not going to be accommodated in what you're talking about because $2 per person is not going to build accommodations for each person. You just can't.
I never said we were gonna stop at 2 million. He said 600 million. I said just 2 million from all of us is 80 million, bro. It ain't that hard to build money, bro. You gotta have a clear goal that people get behind first.
Y'all missing the point, man. We got money in America.
So what I'm saying is, what you have
America.
to do is, right? What you would have to do is you have to look at all of that, the infrastructure, just the ground infrastructure, right? Then you would have to look at the cost of building accommodation, homes, whether that's apartments, townhouses, or homes, right? So the realistic thing is, right, you talking about you would have to account for maybe like 50,000 at the very least, right, per person, assuming that prices, labor costs, and material costs are going to be half the price that they are in the United States right now.
It gets cheaper when you start buying more materials and more everything, so the price goes down and you start buying.
Right. Can you get it below 50,000? In today's reality, can you get it below? I'm talking about quality homes. I'm not talking about. Can you get it below 50,000 per person?
Homes. I've been looking as an individual to get my house going in Ghana, and just for my foundation, I could spend about $1,000 and get a foundation for a 2 or 3 bedroom house. The whole foundation for about $1,000 to $1,500. That's in Ghana. And Ghana's more expensive than Congo.
Okay, so you're talking about building a whole city to code, right?
But I'm just giving you an idea of cost.
Your own little piece of property and just hiring anybody you want to build your own little place. Outside of regulation. I'm talking about. What's that?
Those things can be worked out, costs and that kind of thing. And what people need.
So what do you think? What do you think it would cost per accommodation for a family?
Bro, we wouldn't even be there first because you talking about citizens' home. First, you gonna need a military base and a military before you need any of that, bro. Everybody will be coming to a brand new nation. They might come 25 years later down the line.
What you're saying is valid in the sense that we have to be thinking in terms of being able to go into a country knowing that this type of thing could be an act of sort of not destabilization, but aggression to the Western world. It could be an act of war.
No, an aggression to the country that you're going to also.
The country that you're going to is going to be your first ally and your best friend.
Why would they be your first ally? You talking about Saddam
Because we're trying to buy the land from them. They just took $600 million from the U.S. You don't think they're going to white people
buy the land
it's
from
unrealistic. It's not even
realistic.
realistic.
Can I speak for
that ain't realistic.
Set up a government.
Can I speak
Somebody's asking for y'all niggas got a defeated mind state, and this is why we ain't built shit since Black laws.
You can't just took billions from the U.S. government, man. Why don't you go get land from Ukraine?
Let me talk a little bit.
It's too fucking cold over there.
You can.
Oh my God.
Do you hear me?
That makes no sense.
Can Dave? Can
we been on here 6 hours and 5 minutes.
Your country's fucked up right now. You got a bunch of niggas that think like you over there.
Who? Where?
Plain and simple, man.
Who was trying to talk? Who was trying to talk? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, time out.
Man, this
We've been on for 6 hours and 5 minutes.
It is childish.
It's childish
childish.
conversation because
This is cartoonish. It ain't childish. It's cartoonish.
I mean, come on.
That's
Bro
the
thinks
point,
gonna be
man.
G.I. He
Bro,
gonna
go
have to
into
sound some
Africa
G.I.
and
Joe
think
shit.
you gonna be on the same level as people that been there for thousands of years as cartoonists, bro.
Yeah,
That's cartoonish.
It's
Go to
Bro,
Africa
you trying
and
to
try to
go
vote
to
in their
another
elections,
continent
bro.
and trying to
And
buy
see
some
if you
land and do a bunch of
represented.
stuff with borrowed money from the federal government, trying to get it all out the mud and
Who
think you're gonna
said
be
we finna
sovereign, think you're gonna have
borrow money from
soldiers
the
on the ground.
government, bro? Who
That's
said that?
cartoonish.
Who said that?
Yeah, some sovereign country gonna
Nobody
sell you some
never
land, make you
said
put
that.
soldiers
Borrow
on it.
money. Nobody said borrow money.
Going there
Okay.
and separating.
Bro said he gonna get the money from the federal government.
Can I say
Nobody ever said that, bro. You putting words in somebody's mouth. I
You gonna
never
go
said
fund me?
that.
You gonna go fund me to sovereignty? That's what you say. You gonna go fund me to sovereignty?
Going there and
How was the UNIA built? How was the Nation of Islam built? How was the Black Panthers built? How was any organization in America built, bro?
Who cares about
Yeah, in America, bro.
Yeah, we're not
in
talking
America.
Bro, if you gonna build something in Africa, you gonna have to fucking crowdfund, stupid ass nigga. How the fuck you gonna
No, you
get the
got to
money,
build
bro?
a business. You want to make money already.
about the money? Time out. The money is already
Dumb, bro.
Time out.
Nations pay taxes, bro. That's the exact same fucking thing.
Host is talking.
Once again,
Where y'all find this?
Yo, King Justin, what do you see?
Let the host go. The host is trying to talk, guys. Let the host
The
talk.
money is already
Let
there.
the host talk. Hello. Can you let the host
Hey,
talk?
what's going
He's
on,
trying to
King
settle
John?
us.
Yeah, John, go. John, please.
We got
You're
18
muted.
minutes before I shut the show down. And
Can I just say one thing real?
No, can you let him finish talking?
Go ahead, finish.
Let Mr. John finish talking.
You're muted, John. We can't hear you.
you froze. But still, no nation will sell a part of the country.
We know that.
For 600
know.
millions. You
That's
can buy
even
land,
to
of
talk
course.
about
That's a
that
different
is
thing.
cartoonish.
They're not
That's a
gonna give
different
up
thing.
sovereignty on that land.
No, they're not going to give up
nation's gonna do
sovereignty.
that.
Nobody
Never.
said they're gonna give up sovereignty. They be
bro think
granting
that
us
sovereignty got
sovereignty,
a
bro. The
price on
same way the Jews got their nation, bro.
No,
Somebody
but-
had to recognize them.
Is there a big conflict
Bro,
there?
the Balfour Declaration didn't have a price tag on it. That was a totally different situation. This is not that.
Yo, any of y'all
But that's the most
study
unstable
international
place on the
relations,
earth.
y'all?
Israel-Palestine conflict. Have you heard of it?
Because of how they
Yeah, those
I
people
didn't
do
say
not go to
how
treat
they
that
got it. I
land
said the
equally.
same way they got it
But
by
there's
meaning
the
the U.S.
biggest conflict.
recognized
The
them.
biggest
I'm not talking
conflict
about
there.
going and taking somebody's land. I said that numerous times.
But
I'm
nobody
talking
gonna
about
sell you sovereignty.
uncultivated land
Nobody
that
gonna sell
nobody
you.
lives on. Hey,
Nobody
you know
gonna
it's
sell you
funny how they say
sovereignty.
Africa is the place with the most land,
All
but
right.
when we
but
talk about going to
listen.
get some land, all of a sudden all the land taken.
No, I'm not talking
Here's
about
how you
buying
make
land. I'm talking about
King Justice
sovereignty.
plan
That's
work.
a
Oh,
bad
yeah, I knew
Here's
that
how you
example.
make King Justice plan work.
Wait one
You
second.
gotta one is
Congo is
we already gotta have
Congo is-
businesses over
It was
there.
my first day on this shit. Y'all
Congo is
niggas
one of
sound
the
all
richest countries
retarded.
on this earth. You think
It's
they're going to
also
sell
very
you what? The
unstable too.
rainforest? They're going
It's
to sell you the
also
That's
rainforest or the
that's
gold
all
mines?
fine. That's
Yeah,
all
and they
fine.
can't control all that land, bro. It's almost
The
a
Congo.
million square miles. Come
It
on,
doesn't
let's keep it
matter.
real.
That's
That-
why it's been
More
a
than
conflict
enough
there.
It
land.
don't
That's
matter
why
how
it's
much
been
it
a
Go there
is.
conflict
by
there.
yourself.
Because of
It's
gold,
If you
it would
go
be an
there
act
as
of
a
war.
stepping
Ain't no
stone,
damn
It
moderator.
would
All
be
right,
an act
but
of
this
war
is
for
this is
you,
how you
King
make this
Justice,
plan
with
work.
your
You gotta
country to try
already
to set up
have
over there
businesses.
in the
You
United
can't go
States. It
over
would be
there
an act
broke
of
trying to
war
get
to
sovereignty out the
Europe and the
mud.
United
no.
States.
We ain't
Period.
talking about going, bro. We talking about going over there as a government,
That's
bruh.
an
What the
act
Not
of
no one
a
war.
person,
government?
not
That's
an
an act of
No,
organization.
bro.
war.
A
The word you're
government
That's
that
looking
speaks to
for,
40 million
bro. The
people.
word
that's
you're
an
looking
act
for is
of
a
war, King
corporation.
Justice.
You're
Everybody's
going over there
speaking
as
in
a
the mouth right now.
multinational
That's an act
Nobody's
of
corporation.
hearing
war, King
nothing.
Justice. Right?
Right.
Right? That's an act of war because the United States and Europe has got that place sold up. And you go over there trying to set up a country, that's war.
Exactly, bro. Don't want to be subtle about it. Bro
Period.
want to go in guns
Exactly.
blazing when
Period.
he need to be a business. He need to learn from the
Better know
Lebanese and the
because there's war
Chinese.
over
He
there
need to
right
go
now.
in,
This
start
niggas
businesses,
like
dominate
y'all.
the
I
economy,
know you
and then he
niggas
can
come from
manipulate the politics.
overseers, bro, and house niggas, bro. For real, for real.
That's not house nigga, because anywhere you
Bro,
go,
you know
your
what you're
government in
doing?
Africa
You
will be
trying
an
to do
act
some
of
Bay of
war.
Pig shit. You gonna get killed on the coast. You're not gonna
Ain't
build
nobody talking
nothing.
about no Bay of Pig shit. I'm talking about international trade, bro. I'm talking about separation and nationalism,
That's
bro.
different. Wait, are you already establishing the international trade before you go over there?
What?
Are you establishing your import export? However you doing trade, are you establishing that before you go?
How you gonna do that with no government, buddy?
You don't need a fucking government. Honda moves
Bro,
stuff
you
around the
sure?
world without a
Who they
government.
gonna trade with without us having a government, bro?
You can do trade now.
You don't need a government. You're part of. You're under the United States. You can just be a company under the United States, pay your
No,
tariffs,
fuck
and you can
that.
move whatever you want over to these different countries in Africa.
Yes, but you better
If you
have
can do it
Different
within that
countries,
system,
yeah. All the countries gonna be theirs, and I'm not gonna have one. You see how you sound right now? Why we can't have our
no, you
own
see how
country,
you
bro?
sound right now. You
Okay,
don't even know how to make money within
let
the
me
system, but you're
clarify
gonna build
the
something
China
outside the
thing.
system.
Let me
To have your
clarify the
own.
China thing. There is 6 million hectares of land on the African continent, right? The Chinese now in several countries, and they were actually buying plantations of like rubber and different things in these different countries, have 252,000. And the
But yeah,
entire investment, listen, right? The entire investment amount so far is 6.2 billion US dollars. Just
but
to
tell me
get
this, yeah.
the
Tell me
lands in
this:
different
is
countries,
that
right?
private money or is the Chinese government
Now
sponsoring that
this is
activity?
going to
Does it
definitely
matter?
be from the Chinese
It does matter
King,
No,
because
it don't, because
this
those
is the difference
facilities of
between
China,
difference
bro.
You
what the
see, you
Chinese
guys
are
have
doing, what
already started
King
speaking,
Justice
and
is
I
talking
haven't finished
about.
my
Yeah, but
submission,
can you
right?
take it?
This
That's
is
the
what
question.
we're talking about. And obviously, that is going to be Chinese government backed money. Yes, there's going to be
That
a
part.
return on the investment. That's the
Yep.
part we want to know about. And obviously, this land is leased for, say, 30, 60. It has different leases, 30, 60, 90 years, right? And these are production lands. It's not like the Chinese are going to be living on those lands. They're actually using the lands to create production, like the rubber plantation. They had bought like 2 with 40,000 hectares from Cameroon, right? So these are lands that are actually, they're going to use it for now. King Justice, my brother,
bring it home,
since
brother.
you don't want to follow the steps I have initially said, now let me listen to you. How do you want to get on the African continent?
He done said it over and over
I'm gonna
again.
get on there with a plane ticket, bro.
He said he's
You'll be
gonna
with
buy
a
some
plane
land.
ticket. Then
He
you
don't
want to
have
come
any
and
kind of
get
already
land
recognized
and
sovereign government
wait.
recognizing him,
Wait,
and he's gonna do what
listen
the
to
Chinese
this
are doing
part
with
of
no
the.
sponsorship.
You want your own sovereign thing separate.
You're talking about sovereignty
in
here.
that area.
You're talking about people, investors with
You're going to
sovereign
bring
countries backing them, investing in Africa. He's talking about somehow starting his own sovereign government that other countries recognize and trying to do the same thing.
There are small groups like the African Diaspora Development Institute with a chair, Dr. Arikana Chambori Kwa.
Those are organizations.
Bro, those
that's
aren't
fine
countries
though.
that collect taxes that can get the money to
It
people.
doesn't matter if it's an organization. If you got,
It does matter.
If you have 10 million expatriates and African Americans in the United States, 10 million, and they put in $100 each, that's a lot of money that can be invested in the city that they're
10 million.
Well, brother, tell me this, brother. Tell me this. Are the African Americans and they have an African American association?
City in Ghana. They're building a smart city in Ghana right now.
Yeah, but they're a part of Ghana. That's a
We're
different
talking
story.
shit in the room, and they're building. Okay.
No, but they're building. They're building all over the world, but they're part of that country. They're
We're not
building
talking about they building all over the world. We're talking about African Americans and expatriates of Ghana and other.
What are they building in Ghana? Wait, what are they building?
But whatever they're building, probably building
in Cape Coast, Ghana.
Can you put the link to that city in the private chat?
People are building
all
and that's beautiful, but a city ain't a nation, bro.
Wakanda 1. What?
Wakanda 1, is that what you're talking about?
I believe so.
Have they even put a foundation? Listen, if you had told me it was something like Echo Atlantic or Ocean Atlantic that is recent, I would have been like, whoa, at least they've put the foundation. You're talking to me about Wakanda 1 that doesn't even have a foundation. They haven't built nothing.
No. They got the land and they have already started building. And they're
hold up a second. I'll mute and then I'm going to go look for that information.
Please do.
The best bet is what is already there, materialized, and that's Liberia. I mean, they have a government. It's a history from Americans and people in the diaspora to start building in Liberia.
Exactly.
To start something and to
yeah.
call us. Wait.
Yeah, exactly what you're saying. What King Justice want to do, what King Justice wants to do, he needs to do from a position of strength in Liberia.
But I mean, also,
now Liberia gonna be our ally. They're gonna be the first one to recognize us. We're gonna get a nation.
You need to be building this from Liberia because they're a small, weak country. They will be the ones that endorse you,
right?
Because you're paying the taxes over there.
Or whatever. If we're going to be realistic, Liberia is the best. We, of course, we
it's
can
small
fantasize
though.
and whatever.
It's small, Dave. It's a good jump off point, but
it's
not
small
large
and
enough
it's
to
weak.
It's not large enough to accommodate.
Somebody got a question, bro.
Americans wanting to move there.
But to start a community in whatever country wants, but then you're under
you don't want to build small.
Laws.
So what we're saying though is that Congo could be a good place because of its size and because it's home. It's black folks that are.
It's not home. Liberia is more of a home than Congo. They don't speak English over there.
Africa is home, but Congo, we got people over there for real.
But do you know why it was war in the Congos and Sierra Leone and Angola? Wait.
There's still war over there right now.
It's war everywhere in Africa, bro.
No, but do you know why?
Mali is war, Guinea is war, Ethiopia is war, Cameroon, Nigeria, Mauritania. It don't stop.
Do you think there's war there because there's nothing there to gain?
No, it's war because y'all refuse to adopt black identity over everything else. That's why it's war.
No, you're lost, man.
So, King Justice, are you trying to go? Are you trying to go over there and be African, or are you trying to go over there and be an American?
Dave, why is it?
I'm going over there and I'm gonna be black in my own nation, bro.
Wait, King
Justice, what does that even mean?
Listen, Congo is one of the richest countries on earth. Congo is one of the richest countries on earth.
Well, what's the reason for instability in all 54 countries, with the exception of maybe 2? Why is there instability in all of the African countries? I'm asking Dave.
No, is there instability in all 54 countries, or what?
With the exception of maybe 2.
Which ones?
Ghana?
Yeah.
Rwanda.
So is there instability in Senegal?
Bro, what about
Botswana? You have to ask the question.
Yes,
you have
bro.
to ask the question of why there isn't.
Bro, it's instability all over Africa. Y'all all don't have to in the water, bro.
These kind of
bro, you don't even know enough about Africa. We're not serious.
Bro, I know that it's Nigerians that will tell me never to go, bro. Not
that's
because they don't want me there, because they want me to stay alive.
It's not me asking why is there instability in America?
Nigeria is in
China or Europe.
Botswana
is in a serious situation. Why would they're not in that place? But Ghana is giving free land to African Americans. You ain't said shit about Ghana.
We don't want no free land, bro. We want a nation of our own.
You don't,
bro. That sounds like free land.
I do.
No, what you talking about is free land. What I realize is a real nationalist, the work ain't even getting the nation. It's running a nation. This shit is just pregame, bro. All these conversations.
So King Justice, you saying your plan
have to have a
is to get $600 million,
this
go
is
to
one
a
of many
country,
conversations.
buy some land. You're gonna have some kind of already organized militia to sit on the land, and just in case people tripping, they want to take the land back because we doing too good. They hating on us, and then you're gonna do what? What kind of economy you gonna build?
Everywhere I would go as a black nation, I would work closely with the government that already exists because I want them to recognize us first and be our main ally. If we in Mauritania,
what would be the nature of relationship between the land we control and that government?
Because it's our people that's being subjected over there.
What would be the nature of that relationship, though?
I'm gonna have gold forces.
What would be the nature of what relationship?
All right. Okay, if you buy land in the country and you want sovereignty, what is the relationship between you and that government?
Let Blue Sox go, bro.
1 second, guys. I've looked at the Wakanda One city at the Cape. There's not even a brick.
Hold up, Eddie. Let Blue Sox go right there, bro.
Hold on.
Eddie, hold up. Let Blue Sox go.
What do you
Eddie, hold on, man. Let Blue Sox go. He been asking questions.
So my question to you is, if we're going to buy the land, right, and we want sovereignty, we have all these aspirations, what is the nature of our relationship with this sovereign government that's selling us this land, and you have the intentions of being sovereign, which sounds like being separate from them? What's the relationship with them as you build?
Allies.
But okay, but allies as far as what? They control foreign policy. We gonna be like,
no, bro.
What's that country? Bhutan compared to India?
Policy, fam.
What?
But
Time out.
okay,
What
but
I
why
really
would
want to
why
know,
would a
what
country
I
want
want to
to
know
why would a country want to give up its
what he's
sovereignty
talking about.
for
Is it
$600 million?
completely separate
I'm
from?
gonna answer that. I'm gonna answer that. Look, hold on. Let me answer this.
Is it completely separate?
The
Is it
same
completely
reason
separate?
Why you
Liberia.
have to do a brother
I'm
like
just gonna
that?
say this, brother. I'm just
Y'all
gonna
gonna
say
let me
this.
answer the question
There
or
ain't
what?
no sellout.
do
There
a
ain't
brother
no
like
Can
that?
I
sellout
answer
like
the
a
question,
country that
bro?
gonna sell you their
Can
sovereignty for
I
$600
answer
million.
the question and you gonna answer your own question?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
You asked me what our relationship would be, bro. We gonna be
Yeah,
allies,
you
bro.
should
You asked me
ally.
what reason would they sell that land. The same
Yeah.
reason your brother John suggested Liberia give us
5 minutes.
passports because
5
we
minutes.
actually got lineage and blood there. If we supposed to be all Pan-Africans, why wouldn't they help us, bro?
But they aren't all Pan-Africans though. Ghana
Exactly.
is pandering to
Exactly.
Pan-Africans.
See, now we getting to
Liberia,
the
we
root
got
of
a
all this
relationship
shit,
with
bro.
them.
How many African nations are Pan-African? Let's put it on the table. None.
All I can say is
Zero.
Ghana.
Wait, King Justin,
Zero.
have you tried King Justin? Have you tried all of this
So why you
organization
want to
like
go
in
there?
your neighborhood first?
So
Would
why
that
don't you buy land in
like
Middle
King
East
Justice in
somewhere?
your neighborhood? Have you organized this?
Well,
Everything you're
no, not
talking
even
about?
that. Not even that. King Justice,
Bro,
how many
let
people
me
have
tell
you
you
raised
something
money
about
from
my
to support
neighborhood,
this
bro, which
cause?
is why I can't fuck with it. Sheila Jackson Lee, the lady that's dropping the ball on HR 40, the reparations, she's over my neighborhood, been over my neighborhood for 25 years. My neighborhood is a dub, bro. It's
So why
over
can't
my
you get
neighborhood.
this money?
All right,
Why can't you get people to start
okay.
contributing
Whoa,
this money
hold
as
on,
well?
Information on
But
Wakanda
King
1,
Justice,
you guys. Check it out.
King
Listen to
Justice,
this. I got some information on Wakanda 1. Listen, you guys. This is
Project is expected to be a legacy of Ghana's government's year of return and beyond the return tourism initiatives. If you are new to this channel, please don't
Can you guys
forget to
hear?
subscribe.
all right, I can't even hear that, bro. Hey, King
Can
Justice.
you put
So
the link in the
if you
private
are
chat?
leaving, if you're going to go to Africa, what do you want to see as policies over there? Do you want us to have a Second Amendment right over there? Do you want us to have limited government over there? Do you want us to be able to
Bro,
open up
I
corporations with
want
very few
Africans to all
restrictions
have
over there?
running water in their house, bro. Can we start with that?
Running
Can we start
water?
with
How
the
you gonna pay for
electricity
it?
not going
How
out?
you gonna pay for it? We gonna be sovereign, right? How we gonna pay for it?
Gentlemen,
We gonna have desalination
we're at 3
projects in the
minutes.
Atlantic
How you
Ocean,
gonna
bro.
pay for desalination?
That's
That
how
ain't
we gonna
free.
do it, bro.
all right,
Get
Gentlemen,
guys.
money, my
It was
nigga.
good.
We're gonna
Crowd
sell fresh
funding.
water to
everybody
everybody
take
else.
30 seconds each, and that'll be 3 minutes. King Justice, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Yeah, man, separation is the solution, regardless of all the talk. We could talk till we blue in the face. We still gonna need a nation. You could go to Africa right now, have a wonderful time in any of those countries. You still gonna need a nation because you're not whatever they are, bro. You've been over here for 400 years. Do we come from Africa? Absolutely. Am I Indian? Absolutely not. I'm a black man. My lineage comes from the continent, but I'm smart enough to know it's too many problems over there, and we got problems as a people too. We need our own nation so we can figure our own problems out, and we should be allies with the other African nations. And that's all I got to say.
All right, Shah, you're next. 30 seconds.
Okay, so we have to really be clear about what we are here. Identity appears to be a problem for us as a people here. That's an issue. We've got to get our education stuff going on, and we've got to work quickly. We've got to work with Africa in terms of what's going on there, get into the system, try to understand, what's really going on. Because if the country there is not viable and they're having problems and they got a lot of outside static going on, then we going in there, it's going to be messed up. We got to get our shit to get together here and then go to where we're going to go in Africa and move in strategically, smart, with respect and humility, but be clear where we are and what we're trying to do.
All right, K or Blue Sox? Who's next?
Let K go.
I'll go real quick because
Okay, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yep, 30 seconds. Look, point blank period where I'm at is separation is negative. It's not going to work. Going over somewhere else from here, saying that we're going to do something separate from them. All the secession that's the issue that's going on in Cameroon right now with the
We be doing it with them. We can't do
So,
it without them.
can I finish? I got my 30 seconds, right? All right, look. What I'm saying is this. I don't disagree with the Amazonians.
Reset.
Right,
Can he reset his 30 seconds because he interrupted?
Go ahead.
When it comes to Somalia as a whole, Somaliland is doing better essentially than Somaliland as a whole. But as a whole, they're going to do a lot better than what Somaliland can do by themselves. Us going over there and saying, oh yeah, we need our own separate thing, and then especially if we're going over there trying to be like we're African Americans, that we just have our own separate thing and we're going to do different than them, it's not going to work in that way. My whole thing is this: I'm not saying we have to completely integrate. Every person brings their own culture, whatever, to the thing. The thing is that we have to respect our cultures, but we have to realize that we are one. So what I'm getting at more or less is, yes, we do need to go over there, we do need to invest, we do need to build these things, but we need to do it in the context of building for all of us. And when I say us, I'm globally, I'm saying all of us as a collective. So long story short, going over there, starting one ethno state, I don't give a damn if Nigeria, Sierra Leone, wherever gave us some plot of land that we could just start by ourselves. If we start by ourselves and we just do something that's separate from what they're doing over there completely, it's not gonna work. We need to work with them, and we need to work with them even in the sense of letting them know, hey, don't send your people over to Saudi Arabia. They're gonna get treated terribly. Not even just terribly,
Okay, Kay.
put into slavery.
Kay, I gave you 2 minutes.
All
Blue
right,
Sox,
yep,
go. Thanks, Kay. Blue Sox, your go.
I feel we're in a unique position where King Justice is kind of right, Shaw's kind of right. I think he thinks too small. I think we need to move like the Jews, the Chinese, and the Lebanese. We need to move where we can go. We need to start businesses here. How do you expect to build anything somewhere else across oceans and you have nothing here? We build here. You embrace that Americanism, even though you don't want to, and you take the values that make America useful to us here to build things overseas. The real way we make money and we make change is to take these policies as far as not necessarily free trade, but the ease of doing business, the ease of letting people do things, the limited government, these things that the reason why people come here because they like our economic system. They don't necessarily like our values. The West is pretty degenerate. If we take that with us, then we can turn these places into beacons of economic activity. If we can do that and start dominating economies, then we can do these other military things that King Justice was talking about doing.
All right, Edward or YEAAD, are you available? You're
Edward, it's fine. You can call me Edward, Mr. John. It's a pleasure being your present. Right.
It's your floor.
Okay, so right. First things first, African Americans need to comprehend is money. Your money is not the issue here. You have to go past that. Countries on the African continent, specifically Nigeria, the capital of Nigeria is the first African-made capital city. It was built 39 years ago. Not a single cent came from African Americans. Abuja, the current capital of Nigeria.
Continue.
Yes, so 39
Give
years
you
ago.
20 more seconds.
Not a single cent came from African Americans. So once you remove money from the table and you start speaking about, hey, how we can collaborate, how we can do things, then you start thinking about how to create institutions, global institutions where we can all come together and build together. And I think that is a far more advanced approach where everybody is represented than some situationship of, oh, you want to go buy land to build a sovereign country that has its own everything within the African continent and within an African country, undermining the sovereignty of that country. I think that's a bit too far-fetched, and I don't think any person in power would want to listen to such kinds of conversations. With that, I yield the mic. It was great being on this stage and speaking with everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I saw people in the thread as well as I heard you brothers and sisters out. As I said, this is not my platform. I was drafted once again. I would formulate the dialogue in a totally different way with a bit more order, because in 6 hours and 30 minutes. I think we could have gotten a lot more. However, I think I missed the first 2 or 3 hours. Anyway, till next time, john.cashin@icloud.com. I'm available 24/7. As long as I'm awake, I'll answer you, ladies and gentlemen, on any ideas on anything, just about. So with that, at least we are talking. So that's better than nothing. But I think a little bit more action toward our words is needed. I've been there and done that in quite a few categories. I spent 32 plus years on the continent. I could have done
Mr. John,
something
can you
else.
drop that link of yours in the chat?
Yeah.
And,
I've lived in the Caribbean. I've lived in the US of A. I visited Mexico. I've been to Europe and all of that. I haven't been to Asia, but I tend to go to Hawaii next because they do have a republic that's off the ground. So
Kay, what are you saying in the comment section? I don't get you. Why are you calling my name in the comment section, Kay?
Edward, the YouTube name is called Watch the Wakanda City of Return Project Report.
Can you put the link in the private so I can just look at it?
I will try, but that's the name of it. I don't think we have time for that.
you can, in this major thread here, after I say that's it, everybody can post what they want for 2 more minutes, and then I'll cut the broadcast off. I think I did pretty good on
African
extending.
Global Atlantic and Indian Ocean Economic Forum, AGAIOEF.
Thank you, Mr. John. I talked to you the last time you were on here. I always enjoy when you open this up.
Sorry,
implements sustainable community developments through
Shah, you doing too much.
Shah,
EPP, mutual.
I was the one who sent you that link.
Oh, you sent me that exact link?
That's actually the project that I done the
Hey,
research.
yo, can Mr. John finish his show out? He's about to close out.
Post the link.
Okay, well, he's
You
seen.
still got another minute to post whatever you want.
That's actually the project I've been working on, that I really want African Americans to use that approach, because clearly the other approaches I've seen of, I'm a bit, I've sat down with here and it's a bit too skeptical on the continent with those approaches. And I just thought that approach would be far more realistic. And that's why I put the link in the private chat.
Okay,
and,
I don't see the private chat. I just see a chat. Whatever I see, I will refer
but
to.
Shah can email it to you.
Okay, fine. John.cashin@icloud.com.
Yeah. And Shah, you got my email, Shah, so you should send me an
Shaw
email.
says,
Let's talk
Brandon is going
offline.
live. I don't know what that is. Mary, maybe you should post that link. Anybody else? You don't need to talk, just post links. I think that's what we need to do, because I need to shut down. It's after 10 p.m. and I just drove 4 hours to get to Atlanta from Tuscaloosa.
Oh, I forgot you got the 3 hours ahead over there in
use
Atlanta.
Control to paste the link. You use Control and what?
All right. Hey, Mr. John, it was good seeing you. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody on the panel.
Maria, you mentioned that Brandon's going on live. I don't know what that's about. So, Mari Shai, that's what I was talking about. You posted it. So I don't know if you want us to go to see Brandon. I don't know who Brandon is, but I'm not endorsing anything. But
what's his name? What's his name on YouTube?
I don't know. Mari Shai, a lady who hasn't said anything, but she said something about Brandon is going live. I don't know who that is, or if it's even for us.
Yeah, I think he's the Pan-Africanist, but I don't know his name on YouTube. But
yeah, anyway. I don't know what she's talking about anyway. But if you post a link, that would help us. Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it. Oh, I want you to come and speak on one of our Twitter Spaces, John. I'm going to send you an email.
Email me,
okay.
john.cashin@icloud.com.
Got you.
Hey, John, real quick, did you ever meet Al Edwards?
Al Edwards?
Yeah.
Al Edwards is a state rep in Montgomery, Alabama, who's late. I don't know which Al Edwards.
No, not that Al Edwards. The one that passed that was in Houston.
What was his position?
He signed Juneteenth to be a recognized holiday in Texas before it got recognized nationally.
Well, was he a state rep?
Yeah.
From Houston.
District 46, 146, I think.
From Houston, Harris County.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I met most of those people. I knew Judson Robinson. I knew Judon Boney. I knew
Judon Boney.
Say what?
Yeah, I knew Judon Boney.
Yeah. Ask him about me. Ask him about John Cash.
I got you.
Okay. Ask Sheila Jackson Lee about John Cash. John Cash and my dad.
I won't be talking to Sheila Jackson.
I'm just saying, just ask her, I'm not endorsing anything she does, but just ask her,
I got you.
Okay. Okay, Maria has now posted something finally. Where is it? Okay. Earlier, there's something about Greene County that Dynas put up. I'm supposed to speak there next Friday in honor of my dad's position regarding the NDPA special election that was ordered by the Supreme Court after we went to the Supreme Court 5 times and won 4.5 times between 1966 and 1969. Former Mayor Arrington is going to speak there, amongst others. Former Mayor of Birmingham, let me qualify that. Dr. Mayor Arrington. And yeah, I forgot. I should have put in the link, but we're running out of time. But if you go to oyez.com and search NDPA, or just to do a general search, NDPA, National Democratic Party of Alabama, case or had not versus Amos, U.S. Supreme Court case, term 1968-69. You can hear the audio oral arguments of October 1968 and January 21st, 1969, one day after Tricky Dick Nixon was sworn in. And they didn't want to talk about those things because the Electoral College has actually been hijacked. Okay, anything else? Hopefully I can copy Marie Shai's YouTube here. What's the title of that, Maria? You said Brandon, but you can search it easier by a title. At least I'm able to do that for YouTube. I hope it's interesting. Whoa. Okay. Well, Marie Shai, that link is not working. That's all I can say. But I'll try to hit it here and see what happens. Oh boy. Okay. Good night.